Chapter 627. Feng Tianming sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He muttered, "If only I could be like great-grandfather and become a martial sage, Schwerer would not have to suffer like this. You don't have to look for Xiao Chun at this time. Our Feng family owes him too much." From the bottom of his heart, Feng Tianming did not want to trouble Xiao Chun. However, the old man had passed away. The huge Feng clan was no longer something that he could control alone. Many people who were eyeing the position of clan head started to use Feng Feishua's marriage as an excuse to attack him. If Xiao Chun wanted to get those people to shut up and not let Feng Feishua suffer, he could only get Xiao Chun to make an appearance. There was no other way. And you said softly, "It's fine. Even if Xiao Chun knows why your cousin left the Xiao clan back then, he will not go back on his promise. He is a man of his word. Xiao Chun is such a person. He doesn't make promises, but once he does, he will do his best to fulfill them." Dong dong dong. As the two conversed, someone knocked on the door. Feng Tianming went to open the door and discovered the waiter. "Dear guests, there is a white-robed bladesman downstairs. He says he wants to see you." Ing Yu and Feng Tianming exchanged glances and revealed expressions of joy. Xiao Chun finally arrived. It would not be difficult for Xiao Chun to find out where Ing Yu and Feng Tianming were in Saber City. The city lord's residents would definitely know the whereabouts of such important people. Xiao Chun followed the waiter and carried the black, squarish wooden box on his back. Soon, he arrived at Ing Yu's booth. "I'm sorry. I've prepared too much and made the two of you wait." Xiao Chun cupped his hands and apologized. When Feng Tianming felt the dense quintessence aura from Xiao Chun's body, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. There was also a complicated feeling in his heart. Ing Yu stood up and said, "It's fine. Let's go now. This is the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. He is also Feng Feishua's father." Feng Tianming recovered his wits and said seriously, "Many thanks for your help. Right now it is very urgent. We can talk about some things on the way. Let's fly back to the imperial capital first." Above the 9 heavens, a huge golden bird stretched out its huge wings, which had a wingspan of over 300 zhang. It soared through the clouds at 6 times the speed of sound, breaking through the sky. 8 people stood on the back of the bird. Aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3, there were 5 of Feng Tianming's bodyguards. These bodyguards were all peak inferior grade martial monarchs. Together they were a strong force. Feng Tianming explained the situation to Xiao Chun. The martial sage of the Feng clan had passed away, and Feng Tianming's elder brothers had fought for the position of clan head. Using Feng Tianming's rejection of the marriage alliance with the Wan clan as an excuse, they worked together to make things difficult for him, forcing him to fulfill his original promise, allowing the Wan clan's young master to marry Feng Feishua as soon as possible. Feng Tianming respected Feng Feishua's opinion and did not agree. This caused the group of people to reach a stalemate. Furthermore, for some reason, the Wan clan's attitude had become abnormally unyielding. With the secret support of the Wan clan, those people placed Feng Feishua under house arrest, not allowing her to go out. After Xiao Chun heard everything, he entered deep thought. Then he said, "You mean that if I go over, they will not dare to force Feng Feishua to marry Feng Feishua?" Feng Tianming remained silent for a while before replying, "That is indeed the case. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Xiao clan and the Feng clan had always been connected by marriage. This was the ancestral teachings, which only ended during your parents' generation. Because the Blue Dragon martial spirit disappeared and the Xiao clan declined, the Feng clan ended the ancestral teachings. Now you possess the Blue Dragon martial spirit, and are the top ranker of the True Dragon ranking. If you say that you want to marry Feng Feishua, that group of people will not dare to say anything." After saying this, Feng Tianming carefully observed Xiao Chen's expression. After all, his cousin, Xiao Chen's birth mother, had been Feng Feishua's cousin. Because she had looked down on Xiao Chen's father's cultivation and the marriage was arranged by the elders, she had no feelings for him. After giving birth to Xiao Chun, she had left the Xiao clan. To Xiao Chen's father, this was a great humiliation. He was afraid that this matter would upset Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, great waves surged in his mind. No wonder when Feng Feishua came to the Xiao clan, his father did not even want to see her. No wonder his father was unwilling to seek help from the Feng clan during the Xiao clan's most critical moment. It turned out that he had suffered such humiliation in the past. For the sake of getting rid of him, a woman had even abandoned the son she had just given birth to. This was a huge blow to a man's pride. Xiao Chen calmed himself and said, "Let's talk when we get there. The matters of my father's generation have nothing to do with me. It will not affect my decision." When Feng Tianming heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and did not say anything more. 5 days later, after passing through countless cities, the group finally arrived at the bustling imperial capital. Then, they landed in front of the huge Feng clan residence. "Greetings, clan head." "Greetings, clan head." The 2 rows of guards in front of the residence bowed respectfully and greeted Feng Tianming. The doors to the residence opened, and a person who looked like a housekeeper came out. Feng Tianming quickly led the group into the residence. The Feng clan residence occupied a large area. As the group passed through several gardens and corridors, they met countless servants along the way. Several people paid attention to Xiao Qian, whispering to each other. They wondered if he was the genius king grade white-robed bladesman on the true dragon ranking. "Uncle Fu, call my big brother and the others to the great hall. I have something to say to him," Feng Tianming said to the old man who looked like a housekeeper. "There is no need to look for him. I am already here." Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with an overbearing aura led a large group of people around a bend in the road in front of Feng Tianming and the others. This was Feng Tianming's big brother Feng Tianhua. He had a sinister smile on his face and a sword hung at his waist. His gaze was cold, like a venomous snake in the dark night. Feng Tianming ignored the other party's attitude. He raised his hand and said, "You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." Feng Tianhua chuckled and said, "I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. Tianming, you came at the right time." Feng Tianming frowned slightly. He did not know what the other party was planning. He said, "Come with me to the great hall first. Later, I will gather all the elders of the clan. You can speak then." "Haha, there is no need for you to gather the elders." Feng Tianhua smiled sinisterly. 3 days ago, niece Feishue and her aunt were brought to the Great Jin Nation by the Wan clan. 7 days later, the Wan clan will hold a wedding ceremony. At that time, all the famous people of the continent will attend the wedding. The moment Feng Tianhua said this, Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. Feng Tianming shouted angrily, "Feng Tianhua, who is the clan head? Do you want me to beat you up and send you to the clan's disciplinary hall?" "Beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall?" Feng Tianhua smiled coldly and retorted, "What qualifications do you have to beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall? Do you know the relationship between the welcoming envoy of the upper realm and the Wan clan? How foolish. The Feng clan nearly died because of you. Do you know that? The welcoming envoy is the grandson of that major character of the Wan clan. 3 days ago, it was that welcoming envoy who personally brought niece Feishue away." Feng Tianhua spat out these 3 sentences at an extremely fast speed, causing the atmosphere in the air to freeze. Feng Tianming's expression could not help but change. He had not expected things to become so troublesome. He muttered, "There were rumors long ago that the Wan clan's martial sage spent a lot of effort to send his grandson to the upper realm through Dragon Sealing City 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to make a name for himself. For Wan Feng to be able to become the welcoming envoy of the Bushin Palace, his strength in the Kunlun realm was definitely not to be underestimated. His connections were also very extensive. With this trip, the Wan clan had probably established a connection with the upper realm. In the next 1,000 years, the Wan clan's position in the Tianwu continent would be even more unshakable." Feng Tianhua smiled coldly as he shouted, "Now do you know who the true sinner of the Feng clan is? A marriage alliance with the Wan clan will only bring benefits to our Feng clan. Unexpectedly, you keep making excuses. You are simply trying to push the Feng clan into a dead end. You only care about your own personal interests. What qualifications do you have to be the Feng clan's clan head? The Feng clan's vast business concerns the interests of tens of thousands of people. What face do you have to cling to the position of clan head?" With the support of the Wan clan, Feng Tianhua did not care about Feng Tianming at all. Using the resources that the Wan clan provided, he managed to bribe several of the upper echelon of the clan. Right now, Feng Tianhua wanted to take advantage of the situation to remove Feng Tianming from the position of clan head and become the clan head himself, fulfilling his dream of several decades. Feng Tianhua took another heavy step forward and pointed at Feng Tianming's nose. He said, 30 years ago, when the old man chose you to be the clan head, I was already unconvinced. Look at the current Feng clan. It is nearly suppressed by the great Tang nation's Jin clan. What capabilities do you have to be the clan head? Chapter 628. There were many people behind Feng Tianhua, all of whom were his supporters. They also stepped forward and pointed out Feng Tianming's faults. The other party's aura surged, suppressing the enraged Feng Tianming in an instant. Then the other party pressed on. Feng Tianming's heart burned with rage. Not only had Feng Tianhua sold his daughter, but he had also turned around and accused him of all sorts of wrongdoings, wanting to remove him from the position of clan head. It was simply unreasonable. However, his brothers of the same generation were all standing on the other party's side at this moment, making it impossible for him to defend himself. He couldn't even come up with an argument. Feng Tianming, I'll give you some face. Step down from the clan head position now. Otherwise, we will hold a general assembly of elders to publicly accuse you of your crimes. Not only will you lose the clan head position, but you will also be sent back to the disciplinary hall. Feng Tianhua revealed a sinister smile. He appeared very confident. The clan head position was already in his bag. No one could change that. Elder brother Tianming, since ancient times, the clan head position has always belonged to the capable. Since you are incapable, you should step down. In any case, even if we hold a general assembly of elders, we will still vote for big brother Tianming. Whether you step down or not, the result will be the same. Step down as soon as possible. If you are incapable, then stop clinging onto the position. The people behind Feng Tianhua all spoke up, putting a lot of pressure on Feng Tianming. Feng Tianhua's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked at Feng Tianming, quietly waiting for his answer. How boring. Xiao Chun was no longer interested in listening to such an argument. He did not know what Feng Tianming was hesitating about. The other party clearly wanted him dead, so what was the point of being so wishy-washy? Feng Feishua had already been taken away. Right now, the most important thing was to rush to the great Jin nation and bring her back. Xiao Chun did not have time to waste on this bunch of unscrupulous people. He was a man. He should be decisive. Roar. A dragon roar came from his body. Xiao Chun remained expressionless. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on Feng Tianming. Suddenly, he executed Berserk Dragon and charged at Feng Tianming. The dragon roared, and the image of a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chun's feet. As it moved up and down, it carried an intense wind with it. The tyrannical dragon head surged forward. This punch was incredibly powerful, and it came without any warning at all. Feng Tianhua, who was still waiting for an answer, was given a fright. He had never expected that someone would attack him in public at this time, and in such a ruthless manner. Caught off guard, he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. Taking a step back, Zhang Xian punched out with his right fist. Zhenyun surged in his body, intending to block the punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and a berserk chi exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave that forced some of the people in the surroundings to retreat. Cracks appeared on the sturdy stone pillars on both sides of the corridor, as if they would collapse at any moment. Feng Tianhua felt a sweet taste in his throat and blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His opponent's chi had actually directly shattered his true essence and injured his internal organs. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Feng clan? Are you tired of living? Feng Tianhua shouted angrily. Xiao Chun did not bother speaking nonsense with Feng Tianhua. The other party was a medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun needed to take advantage of the momentum of this punch to take him down. Otherwise, if Feng Tianhua recovered his wits and stabilized himself, he would be in big trouble. The blue dragon image under Xiao Chun's feet roared ferociously. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chun arrived before Feng Tianming in the blink of an eye. Then, he circulated all his vital qi. Even without infusing his quintessence, Xiao Qin's punch and claw contained 500 tons of force. His attacks were incredibly fast, and the circulation of his vital qi was faster than his quintessence. Bang! 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 Feng Tianhua only had time to circulate half of his quintessence to deal with Xiao Qin's attacks. Then Xiao Qin forced him to retreat. A strong wind blew, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Damn it! Scram! Forced into such a sorry state by a junior before everyone, Feng Tianhua finally flared up. His quintessence burned on the surface of his body. Tianhua was forced to burn his quintessence. The people who had retreated from the winding corridor were astonished as well. Feng Tianhua had been a medial-grade martial monarch for a long time already. Unexpectedly, he was forced to burn his quintessence so quickly. What was even more shocking was that when Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, punched at Xiao Qian, he did not manage to knock Xiao Qian back. Facing Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, Xiao Qian was not surprised. He had expected this. He merged his vital qi and quintessence, and his attacks did not stop. The surging shockwaves exploded with a loud rumble, causing the air to reflect blurry traces. Feng Tianhua took 10 steps back, but Xiao Qian only took 8 steps back. Boom! The winding corridor could no longer endure the shockwaves of the two's attacks. With a loud bang, it collapsed, turning into rubble. Bang! 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 The two exerted their strength at the same time, blasting the falling rocks into powder and scattering them with the wind. When Feng Tianhua saw that he could not gain the upper hand even after burning his quintessence, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Then, he placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. Elder brother Tianhua is going to draw his sword. That brat is finished for sure. That's right. Elder brother Tianhua's sword intent has reached 40% comprehension long ago. When he draws his sword, he will be able to defeat this person in 10 moves. This brat has to die. Even with Feng Tianming protecting him, it will not work. Feng Tianhua's cousins spoke in a few words. Clearly, they were frustrated with the sudden appearance of Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian drew his sword, and a surging sword intent spread out. The entire sword trembled continuously. In that instant, all the swordsmen felt their swords tremble uncontrollably. Feng Tianhua leaped up, and his gaze turned sinister. He focused his quintessence on his sword, combining it with his 60% comprehended sword intent to form a sharp sword light. The group of people all revealed joyful expressions. After defeating this brat, Feng Tianming would have another crime to bear. Chang! However, before these people could withdraw their smiles, the lunar shadow saber at Xiao Qian's waist had already been drawn. The 60% comprehended saber intent, combined with the quintessence in his body, formed a dazzling purple saber light. Kase! When the saber light and the sword light clashed, there was no chance at all. The sword light was like a piece of wood breaking in half. When the light faded, only half of Feng Tianhua's sword remained. The other half shattered in the air, turning into a rain of swords that shot out in all directions, creating tiny cracks in space. When Xiao Qian swung his saber, he chopped the other party's sword in half, defeating his opponent miserably. Such strength not only rendered Feng Tianhua's group speechless, but it also shocked Feng Tianming to the point of gaping. This sword had followed Feng Tianhua for several decades. His mind was already connected to it. After the sword broke, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Feng Tianhua revealed an expression of disbelief on his pale face. He asked sullenly, "Who exactly are you? You are already about to die. Why ask so many questions?" Xiao Qian stomped on the ground and sent out a barrage of saber lights. Feng Tianhua, who did not have a weapon in hand, was reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Qian's saber intent enveloped Feng Tianhua's body. Based on his stance, he intended to kill Feng Tianhua, not even giving him a chance to flee. The expressions of Feng Tianhua's group immediately changed. They all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Qian, trying to save Feng Tianhua. However, these people were only half-step martial monarchs. After all, martial monarchs were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. The essence attacks could not break Xiao Qian's quintessence shield. There was no need to worry about them. All he needed to do was dodge some of the killing moves. After severely injuring Feng Tianhua with one saber strike, Xiao Chan turned his attention to the other minor characters. He executed the Thunder Shadow Chop, and after images flickered, Xiao Chen instantly sent out 7 saber strikes, knocking down the people who had been harassing him. All of them had pained expressions on their faces. Feng Tianhua and his group of people, who had come with surging auras, had all been defeated at Xiao Chen's hands. At this moment they no longer had their earlier grandeur. No one dared to say anything. Yingyu watched as Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. A look of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Mr. Feng, are you still unable to make up your mind? They have the Wan clan as their backer. You have the Great Qin Nation's royal court as well. The royal court will not sit idly by and watch as the Wan clan swallows up the Feng clan's businesses." Feng Tianming's heart turned cold. He knew that there was no room for negotiation. He instructed the 5 people behind him. "These people colluded with outsiders and are up to no good. Leave none alive. Kill them all." Xiao Chen ignored the 5 people who killed Feng Tianming. He walked straight to Feng Tianming and said, "Prepare the best warship. We should be able to rush back in 7 days." Feng Tianming shook his head and said, "A regular warship will not be able to reach the Great Jin Nation in 7 days. That Wan Feng will definitely be using the Bushin Palace's warship." Yingyu said, "Use our Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship, the Imperial Dragon. Although it cannot compare to the Bushin Palace's warship, if we plan the route well, we should be able to rush back in 5 days." Feng Tianming's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Many thanks, Princess Yu." Yingyu smiled gently and said, "I cannot leave the Great Qin Nation. I will not be able to accompany you this time. I will lead people to support you at the border." On the surface, the Great Qin Nation's royal court could not afford to offend the Wan clan. Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming both understood this. Yingyu being able to send the Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship was already a great help. After Feng Tianming used his lightning-fast methods, the chaotic situation finally stabilized. As for the Elders' Assembly, Feng Tianming was no longer in the mood to convene it. Inside the Great Hall, Feng Tianming held a map as he discussed the route of travel with his 5 bodyguards. There was no way to travel in a straight line in the sky. For example, there would be many horrifying high-ranked flying spirit beasts blocking the way. In some places there would be spatial storms. Anything that entered would be shredded to pieces. There were also places controlled by ancient clans. Without permission one could not pass. Going by a regular trade route, even with the Imperial Dragon, it would take 7 days to travel from the imperial capital to the Great Jin Nation's Wan clan's headquarters. Hence, Xiao Chen had to choose a place that he normally avoided and forcefully break through to save time. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box wrapped in black cloth on his back on the table. Then, he sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, "Xiao Chen, we have already chosen the route. We intend to directly break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. That way we can save 2 days." Chapter 629. Feng Tianming walked over and said to Xiao Chen. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, Feng Tianming could no longer ignore his strength, so he came over to seek his opinion. Xiao Chen knew a little about the Black Smoke Mountain range. A rank 7 flying spirit beast, the Black Smoke Condor, rested at the highest peak of the mountain range. They were not high in rank, but there were many of them. Each time they moved there would be at least 10,000 of them. Regular merchant groups would circle around the vast Black Smoke Mountain range, taking a long journey. Although it was time-consuming, it was safe. There are 3 places we can break in. We feel that the Black Smoke Condor is the easiest. The other 2 places are much more troublesome. Then Feng Tianming explained the situation of the other 2 places to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to make his breakthrough in the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming glanced at the wooden box wrapped in black cloth. He felt somewhat curious, but he did not ask anything. An hour later, the enormous golden warship, Imperial Dragon, flew over. The few of them didn't waste any time and directly walked up to the bow. When the Imperial Dragon flew at full speed, it could reach Mach 7, much faster than a regular martial monarch. Furthermore, it did not need to stop to rest. It was perfect for traveling. Around the hull of the ship, there was a faint layer of protective shield, blocking the air outside. Feng Tianming stood on the warship's bow with an extremely grave expression. The Wan clan had a martial sage. If the other party was not willing to hand over Feng Feishue, they would be at their wits' end. Feng Feishue had not gone willingly. Without Feng Tianming and the others' help, Wan Feng would not have been able to bring her away. If Feng Tianming had killed this person earlier, things would not have been as difficult as they were now. Feng Tianming blamed himself. Xiao Chun, what cultivation realm has your combat prowess reached? Now that things had reached this point, there was no point in overthinking it. Feng Tianming collected his thoughts and started chatting with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he had beaten the medial grade martial monarch, Feng Tianhua, to the point where he could not retaliate. Feng Tianming wanted to know Xiao Chun's true strength. Based on the standards of the Sky Dome realm, a regular superior grade martial monarch would not be a match for me. As for the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs, I cannot say much about them, Xiao Chun said directly, not hiding anything. Feng Tianming felt startled in his heart. Despite such shocking strength, Xiao Chun spoke of it so casually. However, the other party no longer used the standards of the Sky Dome realm to measure him. Such a mentality was understandable. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun realm was several times denser than in the lower realms. Although they were both inferior grade martial monarchs, the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs had much more essence than the lower realm martial monarchs. There was even a rumor that the bottlenecks of cultivators in the Kunlun realm were even harder to break through than in the lower realms. However, once one succeeded in breaking through, the benefits of the body were not something that the lower realms could compare to. There were many more high-rank cultivation techniques in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. The quality of martial monarchs was not something the lower realms could compare to. Along the way, the two did not run into any trouble. Soon the Black Smoke Mountain range appeared before their eyes. A long stretch of pitch-black clouds lingered in the sky above the many peaks. After the Imperial Dragon appeared, the dark clouds quickly drifted over. One would only notice them when they got close. The so-called dark clouds were actually formed from numerous black smoke eagles, and they covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Merely this impetus caused one's heart to palpitate without end. Feng Tianming said somewhat anxiously, "The energy barrier will not be able to block all the black smoke condors. The beaks of those black smoke condors are extremely sharp. They can easily pierce through any metal. You and I need to kill all the black smoke condors that barge in quickly. Otherwise, the ship will be pecked through, and we will be forced to land." The situation was dire. Xiao Chun understood that the other party was not lying. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and waited quietly for the black smoke condors to attack. There were no royal clan members on the Imperial Dragon. Feng Tianming's 5 personal guards controlled the warship. They could only rely on Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming to defend it. Bang! 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 Black shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Everywhere they looked, they were all sturdy black smoke condors, their bodies emitting thick black gas. The black smoke condors' beaks were like iron hooks and their claws were even harder than frost iron. They continuously struck the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier. At this moment, the huge warship seemed as small as an ant. It swayed left and right, rocking continuously. Xiao Chun stood on the deck and closed his eyes, not moving at all. He only used his spiritual sense to scan every corner of the warship, not missing a single spot. Feng Tianming's expression turned even graver. If not for the fact that he was in a rush for 2 days, he would not have taken this risk. Ha! There was a crisp sound, and a small crack appeared in the energy barrier. Soon a hole appeared, and a black smoke condor let out a shrill cry as it entered. Xiao! However, before the black smoke condor could move, a saber light flashed, and the huge black smoke condor was chopped in half. When Feng Tianming saw Xiao Chun kill a black smoke condor at lightning speed, he calmed down. He leaped up and arrived before the hole. Then he placed his hands on the energy barrier. Xiao Chun's quintessence flowed out from his hands and quickly mended the hole. The warship's defensive formation provided the energy barrier. As long as the formation did not break, it could be mended in an instant. This was why Feng Tianming dared to choose this place as his breakthrough point. Ha! Ha! Ka, ka. A few more holes appeared, and 10-odd black smoke condors flew over from all directions. Their ferocious auras spread out. These black smoke condors were crafty. They did not clash head-on with Xiao Chan. Instead, they flew to the sides of the warship and the deck, trying to destroy it. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chan soared into the air, and a blue dragon image moved under his feet. He took 7 steps in the air and killed a black smoke condor with one saber strike. Then the 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chan swung his saber and instantly killed the remaining 3 black smoke condors, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Xiao Chen, do you need help? Feng Tianming asked as he mended the hole. Xiao Chan replied sullenly, there's no need. Just focus on mending the hole. The two split up the work. Xiao Chan was responsible for killing the black smoke condors, while Feng Tianming focused on mending the hole. Under the intense fluctuations, the warship moved forward, wobbling. At the most dangerous moment, more than 100 holes appeared. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Shadow Chop 5 times in a row. However, he still could not clear out all the black smoke condors in a short time. When a black smoke condor landed on the deck, it pecked ferociously with its long beak. A deep crack immediately appeared in the tough deck. At the critical moment, Xiao Chan used the purple thunder arrow in veritable flame to kill the black smoke condor, avoiding a calamity. After flying like this for 4 hours, the Imperial Dragon was 500 kilometers away from the Black Smoke Mountain range. Only then did the black smoke condors slowly leave. When the dark clouds scattered and they saw the sky again, the two heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Tianming said somewhat joyfully, fortunately we managed to pass. The warship's spirit stones are almost depleted. If we had held on for another 15 minutes, the energy barrier would have failed. The energy barrier around the warship had already dimmed significantly. Its defensive capabilities were at least 10 times weaker than before. Feng Tianming was not lying. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly frowned. He quickly said, there is danger. Quintessence, protect yourself. Feng Tianming's face sank. Although he was astonished, he still did as Xiao Chen said. Quintessence spread out from his entire body, forming a nearly solid light barrier. Bang! 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 10 dazzling beams of light shot out from 10 kilometers in front. In an instant, they struck the dimmed energy barrier, not giving the Imperial Dragon any chance to turn around. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and the Imperial Dragon exploded in the air, turning into a clump of light. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Xiao Chen and the others quickly fell to the ground. 10 warships stood in the distant sky. A person stood on the bow of the leading warship. As he looked at the Imperial Dragon, which had turned into a clump of light, he smiled faintly and said, you can't even withstand a single blow. Let's go. The 10 ancient demonic energy cannons had exhausted a total of 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier was intact, it would still be somewhat lacking. Now that the energy barrier was practically useless, it would be even worse. Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming had used their quintessence to protect themselves in advance. Furthermore, the warship had blocked some of the shockwaves from the ancient demonic energy cannons. Hence, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although the other 5 had not received any warning, they had been inside the warship. Hence, the shockwaves were much weaker, and their injuries were not that serious. However, now that the warship was destroyed, it would be impossible for them to rush back before Feng Feishua's wedding. After the group landed, Feng Tianming said hatefully, the Wan clan's people are too ruthless. Unexpectedly, they ambushed us here in advance. With the warship destroyed, there was no way for them to rush back in advance. By the time the wedding was over, everything would be settled. What was done was done. No one would be able to salvage the situation. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected as he glanced at Feng Tianming's bodyguard. Then he pulled off the strip of cloth covering his forehead and said, take my throne and rush over. Although it is slower than the Imperial Dragon's warship, it is still faster than a cultivator over a long distance. The explosive speed of a cultivator was faster than a regular warship. However, it was troublesome for a cultivator to replenish their quintessence. Traveling for a long time would not be as efficient as using a secret treasure. A light flickered, and a mysterious scarlet throne floated quietly on a clump of red clouds in front. Xiao Chun took the lead and landed on the throne. He said calmly, "Come up quickly. If I use my full power, we should still be able to make it." Feng Tianming's group of 6 stood on the clump of red clouds in shock. Clearly, they found this secret treasure very miraculous. Xiu! A scarlet light flickered as Xiao Chun operated the scarlet throne. It turned into a scarlet arrow high in the sky and quickly headed for the great Jin nation. Feng Tianming smiled happily and said, "Xiao Chun, it is fortunate that you have this move. Otherwise, we would have to return empty-handed." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not deny it. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to observe the expressions of Feng Tianming's 5 bodyguards. After a while, Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense. He had a rough idea of what was going on. The headquarters of the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was an independent city in the Great Jin Nation called Wan Clan City. This city was several times larger than Mo City. 3 days later, the group arrived outside Wan Clan City. The city walls were filled with red lanterns. There was a festive atmosphere at the city gates. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. "Ha! The wedding of the Wan Clan's young master is really grand. I heard that the disciples of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans are all rushing over to offer their congratulations." Chapter 630. That is natural. The Wan Clan is as wealthy as a nation. The 10 great sects and 8 noble clans all have business dealings with them. Now that the Wan Clan's young master is getting married, we have to give them some face. I heard that the bride is also a top-notch beauty. She is the female head of the Flying Snow Merchant Association. With this strong alliance, the Wan Clan will become even stronger in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in quickly. Tomorrow is the official wedding. No matter what, we have to go and join in the fun. As Xiao Chun, Feng Tianming, and the others stood not far from the city, they heard the discussions of the passers-by. Feng Tianming sighed and said, "At least we are not late. If we were one day late, we would not have been able to do anything." Xiao Chun said calmly, "Let's enter the city and find a place to sit down first. During the wedding tomorrow, we just need to clarify things with the Wan Clan's people." Xiao Chen's group concealed themselves a little. After they handed over the wedding gifts, they successfully snuck in. Although it was deep into the night, the Wan Clan city was brightly lit and bustling with activity. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, looking very festive. Xiao Chun was in his room, cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and his lips curled up. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally revealed your tale." Using his spiritual sense, one of Feng Tianming's bodyguards sneakily opened the door and looked around to make sure no one was around. Unfolding his body, he quickly slipped out of the inn and flew out of the city. Xiao Chun opened the window and left behind a strand of spiritual sense to follow. Then he followed from a distance. His gaze was cold and emotionless, and a faint killing intent spread out. Aside from Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming, only the 5 bodyguards knew the route Xiao Chen's group took to break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming would not doubt this. Xiao Chun, the trusted aide who had followed him for many years, would. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Coincidentally, the Imperial Dragon warship's energy barrier was weakened to its limit, and it received 10 shots from the peak demonic energy cannons. There was definitely a traitor. After releasing the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chun had been observing the expressions of the 5 guards. The fluctuations in the expression of the guard called Hung did not escape his notice. As expected, Zhang Heng could no longer hold himself back the moment the group arrived at the Wan Clan city. This person was extremely cautious. He seemed to have sensed that someone was following him, and he released his perception force several times to search the surroundings. He even set up a misleading formation to draw out Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's divine sense could track him from 5 kilometers away. With his perception, he couldn't detect Xiao Chun at all. After a few fruitless attempts, Zhang Heng felt that he was being a little paranoid, so he began to rush at full speed. After a while, he arrived at a remote pavilion. In front of the pavilion, there were cultivators dressed in the attire of the Wan Clan standing guard. Zhang Heng stepped forward and handed over a token, and the guards in front of the pavilion immediately let him in. The pavilion was heavily guarded, and it was obvious that it was an important place of the Wan clan. However, Xiao Chun had his spiritual sense and did not need to barge in. He gently landed on a roof and followed Zhang Heng's line of sight to see the situation inside clearly. Zhang Heng arrived at a wing of the pavilion. Two people had been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Chun recognized one of them. This person was the welcoming envoy of the Bushin Palace, Wan Feng. The person beside Wan Feng was a handsome youth dressed in magnificent clothes with a decorative hat on his head. Compared to Wan Feng, this person was also a rare and elegant youth. However, he had a worldly air to him. In comparison, this person's aura was much weaker. From the conversation between the two, Xiao Chun found out this person's identity. This person was called Wan Shan, and he was the one who married Feng Feixue. Wan Shan looked at Zhang Heng with some surprise. He said, "I received news that you were shot down near the Black Smoke Mountain range. How did you arrive at my Wan clan city so quickly?" Zhang Heng did not hide anything as he said, "Xiao Chun has a strange throne secret treasure. It does not consume spiritual energy to fly, and it is extremely fast. Without that throne, Feng Tianming would not have been able to rush over." Wan Shan frowned slightly and asked, "The king-grade true dragon genius, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun?" Zhang Heng nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. The Xiao clan seems to have a marriage agreement with the Feng clan's ancestor, so Feng Tianming invited him over. Here are 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and a void-breaking pill. Tell me where they are staying and you may leave." Wan Shan had not expected this matter to involve Xiao Chun. He felt a headache coming on. He took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Heng before waving his hand. Zhang Heng had obtained the benefits that he wanted. He revealed an excited expression and withdrew in satisfaction. "Cousin, this Xiao Chun is not easy to deal with. The last time Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, he did not even last one move against him. I have no idea what his limits are." Wan Shan looked at Wan Feng and said, "Furthermore, it is probably not convenient for my great-grandfather to make a move. Xiao Chun possesses the luck of the Sky Dome realm. If a martial sage makes a move against him, there will be dire consequences." Wan Feng smiled faintly and said, "How strong can a lower realm martial monarch be? You can rest assured and go hug your beauty. Leave this Xiao Chun to me." Seeing that Wan Shan still seemed worried, Wan Feng said softly, "According to the Sky Dome realm, that Zhang Heng is a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I am also only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, I will not even use 10% of my strength to deal with him." "Not even using 10% of my strength to deal with a peak inferior grade martial monarch?" Wan Shan exclaimed. "Really?" Wan Feng withdrew his smile and said with a grave expression, "The Kunlun realm is a great realm that you cannot imagine. What does a martial monarch count for there? Don't worry. If Xiao Chun comes to cause trouble, I will be the first to stop him. Remember to act quickly and swallow up the Feng clan as soon as possible. This time I need to bring back 1 million superior grade spirit stones. There are too many people to bribe." Wan Shan nodded and said, "No problem. Given the wealth that the Feng clan has accumulated over 1,000 years, they will definitely be able to take out 1 million superior grade spirit stones." Up on the roof, Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed an expression of contemplation. It turned out that the Wan clan had already made up their mind to swallow up the Feng clan. The Wan clan probably had a special channel to send some of the resources they plundered to the upper realms Wan Feng. Otherwise, the Wan clan would not have risen so quickly. Xiao Chun casually glanced around and found Zhang Heng. Then, he smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. "Xiu." Under the full moon, Xiao Chun gently moved. His white robes were like a specter in the night as he silently landed in front of Zhang Heng. "Young Master Xiao, why are you here?" Zhang Heng had obtained more than 10,000 superior grade spirit stones out of nowhere, and the void-breaking pill for breaking through his bottleneck. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chun suddenly appear, he was startled and exclaimed loudly. Xiao Chun stared at the other party and did not say anything. He withdrew his killing intent and silently placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Zhang Heng felt guilty. When Xiao Chun looked at him, he felt goosebumps. Under the huge mental pressure, he could not help but tremble. A deathly silence spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chan said calmly. Break your meridians yourself. Don't force me to make a move. At this moment, Zhang Heng could already guess that his whereabouts had probably been exposed. First, he wasn't just being paranoid. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he suddenly attacked. His quintessence surged and a fist wind tore through space, punching at Xiao Chan. However, when Zhang Heng was about to attack, he suddenly changed his move and retreated. It turned out that this was just a feint to confuse Xiao Chan and create an opportunity for him to escape back to the pavilion. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. However, reality was cruel and merciless. The fist wind only shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chan left behind. As for Xiao Chan, he moved in an arc and instantly attacked. Kasie. A resplendent purple saber light lit up the night. Zhang Heng cried out in pain as his right arm was chopped off. The explosive speed of the Blue Dragon Tail Whip was not something that Zhang Heng could dodge. When Zhang Heng attacked, he did not even have an opportunity to defend. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and punched with his right hand, shattering this person's dantian. Then he struck the back of this person's neck, knocking him out. Everything happened in an instant, as fast as a spark. Zhang Heng did not even feel the pain before he fainted. Casually carrying this person on his back, Xiao Chan returned to the inn and tossed him into Feng Tianming's room. When Feng Tianming saw Zhang Heng's body, shock appeared on his face. He asked, "What's going on? Did you get ambushed?" Xiao Chan told Feng Tianming everything he saw and heard. Then he took out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and void-breaking pills from Zhang Heng's spatial ring. Ungrateful dog. With a witness and material evidence, Feng Tianming had no choice but to believe the facts before him. He immediately felt enraged and sent a palm strike at Zhang Heng. Xiao Chan stopped him and said, "Keeping him alive is still useful. This place is no longer safe. We have to change places." Feng Tianming thought for a while and understood. He instructed the remaining 4 to carry Zhang Heng and quickly leave this place. 10 minutes after the group left, the Wan clan elders immediately led a large group of people to this place, surging with killing qi. However, they did not discover anyone, so they could not help but feel disappointed. "We are too late. Continue searching. We absolutely cannot let them appear during the day," the elder leading the group said sullenly. If no one knew about it at night, they could still kill these people. However, killing the bride's father in front of the guests during the day would not work. Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, the entire Wan clan city was already bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people walking the streets. The drifting snow sword sex people are here as well. The top 10 of the True Dragon ranking Lu Xiaoyun is here as well. The 8 noble clans by Qi is here as well. The scions of the Qian clan and Wang clan are here as well. Sima Lingxian is here as well. The Haotian sex Yuchensi is here as well. Nearly all the 10 great sects and 8 great sects are here. The Wan clan's reputation is indeed great. On the second floor of an inn in the city, many cultivators gathered by the window. They looked at the people passing by below. When they saw these famous people, they would occasionally exclaim in surprise. Xiao Chan, who was in the inn, wore a conical bamboo hat as he looked at the crowd below. He felt it was strange as well. He had not expected the Wan clan to have such influence. Nearly all the famous sects and noble clans in the entire Great Jin nation had rushed over. Many of their scions were here as well. Feng Tianming, who was also wearing a conical bamboo hat, sighed softly. Originally, with the Wan clan's reputation, it would not be necessary for the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans to come personally. However, the welcoming envoy this time is actually related to the Wan clan. Chapter 631. For Wan Feng to be the welcoming envoy, he definitely had a significant background in the Kunlun realm. He was definitely not some random nobody. Everyone understood this point. By relying on Wan Feng's hard work in the Kunlun realm, the Wan clan would definitely prosper in the future. There would be no harm in establishing a good relationship with them. On the other hand, if they offended the Wan clan and their geniuses went to the Kunlun realm, they would definitely be suppressed by the faction behind Wan Feng. There would be no benefits at all. Under the conical bamboo hat, Xiao Chen's expression appeared extremely calm. After receiving a favor, he made a promise. Since he had already agreed, there was no turning back. If he did not agree to a promise, then he would do his best. The two slowly left the crowd and went to a private room of the inn. Then they quietly waited for news, not saying anything. After a while, one of Feng Tianming's personal guards carefully pushed open the door and entered. Feng Tianming, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stood up and asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" "The wedding will be held in the Wan clan's castle. It will start at noon," that person answered respectfully. Feng Tianming pushed open the window and looked up at the sky. Then he said, "There is still an hour before it starts. Let's go. We have to explain everything to everyone before the wedding." The Wan clan's residence was heavily guarded, with countless experts. If they tried to barge in, not only would they have to pay a high price, but they might even endanger Feng Feishua's life. Last night they discussed all night and decided to explain everything clearly in front of all the guests in the world. Given Feng Tianming's status and the bride's father, his words were the most persuasive. No matter how shameless the Wan clan's people were, they would not go to the extent of making a move in front of everyone. The Wan clan's castle was vast and majestic. With one glance it looked like a small city. It occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. This was the core of the Wan clan's headquarters. When the group arrived before the castle, they removed their conical bamboo hats and followed the invited guests to the castle's entrance. "Halt! Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter." The guard said coldly as he blocked Feng Tianming's group without any expression on his face. Feng Tianming took out his identity medallion to prove his identity. He said angrily, "What do you mean? I am the bride's father. Why do I need an invitation to enter?" The guards in front of them had obviously received instructions from their superiors and had no intention of letting them pass. A group of guards quietly surrounded them, using the human wall to cover their figures, so that the other guests did not know what was happening here. On top of the wall, the Wan clan's family head, Wan Baolu, Wan Feng, and Wan Shan, looked coldly at Feng Tianming and the others below. Behind them stood 8 martial monarchs with high cultivations. They were expressionless and had withdrawn their murderous intent. These 8 people were the Wan clan's famous 8 great guardian deities. When they worked together, they could easily kill a peak martial monarch. Wan Feng smiled gently and said, "Uncle, go and greet the guests. Cousin, go and receive the bride. Leave this place to me. With me here, I guarantee that they won't be able to enter." Wan Baolu tactfully rejected the other party's request and said with a smile, "You worry too much, honorable nephew. There's no need for honorable nephew to do anything about guarding the door. 8 great guardian deities, all of you guard this place. If they want to barge in, just show them what you're made of." Wan Feng glanced at the 8 great guardian deities behind him and did not say anything more. These 8 great guardian deities knew a combination technique. Even if they fought head-on, it would be difficult to deal with them. With these 8 people here, they would be able to keep Xiaochan and the others at the door. At the very least, they would be able to last until the wedding was over. At that time, it would not matter whether the other party entered or not. The 3 chatted and laughed as they left, leaving only the 8 great guardian deities coldly staring at Xiaochan and the others below. Xiaochan raised his head and glanced at the castle, at Wan Feng and the others leaving. Then he projected his voice to Feng Tianming and said, "We can't get through here. Don't waste your time here." Feng Tianming felt very sullen. His daughter was getting married, and he, the father-in-law, was blocked outside, not even able to enter. Scram! Is the Wan clan a place where you can behave atrociously? I don't care what your status is. Without an invitation you cannot enter. The leader of the guards did not even bother to look at Feng Tianming, directly chasing him away. This was the headquarters of the great Jin nation's Wan clan. In this place the Wan clan was the king. With the orders of the clan head, these guards did not care about the 6 martial monarchs before them. Even if Xiaochan barged in, he did not fear the other party. It was just 6 martial monarchs. All 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches had arrived long ago. Furthermore, there were also the 8 great guardian deities who did not leave the headquarters for long periods of time. Unless a martial sage came, it would be impossible to knock on the door. After receiving Xiao Qin's instructions, Feng Tianming was infuriated. However, He endured it and did not flare up on the spot. Instead, he led the group away. The leader of the 8 great guardian deities, Tuoba Yun, smiled coldly and said, "At least you are tactful. I have not truly stretched my limbs for many years." Someone at the side smiled and said, "The person in the middle seems to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chan, the King True Dragon ranked first on this True Dragon ranking." Tuoba Yun said in disdain, "A King Grade True Dragon? Wait until he matures. Now. Haha. If he dares to behave atrociously here, I do not mind teaching this little fellow a lesson." After Feng Tianming led the group far away, he could not help asking, "Xiao Chun, why did you call us out? The wedding is about to begin." After a moment of silence, Xiao Chun said, "The Wan clan's 8 great guardian deities are watching us from the top of the wall. They can't wait for us to make a move so that they can delay us here." When the group heard the name of the 8 great guardian deities, their expressions changed involuntarily. The 8 great guardian deities were very famous, and their methods were very sinister. The Wan clan's headquarters had been in closed-door cultivation for so many years, and the martial sages had not dared to do anything to them, all because of the ferocious reputation of the 8 great guardian deities. Even in the Great Jin Nation, where experts were as common as the clouds, the 8 great guardian deities were peak characters. When the 8 of them executed their joint martial techniques, they could even kill a peak martial monarch. What should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as they snatch Fei Shua away? Feng Tianming asked, feeling depressed. Xiao Chan said, "I have a 50% chance of dealing with the 8 great guardian deities. The more difficult one to deal with is that person called Wan Feng. However, that is not the main point for now. I'll go and see where else we can enter." The Wan clan's fortress occupied a vast area. Xiao Chun did not believe that any other place could maintain the same level of defense as the main gate. Xiao Chun circled around the airtight fortress from a distance. He meticulously observed the defensive strength of the fortress's outer perimeter. He discovered that although the walls were vast, there were guards at every certain distance. The guards were made up of 10 martial saints and 1 martial king. They were all very strong. As long as there was any movement anywhere, they would be able to respond with a single call. The entire group of guards would quickly assemble, not giving the enemy any opportunity to attack. "I can only kill them by force. I can kill 7 of them in an instant. Leave the other 3 to Feng Tianming and the others. It should not be a problem." After a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He called Feng Tianming and the others over to a wall at the back of the fortress. "There are 11 guards. I will deal with 7 of them. As for the remaining 4, can each of you deal with 1? Xiao Chan pointed to a pair of guards patrolling the wall and said, "Furthermore, you have to do it within 1 breath of time. We cannot startle the people in other places or give them a chance to activate the alarms in their hands." Feng Tianming and the others were all martial monarchs. If they attacked suddenly, it would not be difficult to kill 4 people in an instant. On the other hand, Xiao Chun wanted to kill 7 people in 1 move. This worried Feng Tianming. He asked, "Xiao Chun, will you be fine?" "I'm fine. I am very confident." Feng Tianming did not say anything more. He said, "If you are all fine, then let's make our move on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Xiu!" 5 figures soared into the sky, each of them pouncing on their opponents. They gathered quintessence in their hands and with a bang, the opponents of Feng Tianming and the others fell silently. The horrifying nature of quintessence was not something the essence of these martial saints and martial kings could withstand. Feng Tianming turned his head to look, wanting to understand Xiao Chen's situation. He wanted to see if he had made any mistakes so that he could salvage the situation. With Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to doubt that he could deal with 7 martial saints. However, Feng Tianming was still worried about silently dealing with his opponents in an instant. However, the instant Feng Tianming turned his head, he did not manage to catch Xiao Chen's attack. He only saw 7 afterimages quickly merging together in the air. The many afterimages merged together. When Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber in his hand, it gave off a dreamlike feeling. The 7 Wan clan guards behind him all had a faint scar on their necks, and they slowly fell to the ground without a sound. "Put on their clothes. It should be easier to sneak in later," Feng Tianming said after thinking for a while. The group changed into the clothes of the guards. Xiao Chun used the purple flames to burn the corpses. After he destroyed the corpses, they jumped down together and officially entered this heavily guarded fortress. The moment they landed, they heard cheerful music. It sounded very festive. The place where the music came from must be where the wedding was taking place. Feng Tianming's face sank. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed over. Along the way, there were many bright red flower pots on both sides. With one glance, it looked very beautiful. There were many people coming and going in the fortress. It was clearly very busy. It looked like the Wan clan had put in a lot of effort for this wedding. Relying on the Wan clan guards' clothes, the group arrived safely at the place where the music came from. It was a huge plaza. The plaza was filled with neatly arranged wine tables. A rough count would give at least 1,000 tables. Those who could sit at these tables were all famous people of the great Jin nation. This was especially so for the ones at the front. All of them were honored guests of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans. The entire place was filled with laughter. Amid the music, it was peaceful. The Wan clan's clan head, Wan Baolu, sat in the middle of the tall platform with a smile on his face. Occasionally, he toasted the people who came to congratulate him. Wan Feng sat beside Wan Baolu. He had a faint smile on his face. As Wan Feng looked at the people who came to congratulate him, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. It seemed like he looked down on the people of the Sky Dome realm from the bottom of his heart. Old brother Wan, for your wedding this time, my Evil Moon Pavilion offers a 5,000-year-old heavenly mountain snow ginseng as a token of our sincerity. The Evil Moon Pavilion's vice pavilion master stood up and offered a brocade box. Wan Baolu smiled widely and said, "You are too polite. Anything will do." Chapter 632. This pair of moonlight treasured lotuses will be my Wang clan's congratulatory gift, the Wang clan elder of the 8 noble clans said as he stood up. Following that, the 10 major sects and 8 major clans stood up one by one and presented their gifts, although they were not particularly valuable. The 8 noble clans and 10 great sects were willing to give face to his Wan clan. This was something no other faction could do. Wan Baolu felt very pleased. He knew that this was all thanks to Wan Feng. If Wan Feng had not been the welcoming envoy, he would have made a name for himself in the Kunlun realm. He estimated that even half of the people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans would have come. When the Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi saw all this, her lips twitched. This Wan clan is really impressive. Isn't it just a welcoming envoy? Is there a need to praise him like this? The Haotian sect elder at the side quickly said, "Chenxi, speak softly. That Wan Feng is not as simple as you think. He broke through to martial monarch in the Kunlun realm. He is even stronger than us old fellows. His talent is also stronger than that of a regular genius with luck. However, these are not important. The main thing is that his master, the extreme old man, is one of the martial sages with the highest chance of becoming Emperor Wu in the past 100 years. The extreme sect behind him is even stronger than our Haotian sect. Don't offend him now. Otherwise, when he returns to the Kunlun realm, you will gain a terrifying enemy for no reason." When Yu Chenxi heard this, she did not say anything more. Just at this moment, Wan Feng looked over with a strange expression as if he had heard the conversation between the two. Immediately, Yu Chenxi felt a huge pressure. She had just broken through to martial monarch 7 days ago. Her cultivation now rivaled that of several of the elders in her sect. However, under the pressure of Wan Feng's gaze, her aura could not resist much. Even the circulation of her quintessence became very difficult. When the elder at the side saw this, he quickly released his aura to bear this pressure. Wan Feng smiled disdainfully and withdrew his aura. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Someone who is not even in the top 3 of the lower realms dares to gossip about me?" However, she did look pretty good. Xiao Chun wondered if she was still a virgin. If she was, when he went to the Kunlun realm, he could use her as a cultivation cauldron for his senior brothers. Yu Chenxi felt a lingering fear in his heart. The other party's gaze contained an extremely cold aura. Coupled with the pressure of his aura, his entire body was bone-chilling, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Are the geniuses of the Kunlun realm all this strong? A random inferior grade martial monarch actually makes me feel like I have no chance of victory. The Haotian sect elder at the side consoled. Don't underestimate yourself. He is only so strong because he went to the Kunlun realm a few years earlier than you. His accumulations are deeper than yours, and his talent is not much stronger than yours. As long as you work hard, you will catch up to him sooner or later. Yu Chenxi nodded and said, I wonder what kind of great realm the Kunlun realm is. Although the clash of auras between Wan Feng and Yu Chenxi was short and did not cause a large commotion by Qi Lu Xiaoyun Gongyang Yu Nangong Ziyue, and the others who were seated in front saw it clearly. The shock in their hearts was no less than Yu Chenxi's. From the end of the five-nation youth competition until now, these people had used their luck to break through to martial monarch. When they saw that the older generation experts of their sex were not as strong as them, they all felt proud and satisfied with their own strength. However, when they saw Wan Feng's strength, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Bai Qi muttered. This fellow is already so terrifying even before he makes a move. If he makes a move, how horrifying will his strength be? Gong Yongyu, who was not far away, thought even further. Wan Feng's talent was not the most outstanding in the Kunlun realm. Yet he could easily suppress everyone. If that was the case, when they went to the Kunlun realm, the glory of the past geniuses would immediately vanish, like an unremarkable drop of rain falling into the vast ocean. Gong Yongyu clenched his fist tightly and said to himself, however, even so, I still have to go to the Kunlun realm. I would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. I will do my best to catch up in this great age. Old brother Wan, isn't it time to invite the newcomers up? It has been so long already, someone at the table said to Wan Baolu with a smile. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the time. Then he smiled faintly and said, the auspicious hour is almost here. It is time to come out. Men, invite the two newcomers up. A group of pretty maids immediately appeared behind them. Amidst the ceremonial music they brought in Wan Feng, who was dressed in long red robes, and Feng Feishue, who was wearing a red veil. Feng Feishue's footsteps were very unnatural, like she was under some kind of restriction. However, with the support of the maidservants, she still walked forward step by step. With the appearance of the two newcomers, the atmosphere of the place immediately reached a climax. All sorts of praises for them, like they were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. Wan Baolo's face flushed red, feeling very carefree in his heart. Marrying Feng Feishue would be equivalent to obtaining half of the Feng clan's assets. As long as Feng Tianming died, Wan Shan would be able to become the Feng clan's son-in-law and take over the entire Feng clan's business. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he stood up and smiled. The auspicious hour is here. After bowing to heaven and earth, the Feng clan's young miss will officially enter my Wan clan. The noise at the scene gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two newlyweds. After 3 bows they would be officially married. Suddenly an extremely abrupt voice rang out in the quiet place. You still cannot bow to heaven and earth. The plaza immediately turned even quieter. Tens of thousands of people turned their heads to look at the same time. Unexpectedly, someone dared to interrupt the Wan clan's wedding at this moment. This person was truly reckless. Xiao Chun and the others removed their Wan clan guard uniforms and walked through the empty space between the tables. They looked at Wan Baolu and the others without any fear. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Why is he here? Is this fellow seeking death? The Wan clan has many experts. Even if he is a king-grade true dragon genius, he has not truly matured yet. He cannot possibly deal with the Wan clan. That's not right. The person beside him seems to be the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. What are these people doing here? Strange. Father-in-law's face looks frighteningly pale. What's going on? When the 6 saw Feng Tianming's figure, they all felt that the situation was strange. Something might have happened to this wedding. This group of fellows still managed to rush over, Wan Shan said with a sullen expression as he clenched his right fist. Are the 8 great guardian deities trash? The crafty Wan Baolu was much calmer. He waved his hand and said softly, don't get anxious. They might have come from somewhere else. However, it does not matter whether they came or not. The result cannot be changed. After saying that, Wan Feng waved his hand again, signaling one of his subordinates to call the 8 great guardian deities back. Wan Feng's expression did not change. He stared at Xiao Chun and revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Wan Feng muttered to himself, a king-grade true dragon genius. This is an opportunity. Among the same generation, a king-grade true dragon genius absolutely could not be defeated. Once defeated, he would immediately become an ordinary true dragon genius, as the path of a king did not permit failure. If I can defeat him here, when his luck in the Sky Dome realm is at its most horrifying, I might be able to steal some of his luck. Thinking of this, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. An intense intent to plunder appeared in his sullen eyes. The one with the surname Wan. Are you not even letting me in for my daughter's wedding? Feng Tianming stepped forward and immediately shouted angrily at Wan Baolu. He had been suppressing the rage in his heart for too long. Now that it erupted, he did not show any courtesy to Wan Baolu. The moment Feng Tianming said that, the guests burst into an uproar. What was going on with this wedding? Even the father-in-law was not allowed to enter. Wan Baolu smiled calmly and said, "How can that be? There must be some misunderstanding. Someone prepare a seat of honor for the in-laws." Feng Tianming shouted coldly, "Wan Baolu, don't play this game with me. My daughter never agreed to marry your son. 4 years ago, the two clans only discussed the matter. You took advantage of me leaving the Feng clan to kidnap my daughter. I do not blame you today. However, don't stop me from taking Feishua away. That can't be. The Wan clan is actually forcefully snatching someone else's daughter. That is too despicable. No wonder this wedding felt strange from the start. I did not see a single member of the bride's family." The expressions of the crowd as they looked at Wan Baolu immediately changed. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Wan Baolu's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Why do you say that? My Wan clan has already given you the betrothal gifts. Your big brother has also signed for them on your behalf. There is proof here." With a flip of his hand, Wan Baolu took out a stack of betrothal gifts. Feng Tianhua's signature and handprint were on them. They were genuine. After Wan Baolu showed the betrothal gifts to the guests, he suddenly stood up. Unperturbed, he enunciated every word clearly. "Brother Feng, if you want to be friendly, sit down and drink the wedding wine. In the future, our clans will be in-laws. If you want to break off the engagement and slap my Wan clan's face in front of everyone, you can forget about leaving this Wan clan today. Don't even think of leaving the Wan clan castle today. My Wan clan isn't a place that anyone can fool." Right after Wan Baolu spoke, the 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches suddenly stood up. A strong killing intent surged towards Feng Tianming's group of 3. The combined killing chi of the 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs was incredibly horrifying. Combined with Wan Baolu's sinister words, their auras immediately suppressed Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He could not say many things he wanted to say. The sudden change in the situation confused the surrounding guests. They did not know what was going on. Wan Baolu looked coldly at Feng Tianming, revealing deep disdain in his eyes. "You want to play with me? Why don't you look at where you are?" After waking Zhang Heng, who was on his shoulder, up, Xiao Chun casually tossed him aside and placed the scabbard on his back. Then he said calmly, "Tell me everything you know in detail." Zhang Heng had seen Xiao Chen's methods before, so he did not dare to disobey. He said in a trembling voice, "The Wan clan bribed Feng Tianhua long ago. The Wan clan promised to help him obtain the position of clan head, which is why he signed." Chapter 633. Pooh. Just as Zhang Heng spoke, Wan Baolu suddenly made his move. A dim light shot out and pierced through Zhang Heng's head. Where did this dog come from? To think that he dares to slander my Wan clan. How reckless. Xiao Chun could have stopped this earlier attack. However, he did not do so, as there was no need to do so. After all, everything before him was just a situation. Xiao Chun had never been so naive as to rely on evidence to resolve a problem in someone else's territory. Wan Baolu stood upright with his hands behind his back. After killing Zhang Heng, he looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. There are some muddy waters in this world that you cannot meddle in. The marriage of my Wan clan and Feng clan is not for you to interfere." Just as Feng Tianming was about to say something, Xiao Chun stopped him. He said calmly to Wan Baolu, Whether it is for me to interfere or not is not up to you. As for the truth, you just have to get the bride to speak, and the truth will be revealed. Everyone reacted. That's right. What exactly is going on? Just get the person involved to speak and everything will be clear. The red-robed one Shan said sternly. Fei Xue is not feeling well. It is not convenient for her to speak. What does it have to do with you whether she speaks or not? As Xiao Qian spoke, the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs focused on him. They wanted to use their killing intent to force Xiao Qian back. Before a strong aura, people would unconsciously lose some of their confidence, messing up their plans. This was what happened to Feng Tianming earlier. Now this group of people had the chance to use the same trick again. Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. Unexpectedly, they dared to play with killing intent with me. Interesting. A faint red light flickered in the depths of Xiao Qian's eyes. The peak state of massacre instantly surged out. A vast, ocean-like killing intent surged out like a flood. In that instant, it drowned out the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs. Then it continued forward without stopping. The strong killing intent stunned the 36 martial monarchs. They could not help but take a step back. Xiao Qian single-handedly forced back the killing intent of 36 martial monarchs. Such a shocking scene caused many people to take a deep breath. Xiao Qian's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, I'm feeling unwell. I'm afraid you guys have cast a restriction on me, so I can't open my mouth or circulate my energy. If I can make her open her mouth, I'll immediately turn around and leave. 10,000 treasure tower, do you dare? Xiao Qian's voice was calm and indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at Wan Baolu, who was like a king in Wan Clan City, and directly asked. Now that things have come to this, everyone present felt that there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Also, the Wan clan shouldn't be in the wrong. If not for his guilty conscience, he would not have killed Zhang Heng, nor would he have kept the bride in silence. However, this was the headquarters of the Wan clan. There were many experts here. Even if he was in the wrong, it would be very difficult for this Xiao Qian to bring the bride away, almost impossible. Wan Baolu felt frustrated. He shouted angrily, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This is the territory of my Wan clan. We do not welcome you here. Scram immediately. You don't dare? In that case, I'll come and ask her personally. Xiao Qian carried the black wooden box on his back and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He wore white robes and gently pushed off the ground. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiao Qian's body. He stood on a blue dragon image and quickly flew towards Feng Fei Xue. Wan Baolu was startled. He had not expected Xiao Qian to be so bold, daring to make a move in the Wan clan's territory in front of everyone. You overestimate yourself. Block him. Don't let him get close to Feng Fei Xue. Wan Baolu shouted angrily as he smacked the table heavily. Xiu! 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 Instantly, the 36 martial monarchs leaped up and unleashed their strong auras. As their quintessence surged, heaven and earth trembled. They all executed their best moves, giving off a resplendent light as they charged at Xiao Qian. Even though there were no superior-grade martial monarchs among the 36 martial monarchs, their aura was still very horrifying. Quintessence gathered and tore pitch-black tears in space. Everyone outside sucked in a deep breath. The Wan clan was too ruthless. They immediately mobilized 36 martial monarchs. It seemed like they wanted to suppress Xiao Qian. First martial uncle, please make a move and stop them. Xiao Qian will die, Yu Chenxi said to the Haotian sect elder beside him. That old man muttered. If I make a move, it will be useless. You should not make a move either. No martial monarch would be able to withstand the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Yu Chenxi said anxiously. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Xiao Qian die? He agreed to join my Haotian sect. It's fine. I already sent a message to Old Feng. As long as a martial sage does not make a move, he will not be able to do anything to the Wan clan. The old man said indifferently. As for now, let's just play it by ear. If Xiao Qian dies like this, he will not be worth the Haotian sect nurturing. As the old man spoke, the situation in the air changed. A Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram appeared in front of Xiao Qian. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams appeared on the surface. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram lit up, and all the attacks were reflected at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Waves of air surged and light overflowed in all directions. Blurry traces were refracted in space, and miserable shrieks resounded in succession. When the light scattered and the shock waves calmed, Xiao Chun, dressed in white and carrying a wooden box on his back, remained unharmed. The 36 martial monarchs who soared into the air were all caught off guard by their own killing moves. All of them were caught off guard by their own killer moves, groaning in pain as they fell down. Such a scene shocked everyone. In merely one breath of time, the 36 martial monarchs with surging auras were beaten into such a sorry state. That Haotian sect elder gaped and exclaimed in shock. How can this be? He really blocked the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Wan Baolu said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Bunch of trash. Get up and kill him. Xiao. When the 36 martial monarchs on the ground heard Wan Baolu's angry shout, they did not have time to adjust their chaotic auras. They got up and charged at Xiao Chun again. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had suffered such a huge attack. Xiao Chun had exhausted too much of his mental energy, and he could not continue using it. Xiao Chun flicked his sleeves, and the 2 clumps of yin and yang flames on the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram turned into 2 beams of light and returned to his eyes. After doing all this, the 3 martial monarchs at the front charged over again. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled coldly to himself. These people are too arrogant. They are severely injured, yet they do not adjust their energy properly. Instead, they dare to continue attacking. Do they really think that they can take me down in 2 or 3 moves? Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. As the winds blew and clouds churned, thunder roared. Xiao Chun drew his saber and gathered his dense quintessence on his saber. He executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Kase! Kase! The combined momentum of the 3 martial monarchs was instantly destroyed. The clash of states, auras and saber intents could not withstand a single strike. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell back. The injuries in their bodies had not completely stabilized in the first place. Now that they were even more injured, they could not get up and temporarily lost their combat prowess. Taking advantage of the time the 3 martial monarchs delayed, the remaining 30-odd martial monarchs formed a new encirclement and launched an unending barrage of attacks. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar in Xiao Chen's body resounded endlessly. He stood on a blue dragon image and flashed through the crowd. Using his advantage in speed, he dodged the combined attacks of these people. Bang! 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 The Wan clan's advantage in numbers was nothing before Xiao Chen's speed. The encirclement was full of openings. Light danced around and surging shock waves swept through the place. Occasionally, Xiao Chun knocked someone back with his saber. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The shock waves of a battle between martial monarchs were extremely horrifying. Saber chi, sword chi, and fist winds immediately riddled the peaceful plaza with holes, leaving the place in tatters. The honored guests from all over the great Jin nation had already gathered and watched from afar. They were afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Most of them were not even martial monarchs. When the other geniuses on the True Dragon ranking saw this scene, they were all stunned. In less than half a year, the white-robed bladesman in the air fought 36 martial monarchs without being at a disadvantage. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His aura flourished. As wind and thunder roared, Xiao Chun used the lightning tribulation saber technique to beat up these Wan clan martial monarchs, who were normally insufferably arrogant, until they could only passively defend. Bai Qi's right hand, which held his saber, could not help but tremble slightly. As a bladesman himself, he could feel more clearly than anyone else how horrifying Xiao Chen's current strength was. Fight! 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 Xiao Chun felt extremely delighted. Dressed in white, he stood on a blue dragon image and soared up and down. Electricity leaped around the saber and flickered endlessly. The lightning tribulation saber technique was executed to its heart's content. Many figures shot out and landed at Wan Baolo's feet, crying out in pain. Wan Baolo's complexion turned ashen as he watched all this. How many years had it been since his Wan clan suffered such a huge blow? Furthermore, this happened in the Wan clan's fortress. Earthly lightning chop. The might of wind and thunder finally reached its peak. Xiao Chan turned into the heavenly Tao and sent down the first lightning tribulation in the boundless dark clouds. Boom! The malevolent lightning turned into electric light and surged out. 7 or 8 martial monarchs in the air were immediately blasted away. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Another even more horrifying lightning tribulation descended. After the light scattered, there were less than 10 martial monarchs still standing in the air. Divine lightning tribulation. The sky changed color. It seemed like thunder roared in the sky 3 kilometers high. The rage of a deity and the vast heavenly might spread out. Run! The remaining martial monarchs were so frightened that they paled. They completely lost their will to fight. When they faced the final strike of the lightning tribulation saber technique, they fled in all directions. Shio! The electric light split into 7, looking like 7 flood dragons bearing fangs and claws. They immediately caught up to the 7 fleeing martial monarchs, and 7 loud sounds rang out. The 7 fleeing martial monarchs were even more severely injured. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was charred black. The saber chi invaded their bodies and damaged their internal organs. It was a tragic sight. When all the light vanished, the world regained its calm. Only Xiao Chan remained in the air. The entire plaza fell silent. Xiao Chan dealt with 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs with just 1 lightning tribulation saber technique. These martial monarchs could not retaliate at all. They were in a passive position, unable to even launch a decent counterattack. If not for the spatial tears in the sky that had not mended yet, this would have been the result of a battle between martial monarchs. No one believed that Xiao Chan really defeated 36 inferior grade martial monarchs. Chapter 634. Martial monarchs were monarchs among martial cultivators. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would be considered a peak expert anywhere in the Tianwu continent. However, to Xiao Chan had defeated him like he was chopping vegetables. The rumors are indeed true. A king-grade true dragon genius is unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. To them, challenging those of higher cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. Xiao Chan cannot use the standards of ordinary people to judge these people. This insignificant sky dome realm will not be able to hide this true dragon. The people below discussed as they looked at Xiao Chan, their gazes filled with astonishment. Favored by luck, king-grade true dragon, all sorts of glory. Regardless of whether one was willing or not, the current Xiao Chan had already risen in the sky dome realm. He had left the people of the same generation far behind. In this sky dome realm, Xiao Chan stood out like a crane among chickens. Only the Kunlun realm was Xiao Chen's true stage. Only there could he meet geniuses equal to him, even geniuses that surpassed him. Xiao Chan slowly landed on the ground. He carried the black wooden box on his back and continued walking towards Feng Feishua without stopping. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Wang clan's palace? Have you asked for our 8 great guardian deities' permission? A shout came from behind. 8 beams of light quickly flew towards the center of the plaza. A strong aura spread out, kicking up 8 strong tornadoes. Wan Baolo's face lit up in joy. He shouted coldly, "With the 8 great guardian deities working together, you can even defeat a peak martial monarch. Let's see what other capabilities you have." "The 8 great guardian deities are here." Startled cries came from the crowd in the plaza. The 8 great guardian deities were famous. Each of them was a superior grade martial monarch. Although they were not peak martial monarchs, the 8 of them knew a set of joint attacks. With their combined strength, they could severely injure a peak martial monarch. In the past few years, they had been guarding the Wang clan's palace. Their name struck fear in the hearts of all the thieves and bandits, preventing them from being impudent in the Wang clan. The vast wealth that the Wang clan had accumulated was not something that anyone dared to touch unless a martial sage appeared. This was all thanks to the 8 great guardian deities. Xiao. The 8 beams of light were as fast as lightning. They spread out and formed a simple encirclement around Xiao Chan. Their ferocious auras merged together and pressed down on Xiao Chan. "Tuoba Yun, help me teach this brat a lesson. Let him know the consequences of causing trouble in the Wan clan," Wan Baolu said rudely with a sullen expression. Tuoba Yun revealed a ferocious smile. He said in a deep voice, I will listen to clan head's orders. In that case, I will give this little bastard an unforgettable lesson today. 8 great guardian deities attack. Chi. The 8 flipped their palms at the same time, and an incredibly sharp weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then they charged at Shao Chun at lightning speed. Shao Chun Emperor's S's Dao. Spirit Chen's SS Emperor's Spirit. Shao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, and saber lights danced around, blocking the 4 attacks in front of him. The 8 martial emperors worked very well together. Just as Shao Chun blocked the attacks of the 3 in front, a sword light flew at him from his left and right. The sword light was bone-chilling, heading for a fatal acupoint on the side of Shao Chun's head. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from behind him. Without needing to turn his head, Shao Chun could see it with his spiritual sense. It was a martial monarch using a thick saber. As he hacked down, purple electricity leaped around his saber. The state he comprehended was the same as Shao Chen's, a peak lightning-attributed state. Shao Chen's path of retreat was sealed, and the 3 martial monarchs in front had regrouped and were waiting for him to charge over. There was also the elusive Tuoba Yun, who was hiding somewhere. He watched Shao Chun coldly like a venomous snake. When the 8 great guardian deities attacked, they forced Shao Chun into a dead end. If he was not careful, he would fall immediately. The other cultivators in the plaza all felt their hearts leap to their throats. There had long been rumors that the 8 great guardian deities could defeat a peak martial monarch, a half-sage powerhouse, when they worked together. In the past, some people did not believe it. However, now that they saw the 8 of them attacking, no one dared to doubt it. These 8 people worked together perfectly. Furthermore, they were all pretty strong. Their cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and combat experience were not lacking. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Shao Chun shouted, and his figure split into 9. 3 of them flew forward, and 2 of them attacked from the left and right, holding the lunar shadow saber. One of the figures turned around and clashed with the storm-like saber strike behind him. The remaining 4 figures soared into the air, standing on azure dragons. Dragon roars resounded. The 4 clones made it hard to tell which one was the real one. In the time it took for a spark to fly, 9 figures suddenly appeared and attacked from all directions. In an instant, that terrifying crisis was resolved. Insignificant tricks, and you dare to embarrass yourself? A cold shout resounded in the air. Tuoba Yun, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly made his move. It was unknown where he came from, but he held a short sword with a flowing light in his hand. He stabbed at Shao Chen's true body. Unexpectedly, he found Shao Chen's true body in an instant. Boom! 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 The other 8 great guardian deities also used their various means to destroy the 5 afterimages below them in the blink of an eye. The 7 stout men trusted Tuoba Yun very much. When they saw him attack one of the clones, the weapons in their hands gleamed with sharp lights. They soared into the air and did not hesitate to charge over decisively. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. When Shao Chun saw the situation, he did not panic at all. He merged the 4 clones together and turned into an ancient blue dragon. As the dragon tail swayed, it kicked up a strong wind. Shao Chun's body arced through the air at lightning speed. He was so fast that a spatial tear appeared in space, allowing him to dodge Tuoba Yun's attack. Shao Chun arrived before the last person of the 8 great guardian deities. He instantly unleashed the peak state of massacre hidden in his eyes and merged it with the immortal state of thunder. Purple and red lights flickered strangely on the saber's edge. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre caused the last stout man's heart to tremble for some reason. This person had experienced hundreds of battles and was also a ruthless person. The number of people he had killed was no less than Shao Chen's. After being distracted for a moment, he recovered his wits. However, in a fight between experts, a single mistake in one breath could instantly determine the victor. 4-season saber technique, Spring Saber Thunder shaking the world. Shao Chun used his quintessence to drive the 4-season saber technique. Using the power of the cycle of seasons, heaven and earth trembled as Shao Chun hacked down with his saber. The aura on the saber was boundlessly majestic. The 4 seasons cycled and spring thunder boomed. Everything in the world came to life. All sorts of birds, beasts, and bugs chirped continuously. Eighth brother, be careful. Tuoba Yun cried out when he saw this scene. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so crafty. With one glance, Xiao Chun saw the weakest person among them. When he found an opportunity, he decisively executed a killing move. The face of the eighth stout man sank. At this critical moment he did not panic. He sheathed his weapon at his waist and pushed his hands toward the sky. A dazzling golden lotus platform formed above his head. He infused his quintessence into it, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. Clang! When the saber struck the golden lotus platform, it gave off an intense metallic clang. Boundless shock waves surged out, forming ripples that layered over each other, turning everything blurry. The saber's hum suddenly rang out. Xiao Chun infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into the saber, instantly increasing the might of this saber strike by 30%. Kasie! Kasu! Cracks appeared on the golden lotus platform. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Tuoba Yun said sullenly, 8 great guardian deities, execute your combined attack. Shield! Xiao! Xiao! Figures flashed, and the remaining 7 lined up behind the 8th stout man. They sheathed their weapons at their waists and pressed their palms together in that instant. Rings of 5-colored light spread out from the 8 people. The 8 great guardian deities used a mysterious method to perfectly link everyone's aura together. Bang! The lotus platform shattered, and the 4-season saber technique Spring Saber descended on the 8th stout man. When the surging energy struck the rings of light, it immediately scattered. At this moment, the energy contained in the Spring Thunder Chop was evenly distributed among the 8 people. Its might immediately decreased significantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of the 8th stout man's lips. However, he did not show much pain on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Retreat! Originally, Xiao Chun had intended to use lightning quick means to severely injure the weakest person first. Who knew, the other party's combined attack could be used defensively, splitting the might of the Spring Thunder Chop. Xiao Chen's surprise attack failed, and he lost the initiative. The blue dragon under him roared ferociously, and Xiao Chun quickly flew backward. As the blue dragon moved, he retreated 500 meters in the blink of an eye. You think you can retreat? The 8 overlapping figures quickly switched positions, rearranging their positions according to their strength. Tuoba Yun appeared at the very front, and the other 7 lined up behind him. Tuoba Yun shouted, and a tiny flame spear appeared in front of him, flickering with a faint light. Pa! 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 The 8 great guardian deities placed their right palms on the back of the person in front, sending out their quintessence. Tuoba Yun, who was at the very front, received the power of 7 people. His aura soared, and the flame spear crackled as it burned. The fierce flames lit up the surroundings, and the temperature of the entire place soared. Combined attack Blazing Flame Spear. Attack! The flame spear pierced through space with a xiao sound. In an instant it appeared before Xiao Chun, sending out surging heat waves. A vast expanse of pitch-black emptiness formed in the air. It was as if the void itself was being burned away. When the people below saw this scene they were frightened pale. If it were an ordinary person before this flame, they would have melted under the high temperature. They would not be able to resist it at all. Xiao Chen's face sank. The energy that the flame spear carried made his heart palpitate. The combined attack of these 8 people seemed to be quite extraordinary. Xiao! 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 In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun took 7 steps back in the air. With each step he left behind an afterimage. Soon, he left behind 7 identical afterimages, maintaining the same posture as when he drew his saber. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop, the martial technique that Xiao Chun comprehended himself. He did not dare to underestimate this flame spear. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his dantian. Bang! The 7 afterimages merged in that instant, separating and merging. This happened in less than a breath of time. The people below could not react in time. Chapter 635. Xiao Chen's saber chopped down on the blazing spear. There was a loud bang, and a surging heat wave spread out. A huge force exploded out, and Xiao Chun moved back 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The peak attacks of the 7 afterimages overlapped. Unexpectedly, the force that erupted out was slightly weaker. Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and said, "Ignorant! You dare to clash head-on with our 8-division Heaven Dragon combination technique? White-robed bladesman, today is the day you die." Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and waved his right hand. The horrifying blazing spear's might did not diminish as it continued flying at Xiao Chun. Four-season saber technique, Great Summer, burning to desolation. The blazing spear pierced through space, moving even faster than lightning. With no way to retreat, Xiao Chun decisively made his move, executing the most tyrannical move of the four-season saber technique. The blazing sun hung high in the sky on a hot summer day. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, it was like the sun was descending from the 9 heavens, wanting to burn everything to desolation. Bang! Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chun did not choose to just defend. Instead, he continued to use force to break through. An even louder sound came from the sky as boundless flames spread out like fairies, turning into tiny arrows that shot out in all directions. Countless black dots appeared in the paper-like sky from the clash between burning to desolation and the blazing spear. Every black dot was a tiny spatial tear. However, due to the vastness of the sky, they looked as insignificant as black dots. When the fire wave scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Qin's lips again. However, there were no wounds on his body at all. Xiao Qin's limbs and bones were intact. As he stood in the air, his aura did not diminish. Doubt appeared in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He muttered, "That should not be the case. I know how strong his physical body is. However, the shock wave of this blazing spear should be able to tear a peak martial monarch into pieces." "Big brother, that brat seems to have a high-ranked defensive artifact on him," a person behind him said quickly. Tuoba Yun looked carefully and discovered a faint blue light slowly fading from Xiao Chen's clear wind robes. Greed flashed in his eyes as he smiled maniacally. "It is indeed a superior-grade defensive secret treasure. This is a good item. Even the Wan clan only has a few superior-grade secret treasures. Brothers, disperse first. Later, we'll launch a few more joint attacks and kill him directly through the artifact. This high-rank inner vest will be ours." Hoo-hoo! The 8 figures quickly separated and turned into 8 beams of light. With a wave of their hands, the weapons at their waists appeared in their hands once more. Then they charged at Xiao Chun. Clang, clang, clang. A thrilling and intense battle once again unfolded in midair. The 8 of them cooperated with tacit understanding, suppressing Xiao Chun on the battlefield. The barrage of attacks continued without end. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his mind was not in a mess. He did not intend to use his full strength. The 8 great guardian deities were not Xiao Chen's true enemies. Wan Feng, who was watching him from below, was the true opponent. Although the killing intent in Wan Feng's eyes was very well hidden, it did not escape Xiao Chen's notice. There is no such thing as perfect cooperation in the world. There will definitely be openings. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun hid some of his trump cards. Under the barrage of attacks, he brandished his saber lights and dealt with them calmly. Xiu! The elusive Tuoba Yun suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the moment Xiao Chun retreated, he thrust his short sword towards his heart. Xiao Chun had expected this long ago. He lowered his saber, and his saber intent, combined with the state of massacre and state of thunder, chopped down. Boom! Tuoba Yun was knocked back. In this one-on-one clash, he was knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chun easily repelled Tuoba Yun's several sneak attacks. Shock flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes as he said, "Form the formation. 8-division Heaven Dragon combined technique." Xiu! The 7 gave up on attacking and returned to Tuoba Yun's back. Then they sent out rings of 5-colored light and merged their auras. Combined technique. Blazing spear. Kill. Bang. Bang. Xiao Chun first used the Thunder Shadow Chop to dissipate half of the spear's energy. Then he executed Burning to Desolation, shattering the spear. The shock wave pierced through Xiao Chen's protective quintessence, penetrated his superior-grade inner vest, and struck his internal organs. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth again. He blocked it again. Xiao Chun blocked the combined technique that can severely injure a peak martial monarch to the point of death again. The tens of thousands of guests in the plaza were all shocked. The 8 great guardian deities had used this combined technique to kill many peak martial monarchs. However, Xiaochen blocked it twice today. Not only did he not get torn to shreds, but he did not even show any signs of severe injuries. Wan Baolu was somewhat shocked as well. However, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "The 8 great guardian deities have never failed before. This time they will not. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to behave atrociously in my Wan clan." Tuoba Yun's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to be so difficult to deal with. He said angrily, "Scatter. Let's do it a few more times. I don't believe that this brat can continue." Seeing the 8 scatter again, Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The body was a vessel, and the quintessence was the liquid in the vessel. When the vessel suddenly had to endure several times the usual amount of liquid, it would definitely be under immense pressure. After enduring such immense pressure, the physical body would definitely suffer some damage and need to recuperate. Tuoba Yun was such a vessel. Suddenly enduring 8 times the usual amount of quintessence, his physical body would definitely be injured. Otherwise, Tuoba Yun would not have immediately stopped after executing the combined technique. It would have been better to continue attacking. Xiaochen thought back to earlier. When the 8 surrounded him, Tuoba Yun always hit at the back and attacked. He was probably making use of this time to recover his physical body. Xiaochen suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, you will not have a third chance." Right now, Tuoba Yun was at his weakest. This was the best time to make a move. Earlier, Xiaochen thought that Tuoba Yun was the strongest. Hence, he looked for the others to break through and destroy them one by one. This was fundamentally the wrong direction. Understanding this, Xiaochen pushed off the air and charged at Tuoba Yun, who was hiding at the back. Seeing Xiaochen dodge the others' attacks and charge at him, fear flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He said, "Stop him. Later, we will burn our quintessence and execute the combined technique. He will definitely die." Clearly, the other 7 knew Tuoba Yun's current state. They all stepped forward, releasing lights of various colors as they executed their best moves. Xiaochen dodged all the attacks. If he could not dodge, he used his superior grade inner vest to block them. What's wrong with this fellow? Such a scene confused the onlookers. Xiaochen did not chase after the weaker people. Instead, he fought with the strongest. This did not make sense. Standing on a blue dragon, Xiaochen blocked the 3 attacks. Then, he took 7 steps forward and finally encased Tuoba Yun in his saber technique. He said coldly, "Where can you run to?" The wind rustled, the rain fell, and the autumn waters rippled. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiaochen executed the autumn saber of the 4-season saber technique. A gentle saber light, like a pretty woman smiling faintly, appeared magnificent. Tuoba Yun was forced into a corner. He roared ferociously and burned his quintessence. He sent out a light barrier with his short sword, trying to receive this saber strike. Bang! The gentle saber light contained a boundless force. The light barrier in front of Tuoba Yun shattered, and he went flying back, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Before Tuoba Yun could recover from the aftereffects of executing a joint martial technique, he was severely injured. His complexion immediately paled, and he temporarily lost his combat prowess. "Big brother!" the other 7 exclaimed. They all burned their quintessence and charged at Xiaochen in rage. Bang! Xiaochen stomped heavily on the blue dragon image below, and the entire place trembled. When he saw the 7 charging at him, he smiled coldly and said, "Without a joint martial technique, what 8 great guardian deities are they?" With one of the 8 great guardian deities removed, a hole immediately appeared in their originally perfect encirclement and tacit cooperation. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Even if the other party burned their quintessence, it would be wishful thinking for them to defeat Xiaochen quickly. The difference between Xiaochen and them had never been in quintessence. Xiaochen stomped heavily on the blue dragon image and infused his quintessence into his entire body. The purple thunder true fire in his right eye slowly circulated. Bang! A ring of purple flame soared up from Xiaochen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen's surging quintessence burned as well. Furthermore, he burned it with the extreme yang purple thunder true fire. Xiu! In just an instant, Xiao Chen felt that he had exhausted 1% of his quintessence. The benefit was that the hidden energy in his body was more than 4 times stronger than before. Xiao Chen's aura soared, becoming exceptionally horrifying. The many cultivators below only took one look and felt a deep fear. They could not help but take a few steps back. Before Xiao Chen, the ferocious aura of the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities vanished without a trace. In comparison, even though the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities burned their quintessence, they were like children before Xiao Chen, who burned his quintessence. The difference in foundation multiplied by the same amount. The person with the higher foundation would instantly widen the gap. Clearly, Xiao Chen belonged to the category of people with the higher foundation. Burning his quintessence exhausted a lot of energy. Xiao Chen no longer had any reason to continue wasting time. He shouted ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Chen took 7 steps in the air, each step leaving behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike, and each saber strike contained a different state. If they did not have the same appearance, others would not be able to tell that these were the clones formed by Xiao Chen's afterimages. It was hard to imagine that a clone could reach such a level. Even its expression was different. When Gong Yongyu, who was below, saw this scene, the usually calm Gong Yongyu could not help but stand up excitedly. He pointed at Xiao Chen in the air and muttered, "It really is my everlasting universe. How can it surpass me by so much?" Earlier, when Xiao Chen used the Thunder Shadow Chop twice, Gong Yongyu only felt that it looked familiar. However, he could not be sure. Now that Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Shadow Chop after burning his quintessence, he was finally sure. When Gong Yongyu looked at Xiao Chen, he felt that Xiao Chen was very scary. What kind of talent does one have to have such a strong learning ability? Bang! 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 7 muffled groans resounded. The saber strikes from the afterimages knocked the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities back. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Merge! The 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chen's saber strike contained a 7-fold attack power. When it swept out, the person in front of him blocked for a moment before his weapon shattered. Chapter 636. He turned into a beam of light and moved a kilometer. Then, he landed on a tall building in the Wan clan's palace. There was a startling explosion, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The remaining 6 were startled. As they looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a killing god, they could not help but reveal expressions of horror. Xiao Chen smiled gently and pushed off the air. Then he charged at the remaining 6 at lightning speed. When he attacked, saber lights flew everywhere, showing no mercy. When Wan Baolu saw the 8 great guardian deities on the verge of defeat, his previously calm expression finally showed some panic. The 8 great guardian deities had been famous for decades. They had helped the Wan clan defeat many enemies. Unexpectedly, they were about to be defeated by a brat today. Wan Shan quickly ordered people to bring Feng Feishua to the back. Then he said to Wan Baolu in shock, "Father, what should we do? We have to ask the old ancestor to come out. This Xiao Chen is too strong." Wan Baolu's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "He is now the bearer of luck. The martial sages of the Sky Dome realm cannot make a move against him. Sima Hong is an example. There will be dire consequences. Pass down my orders. Gather all the martial king and martial saint experts in the city. Even an elephant can die if there are enough ants. Today I will wear him down." As Wan Feng watched Wan Shan leave in a hurry, rage flashed in his eyes. He gently knocked on the table twice and said calmly, "Uncle, are you looking down on my strength? You still want to call a large group of trash over?" Wan Baolu had not expected Wan Feng to really make a move. He rejoiced in his heart and quickly said, "That's not it. How could I know that with honorable nephew's status, you would really make a move to deal with a king-grade true dragon genius?" Wan Feng shouted coldly, "A king-grade true dragon genius? Haha, if he loses to me, then he is not. No matter who it is, they will not be able to stop the Wan clan from swallowing up the Feng clan and cutting off my source of income. How can I just sit back and watch?" While Wan Baolu spoke, Xiao Chen, who had already burned his quintessence, took advantage of the situation to defeat the remaining 6-8 great guardian deities. Then, he sheathed his saber and quickly extinguished his burning quintessence. In merely 10 breaths, half of Xiao Chen's 99 drops of quintessence were gone. The rate of consumption was horrifying. Xiao. Wan Feng smiled sinisterly. While Xiao Chen extinguished the quintessence flames, he suddenly stood up and attacked at lightning speed. With a cold whistle, a long line of ice floated in the air and arrived in front of Xiao Chen at an incredible speed. With a wave of his palm, a wave of yin qi spread out from the center of his palm, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. It was a chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Chen finished his battle and retreated to launch a sneak attack, such actions were extremely despicable. Many of the guests could not help but speak in disdain. Even if Xiao Chen had some expectations in his heart, he didn't expect this person to be so despicable. The dignified seal envoy of Bushin Palace shamelessly launched a sneak attack without declaring war. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have time to draw his saber. He clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, circulating the Dragon Claw Fist's Berserk Dragon stance. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. Surging shockwaves spread out in layers. Countless snowflakes could be seen drifting out from the shockwaves. A white figure flew back from the shockwaves. It was Xiao Chen. Caught off guard, he suffered a huge disadvantage in the clash of strength. However, the unmoving Wan Feng was not unscathed. There were 3 faint claw marks on the right side of his face, the work of Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen retreated, he suddenly changed his move, turning his fist into a claw and catching his opponent off guard. Clearly, Wan Feng had not expected Xiao Chen to have an opportunity to counterattack in such a situation. Pu Ci. After landing, Xiao Chen did not forcefully suppress his injuries. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and felt much more comfortable. He had a superior grade inner vest. Although this palm strike was uncomfortable, it was not as severe as it looked. Only his right arm was covered in frost. Xiao Chen's arm turned stiff, unable to move for some time. His opponent's quintessence was extremely strange. As the welcoming envoy, you actually sneak attacked me? You are too much. When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Chen was injured, she ignored the old man beside her and flew up, sending a punch at Wan Feng. Yu Chenxi had never been a good-tempered person. She had long since felt uncomfortable with Wan Feng's gaze. Now that she saw him sneak attacking again, she did not hesitate to make a move. A rising sun flickered behind Yu Chenxi, and the light on her fist burst forth, turning into a boundless fist wind as she attacked Wan Feng. Wan Feng's lips curled up as he smiled disapprovingly. What does this last know? All is fair in war. The victor does not need to care about what others think. Scram! Wan Feng's figure flickered, and before anyone could see him move, the boundless light froze, turning into ice shards that fell from the sky. It looked extremely strange. Unexpectedly, the light froze. This was the first time Yu Chenxi had seen such a situation, so she was stunned. Only when Wan Feng rushed over did she react. You are making a fuss over nothing. We are in the middle of a battle. Yet you are letting your imagination run wild. Go back, lowly ant. Wan Feng smacked Yu Chenxi's fist with his palm. He laughed loudly, and a cold energy erupted. Yu Chenxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, sliding far away. The old man from the Haotian sect was enraged. He stood up and said, Wan Feng, you are too heavy-handed. Wan Feng looked at the old man, and an unhappy expression flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, You are asking for it. What does it have to do with me? Also, don't act like a senior in front of me. If you were an elder of the Haotian sect, I would give you some face. Unfortunately, you are not. Don't go overboard. The old man shouted angrily as he pointed at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's expression changed. He charged over and demanded in a cold voice, You still dare to put on airs? Bang! 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 Wan Feng sent out 3 palm strikes at lightning speed, sending the old man flying. The old man vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. A ferocious aura spread out. Wan Feng appeared incredibly tyrannical. With just one glance, He could make anyone tremble in fear. You overestimate yourself. Wan Feng smiled coldly as he looked around. He did not care about these lower realm people at all. Then it shot towards Xiao Chun, whose arm was still numb like an arrow. Feng Tianming reacted and said, "We can't stop him. Don't let him take advantage of the situation to defeat Xiao Chun." Whoosh! Feng Tianming and the other 4 personal guards instantly ignited their quintessence. They did not hold back at all as they charged at Wan Feng. They did not hope to defeat him. They only hoped to buy some time for Xiao Chun to recover, and buy some time. Wan Feng laughed loudly. He did not slow down at all. Motes of white light appeared on his palm, making it look smooth and transparent. There was no bright light or horrifying quintessence fluctuation. When Wan Feng threw a palm strike, the quintessence fluctuation of the guard in front of him froze. As Wan Feng advanced, the ice shattered, turning into ice shards. The scene of what happened to Yu Chenxi earlier replayed. Bang! This guard vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could disperse the cold qi in his body, he turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Kase! Kase! The ice sculpture shattered, and the guard's body, which was originally made of flesh and blood, shattered into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. A bona fide peak inferior grade martial monarch was reduced to nothing in one move by Wan Feng. The surrounding guests were all heroes of their regions, the powerhouses of their sects, young talents, and the top rankers of the true dragon ranking. When they saw this horrifying scene, they all paled. Their hearts trembled in fear. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent out 3 palm strikes. Snowflakes drifted down, and another 3 ice sculptures fell, shattering into pieces. His methods were extremely cruel. When Feng Tianming saw the 3 people who had followed him for decades die just like that, his eyes turned bloodshot. He burned all the essence in his body. A fiery red lotus flower bloomed under Feng Tianming's feet, and his aura soared to peak martial monarch. Then he sent out a palm strike carrying a heat wave. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "If your quintessence is not dense enough, it is useless no matter how many you have." Scram! Compared to Feng Tianming, Wan Feng's aura was very reserved. Only his right palm gave off a cold light. He did not leak any essence anywhere else. Bang! Wan Feng clashed head-on with Feng Tianming's full-powered strike, but he only took 3 steps back in the air. Feng Tianming flew back like a meteor and fell to the ground, severely injured, unable to get up again. Wan Feng waved his sleeves and laughed softly. "You are really powerful. You did not die from my palm strike. However, in the end, an ant will just be an ant. A lower realm martial monarch is not even worth a fart to me." Originally, Wan Baolu had been watching Wan Feng display his might and defeat the group of people. When Wan Baolu, who was already beaming with joy, heard this sentence, his face involuntarily twitched. Wan Feng said that lower realm martial monarchs were not worth shit. Since Wan Feng himself was a martial monarch, did that not mean he was scolding Wan Feng as well? The geniuses in the top 10 of the true dragon ranking all showed unconvinced expressions, glaring at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's words were too hurtful. Seeing their expressions, Wan Feng laughed loudly and said, "Are you not convinced? When you go to the Kunlun realm, you will know what you are. You will know why I look down on you. Don't think that I am boasting. Your so-called true dragon ranking is just a joke in my eyes. If 2 or 3 of you can rise up in this great era, then you will be lucky. Damn it, Bai, have a taste of your skills." Bai Qi was slightly angered in his heart. He was also a prideful person. Being looked down upon by Wan Feng, coupled with the fact that Wan Feng was young and impetuous, he was naturally furious. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. Xiao Chun soared up, and a saber light flickered as he executed the strongest move of the 4-season saber technique. I Gongyongyu would also like to experience the might of the guide envoy. I Lu Xiaoyun would like to give it a try as well. I Nangongzia would like to experience your skills as well. Xiao! 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 7 figures soared into the air. The top few of the true dragon ranking all flew up at the same time, charging at Wan Feng. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless. Before going to the Kunlun realm, I will first suppress your pride. which is not even worth shit. Suddenly, Wan Feng released his aura, which he had been holding back. A strong icy aura spread out. That icy chi was bone-chilling, heartless and heartless. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding energy, sword wind, and fist lights turned into ice shards under the assault of this cold chi. They fell and blasted deep pits in the ground. Chapter 637. Gong Yongyu's group of 7 had unsightly expressions. They had not expected such a situation. Their quintessence could not get close to Wan Feng at all. They could not even execute their moves. After you go to the Kunlun realm, remember to tuck your tail between your legs. Not everyone is as benevolent as me. Scram now, you ants. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent a palm strike at each of the 7, knocking them back and causing them to vomit blood. Their internal organs were all in a mess. What strong quintessence! It is at least 10 times denser than mine. Is he really an inferior grade martial monarch? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Gong Yongyu said hatefully, "Furthermore, the density of his quintessence is not something we can compare to. He either cultivated some heaven-ranked cultivation technique or ate some natural treasure. His state of ice is also very strange. Even when we combine our states, we cannot compare to it." The 7 were shocked as they looked at Wan Feng, who stood proudly in the air with a disdainful expression. They felt a strong sense of helplessness. At the same time, all the experts above Marshal Saint gathered in the vast Wan clan city and rushed to the Wan clan's palace from 8 directions. There were at least 500 people in each direction. When the 8 gathered, there was a total of 4,000 people. With so many experts, even if a peak martial monarch was surrounded, they would be able to kill him with a single attack. Quick! 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 The clan head has ordered that the Wan clan's palace is in danger. The group rushed down the street. The somber atmosphere made the people on both sides of the street feel uncertain. Isn't today the Wan clan's young master's wedding? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble? Who knows? The quintessence fluctuations at the Wan clan's palace were very intense. There might really be a huge battle. In an inn by the street, a fatso watched the Wan clan's guards pass by. He chuckled and said, "This fat lord loves to take care of small fries." In the plaza of the Wan clan's palace, Xiao Chun looked at his stiff right hand with a grave expression. The upper half of his right arm had already lost all feeling. He could not move it at all. A cold chi rushed down from his arm like a raging river. Xiao Chun revolved his quintessence and formed a dam to block this cold chi. As the cold chi burned, Xiao Chun's quintessence drained continuously. If not for the purple thunder divine incantation, which was much stronger than ordinary people, he would have died. The density of his true essence was quite high. Right now, he was like an ice sculpture that would shatter at the slightest touch. His opponent's state of ice has probably reached the might of a will. The will of ice has already touched upon the door. When combined with his strong quintessence, it will reach a horrifying lethality. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. However, it was still a beginner's skill. He could not use it as he pleased. The pure young purple thunder true fire could dispel it. Sizzle! Wisps of purple flames appeared on Xiao Chen's arm and spread out. The cold chi was burned by the purple flames and turned into wisps of hot air that rose into the air. When the cold chi scattered, Xiao Chen's arm immediately moved. He clenched his fist tightly, and the blocked meridians opened up again. Xiao Chun glanced at Feng Feishue, who was being pulled behind Wan Baolu. Then he walked over step by step. No one could change the things he had decided on in the path he had chosen. No one could stop him. Wan Feng's eyelids sank and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Xiao Chun and said in a cold voice, "Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you still dare to come forward. Do you really think that you are not an ant?" A cold wind howled and snowflakes drifted down. Wan Feng turned into a white beam, charging at Xiao Chun with a boundless baleful aura. Xiao! Just as the cold wind was about to strike, Xiao Chun drew his saber. A purple flame burned on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. When the saber light shot out, it burned the cold chi into a puff of white smoke. Wan Feng's invincible state of ice slowly receded before Xiao Chun. Then the saber light chopped down at him. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed, giving off a loud sound. Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, took 7 steps back. Wan Feng, who was in the air, spun around 7 times before he slowly stabilized. Wan Feng revealed a horrified expression as he muttered, "This is a lightning-attributed flame of extreme yang. However, even if it counters my state of ice, my quintessence and speed are sufficient to suppress it." Wan Feng's figure flickered, and snowflakes filled the air. He pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chun again. This time Wan Feng raised his speed to his limits. Everywhere he passed, only white beams could be seen. No one could see his figure clearly. Bang! 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 Snowflakes drifted down in the air. In that instant, Wan Feng sent out 50 or 60 palm strikes. The palm winds were like an avalanche. Rumbling sounds resounded in the air without end. The sky shook and the ground trembled. The entire plaza trembled due to the continuous palm winds. Instantly, the plaza was filled with flowers and countless tables. Crunching sounds came from it. The originally auspicious and auspicious wedding turned into a mess, a scene of chaos. There were also some palm winds that flew out uncontrollably. When they struck the unlucky guests, they immediately froze them into icicles. They shattered upon contact, dying without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. The density of Wan Feng's quintessence were no weaker than Xiao Chen's, who cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. A blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As the dragon roared, it carried Xiao Chen up and down, flickering in all directions. Boom! 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 The saber light was like lightning. Xiao Chen swung his saber repeatedly, relying on his instincts. A purple flame burned on his saber, destroying the incoming palm winds. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the two fought an intense battle. Soon they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen did not know what movement technique Wan Feng cultivated. His figure could not be seen at all. As his figure moved, he turned into white lines that wrapped around Xiao Chen. From a distance, one could see countless lines forming an oval-shaped ball of light encasing Xiao Chen. From time to time, shocking explosions could be heard from the ball of light. That ball of light was not stable. Sometimes it was in the sky and sometimes it was on the ground. This frightened the many guests into standing far away, afraid that the shock waves would affect them. Bang! The ball of light shattered, and a white figure flew out. He vomited a mouthful of blood. When he landed, the ground cracked, revealing a long crack. Yu Chenxi exclaimed in shock. "It's Xiao Chen." The one that got knocked out was indeed Xiao Chen. Wan Feng moved increasingly faster in the ball of light. In the end, the entire sky was filled with palm winds. Ha ha ha! Is a king-grade true dragon genius that slow? You can't even withstand a single blow. Take another move from me. Extreme tyrannical heavenly palm. Wan Feng laughed loudly as he stood in the air. The boundless cold wind in the surroundings suddenly surged into his body. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It was not because Wan Feng raised the temperature but because he sucked in all the yin energy in the place. When yin and yang were out of balance, only the chaotic pure yang energy remained. That was why the temperature increased explosively. Defeat! Wan Feng shouted ferociously and threw a palm strike without moving from his original position. A palm of flesh descended from the sky. That palm was only several times the size of an adult's palm. However, it gave the illusion that it covered the sky and earth, leaving no place to hide. As that palm landed, the chaotic pure yang energy on the ground was pushed out and turned into clumps of yang flames. Then they shot out in all directions like 10,000 arrows. Bang! 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 The flames crashed into the buildings of the Wang clan's palace and exploded with horrifying energy. They blasted the buildings into smithereens, filling the air with dust. Such a strange martial technique driving yin and yang qi to form a method to attack the enemy was an eye-opener for the surrounding cultivators of the older generation, leaving them flabbergasted. Xiao Chen's face sank. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness quickly surged as he drained it without holding back. A purple light lit up in the depths of Xiao Chen's right eye, and a white light flickered in his left eye. The two lights were as resplendent as stars. As they shone, they looked very magnificent. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. His mental energy was completely drained. Two beams of light shot out and quickly formed a Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram welcomed the attack with its strongest stance. Bang! The Taiji diagram gave off a golden light and clashed with the palm. An intense explosion came from it, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The palm made of yin qi, and the Taiji diagram exploded at the same time. Wan Feng was knocked back 100 meters, but Xiao Qian did not move at all. Wan Feng's expression changed. He muttered, "How can this be? This extreme tyrannical heavenly palm has no frost. Even several famous experts of the upper realm do not dare to receive it head-on. You are just an ant from the lower realm, yet you managed to receive it." Xiao Qian remained expressionless as he said calmly, "You are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many things in this world that you cannot imagine. Didn't you want to compete with me in speed? Now let's compete in speed and see who's the weakest." Roar! Xiao Qian executed the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art. A boundless dragon roar came from his chest. Suddenly, 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Qian's feet. Xiao Qian turned into an invisible azure light and shot towards Wan Feng. His speed was more than 4 times faster than before. Bang! 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 Sharp saber lights rained down like a torrential storm. Thunder roared in the sky as they chopped at Wan Feng. Unknowingly, an immortal attribute appeared in the lightning. The lightning was eternal, immortal, and inextinguishable. This completely suppressed Wan Feng's basic will of ice. Xiao Qian did not beat around the bush with Wan Feng. He pressed forward bravely, pressing forward step by step. Relying on the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he forced Wan Feng back again and again. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's speed could not compare to Xiao Qian's. The immortal state of thunder and purple thunder true fire suppressed his will of ice. Wan Feng paled as he retreated again and again. His earlier arrogance was ruthlessly suppressed. He roared a few times, wanting to turn the situation around. However, Xiao Qian mercilessly suppressed him. Scram! Extreme annihilation palm. After failing to turn the situation around several times, Wan Feng became thoroughly enraged. He burned all the quintessence in his body as he sent out a palm flickering with a cold light. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly destroyed, like a piece of white paper being torn into numerous cracks, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. Xiao Qian smiled coldly and said, "Is this your trump card, Wan Feng? In that case, I'll return what you said earlier to you. Put away that bullshit pride of yours. In the future, when you come to the Sky Dome realm, behave yourself with your tail between your legs." Chapter 638. Strength Character Formula, 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Blue Dragon goes to sea. A boundless sea appeared behind Wan Feng, and 9,999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water tore a pitch-black hole in space. A 3-kilometer-long saber light burst out of the saber. It pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground. That kind of destructive might cause fear to appear in Wan Feng's eyes for the first time. Bang! The saber light swept out, and that destructive palm immediately shattered into pieces, turning into nothing. Could not resist at all. The saber light did not stop there. It continued forward and struck Wan Feng's body, knocking him back like a sandbag. Wan Feng seemed to have a defensive superior grade secret treasure. As such, this saber light did not immediately split Wan Feng in half. However, the force contained in the saber light was sufficient to injure Wan Feng's internal organs. He would not be able to recover within a month. When Xiao Qian fought Sima Hong, he had the experience of executing the Blue Dragon goes to sea with the strength character formula. This time Xiao Qian was prepared. After Xiao Qian landed, he quickly consumed a peak-grade medicinal pill to replenish his qi and blood. Although it did not have any special effects, allowing him to recover instantly, he would not be as helpless as before. Xiao Qian looked at Feng Feishue, who was behind Wan Baolu. His white robes were stained with blood. Then, he did not hesitate to continue walking forward. No one could change the path that Xiao Qian had decided on. Even someone as arrogant as Wan Feng, the welcoming envoy, could not do so. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one could imagine that the nearly undefeatable Wan Feng would be defeated by Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan chopped him down with one saber strike, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. No one knew where he went. Wan Shan was so frightened that he hid behind Wan Baolu. His body trembled as he said in a quivering voice, "Father, he is coming over. What should we do? What should we do?" Wan Baolu's expression was extremely unsightly. His body could not help but tremble slightly. He forcefully pulled himself together and said, "Damn it! Why are those guards still not here? This fellow is already a spent force. 4,000 guards can definitely wear him down." At the 8 checkpoints leading to the Wan clan's palace, the Wan clan guards cried out miserably without end. There were 4 or 5 black-clad martial monarchs at each checkpoint. As long as those guards got close to the checkpoint, they would be mercilessly killed by the black-clothed men. With a martial monarch guarding the checkpoint, these people would never be able to get past the black-clothed men. On top of a tall building, Kim Tae-ho was watching the one-sided situation with 4 or 5 servants with great interest. "Young master, all 8 paths have been blocked. Not a single guard has been let through." With the young master taking action, this bunch of people still dare to barge in. They really overestimate themselves. "Young master, you have incredible foresight. In the blink of an eye you destroyed this group of fellows." A group of manservants rushed to flatter Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho's chubby face was filled with enjoyment. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "They're just small fries. What's there to say? Do I look like someone who can't stay calm?" Bang! Right after Kim Tae-ho spoke, a figure fell from the sky, shattering the tiles on the roof. When Jean de Bao landed in front of Jean de Bao, he was startled. His fat figure moved at an incredible speed and quickly hid behind a few manservants. However, when Kim Tae-ho saw this person's appearance, he laughed loudly. He pushed the servants aside and walked over. Naturally, the person who fell from the sky was none other than the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace's welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Xiao Qin's blue dragon goes to see shattered Wan Feng's quintessence and damaged his internal organs. His external and internal injuries were severe. At this moment he was as strong as a cripple. Wan Feng coughed intensely a few times and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he looked around and saw the smiling Kim Tae-ho. Disdain and disgust flashed in Wan Feng's eyes. He said casually, "I remember you. You are the young master of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. I'll give you a chance now. Find me a place to treat my injuries, and I can consider returning that Azure Phoenix Spirit Core to you." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "Elder Brother Feng is indeed Elder Brother Feng. You are not even worth shit now, yet you are still so magnanimous. Why are you all still not helping Elder Brother Feng up?" When Wan Feng heard this, a murderous intent flashed in his heart. "Damn you, fatso. When I recover I'll kill you first." However, Wan Feng was currently severely injured and could not afford to flare up. He looked at the manservants helping him up and smiled. "At least you are sensible. I am the welcoming envoy of the upper realm. If you work for me, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. If you serve me well, I can give you a spot to go to the Kunlun realm. It is not impossible." "Pa!" The manservants loosened their grip. Wan Feng, who had just gotten up, fell back down with a bang. This affected the injuries in his body. He could not help crying out in pain. Kim Tae-ho demanded angrily, "How can you all help me up? Don't you know that this is the welcoming envoy of the upper realm, Elder Brother Feng? If you offend him, he can flick you to death with just one finger." "Elder Brother Feng. Elder Brother Feng. Let me help you up. These fellows do not know how to do things." Dragging his fat body, Kim Tae-ho wobbled over and helped Wan Feng up again. "I'll endure." At this moment Wan Feng no longer had any temper. He only wanted to find a place to treat his injuries before dealing with this group of fellows. He forced a smile and said, it's fine. I can still afford to fall with such minor injuries. Come help me down first." Kim Tae-ho gently let go of Wan Feng's hand and chuckled. "No problem. This fat lord will send you down now. Stand firmly and don't move. Don't ever move. That's right. Just maintain this posture." Wan Feng's originally unstable body suddenly started thumping. He felt that something was wrong for no reason. Before he could react, he suddenly received a heavy blow to his butt. Suddenly, he received a heavy blow on his buttocks. His body was like a rubber ball, rolling down the roof with banging sounds. Bang! After falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, Wan Feng's body bounced heavily twice. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he cried out in agony. Up on the roof, Kim Tae-ho retracted his leg and went to the eaves with a few manservants. When they saw Wan Feng in a sorry state, they all laughed loudly. "Elder brother Feng, I'm sorry. Your butt is too stylish. This fat lord really could not help it. I apologize to you." Kim Tae-ho chuckled as he fanned himself with a golden fan. The fat on his face jiggled. Wan Feng, who was on the ground, flew into a rage out of humiliation. At this moment he finally understood that this fatso did not care about him at all. From the very start, Fatso had been toying with him. "Damn you, Fatso. You can laugh all you want now. When I recover in the future, I will definitely kill your entire family." Wan Feng said to Kim Tae-ho coldly and mercilessly as he struggled to stand up. If looks could kill, Kim Tae-ho would have died long ago. "Bastard! How dare you scold my young master? Are you tired of living? I will spit on you to death." Bah! 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 Before Kim Tae-ho could say anything, the manservants behind him found an opportunity to curry favor. All of them immediately spat on Wan Feng. Under the joint efforts of the manservants, their spittle really fell like rain, and it didn't stop. Wan Feng's face turned green, startled. Since he entered the Extremine sect, he had never received such treatment. Even when he was humiliated in the past, it had never been this severe. Unexpectedly, he was being bullied by a few inexperienced manservants from the lower realm, spitting on him. However, Wan Feng did not have a good way to deal with this. He could only drag his severely injured body around miserably, fearing that the spit would land on him. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and smiled. "Stop right there. What did this fat lord teach you all normally? This is the Kunlun realm's elder brother Feng. It is not easy for him to come to the Sky Dome realm, and this is how you greet him?" Wan Feng stopped and wiped off the spit on his face. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. This fatso finally knew his limits. He did not dare to offend Wan Feng to death. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew over. Wan Feng raised his head and saw a golden coffin lid falling from the sky, slamming heavily on his body. The huge force sent Wan Feng tumbling in the air. His nose caved in, and a few of his front teeth fell out. Then he vomited blood in the air. His entire body flipped 360 degrees over 100 times before landing heavily on the ground. Holding the coffin lid, Kim Tae-ho smiled heartlessly. "How can this be considered a reception if it does not hurt or itch? Is that right, elder brother Feng?" Elder brother Feng feels so good that he is speechless. "In that case, let me do it a few more times." Hearing Kim Tae-ho's approaching footsteps, Wan Feng, who was on the verge of fainting, suddenly jolted awake. Kim Tae-ho's harmless smile was like that of a demon in Wan Feng's heart. No, even a demon would not be as scary as this fellow. Recalling the encounter from before, Wan Feng suddenly came to his senses. He took out the Azure Luan inner core from his spatial ring and handed it over. "I was wrong. I'll return this inner core to you. We don't owe each other anything." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. This feels really good." Bang! After Xiao Chun finished speaking, the wide coffin lid smashed Wan Feng into the air again with another bang. Intense pain caused Wan Feng's entire body to tremble. He felt like he was better off dead. I really couldn't tell that elder brother Feng had such a hobby. In that case, this fat lord will reluctantly slap you a few more times. Xiao Chun did not show any mercy. This time Wan Feng completely lost all hope. He handed over the spirit core and said with teary eyes, "Lord Jin, I was wrong. I should not have worked with the Wan clan to cheat you." "What did you say? Speak louder." "This fat lord does not have elder brother Feng's cultivation," Kim Tae-ho said with a chuckle as he placed the coffin lid in front of him. Plop! Wan Feng knelt on the ground, enduring the indescribable pain. He said loudly, "Lord Jin, I was really wrong. I will not dare to cheat you again." Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, I told you long ago. This fat lord has never suffered a loss in my life. Since you admit your mistake, this fat lord will be a great person and forgive you. The treasures on you should be barely enough to make up for this fat lord's losses. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand, and the manservants immediately understood what fatso meant. They rushed over and pulled out everything on Wan Feng's body, taking out everything of value. At this moment Wan Feng could not resist at all. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Soon everything was pulled out, and he lay naked on the ground. Young master, this is the most valuable thing. It seems to be a superior grade secret treasure. One of the manservants handed a damaged inner vest to Jean Fatso like he was presenting a treasure. Chapter 639. Kim Tae-ho's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow can withstand the beating. It turns out that he is wearing a superior grade inner vest. Let's go and see what the situation is like in the Wan clan's palace. Let's see if there are any more benefits to be gained." "Young master, what should we do with this fellow? He is just lying here naked. After all, he is the welcoming envoy of the Kunlun realm." Kim Tae-ho thought for a while and casually took out a pair of underwear from his spatial ring. Then he tossed it to Wan Feng and said casually, "This fat lord has been extremely benevolent to you. Don't forget the favor of this fat lord giving you underwear." That looks like a woman's underwear. Young master. Damn it. This fat lord's hobby has been exposed. I am too embarrassed to face others. Quickly scram. Kim Tae-ho moved forward at lightning speed with a xiao sound. He left behind a few manservants to exchange glances. Since when did this fellow have any face? After everyone left, the naked Wan Feng hugged the red underwear and curled up into a ball. Wan Feng could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. His cries were filled with sorrow and grief. Those who were not in the know would think that 10-odd strong men had taken away the most precious chastity of a girl. Naturally, the people in the plaza did not know what happened to Wan Feng. Otherwise, they would be flabbergasted. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the white-robed bladesman, who was walking continuously towards Feng Feishue. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not seem to be in a good state, looking like he would collapse at any moment. However, Wan Baolu and his son, who were blocking Feng Feishue, trembled in fear, not daring to make a move. No one could say for sure how much strength Xiao Chen had left. Even someone as strong as Wan Feng lost to him. If he still had trump cards, only death awaited them if they made a move. The Wan clan's father and son enjoyed glory and honor. Their days were much more leisurely than ordinary people's. The more this was so, the more they feared death. As the Wan clan's father and son approached, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They did not dare to step forward and fight, but they were also not willing to hand over Feng Feishue after spending so much effort. Enough! Just at this moment, a deep and cold snort suddenly rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth. That voice contained boundless power. These two words were like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A powerful aura pressed down on Xiao Chen like a mountain. That power was many times stronger than Xiao Chen's. Just the aura alone was enough to make Xiao Chen unable to move. His feet felt like they were filled with lead stones. Wan Baolo's face lit up and he said, "The old ancestor took action." An old man in embroidered robes seemed to appear out of nowhere and appeared in front of Xiao Chen, blocking his path. His deep eyes stared at Xiao Chen. The guests in the plaza all showed fear on their faces. They all shook their heads and sighed. In the end, the white-robed bladesman cannot advance any further. The Wan clan's martial sage has made a move. Isn't there a rumor that if one makes a move against Xiao Chen in the Sky Dome realm, there will be bad consequences? This is just a rumor. It might not be true. Furthermore, the Wan clan is already forced to this extent. If they still do not make a move, are they really going to let Xiao Chen bring Feng Feishue away in front of everyone? At this moment, Xiao Chen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. A martial sage can destroy him in one move. I really don't believe there will be any bad consequences. All sorts of discussions resounded. Although there was a rumor that if a martial sage made a move against the bearer of luck in the Sky Dome realm, there would be bad consequences, not many people believed it. This was because the current Xiao Chen looked too weak. First, he defeated 36 martial monarchs. Then, he defeated the 8 great guardian deities. Finally, he sent the Kunlun realms Wanfeng flying. All these were already incredible. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he did not exhaust his quintessence, he would be close to it. If any martial monarch among them dared to take a gamble, they would be able to stop Xiao Chan. What more, a martial sage in perfect condition? The Wan clan's martial sage said sullenly, "Little friend, today you caused a huge commotion in the Wan clan, showing off before everyone. My Wan clan also suffered heavy losses because of you. If you leave now, I will not blame you for today's matter." In reality, the moment Xiao Chun arrived at the Wan clan's palace, this person had already noticed him. However, he feared the rumor and did not dare to make a move. The bearer of luck carried the luck of the great thousand realms and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Martial sages already touched the threshold of the heavenly Tao. If they made a move against the bearer of luck, the heavenly Tao would immediately notice. Sima Hong did not believe this and tried to kill Xiao Chan. However, this was the will of heaven. Not only did Sima Hong fail, but he was also hung at the gates of Saber City, losing his reputation and face. With Sima Hong as a precedent, the Wan clan's martial sage had to be cautious. He had been holding back and not making a move. However, at this moment he had no choice but to make a move. Since ancient times, Xiao Chan was the first inferior grade martial monarch to be treated so politely by a martial sage. Everyone looked at Xiao Chan, waiting for him to speak, to see how he would answer. Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "I have not seen the person I want to meet yet. I will not leave." Such an answer was unexpected, shocking everyone. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan rejected a martial sage's suggestion. Where did he get his confidence from? The Wan clan's martial sage's expression turned grave, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "Have you made up your mind to barge in?" A vast quintessence surged in Xiao Chen's body. Winds blew and clouds churned behind him. Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark, looking even more terrifying than the old man's expression. This person was truly angry. All the guests felt the strong killing chi in the surging winds and clouds, as vast as the sea. Before that aura, Xiao Chan was as insignificant as an ant, not even an ant. Xiao Chan said calmly, "I have never thought of destroying the Wan clan. I just want to lift that red veil and ask her if marrying into the Wan clan is her original intention. If it is, I will turn around and leave. If it is not, I will follow my promise and bring her away." This person was very clear on how Feng Feishua came to the Wan clan. Naturally, he would not let Xiao Chen ask her. "Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for bullying the weak." The Wan clan's martial sage was going to make his move. Everyone could already guess what would happen next. When they saw Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes, they could not help but reveal an expression of pity. "Xiao!" Just at this moment the situation changed. The black bag on Xiao Chen's back suddenly opened up, and a simple rectangular wooden box flew out and landed heavily on the ground. It was like an invisible wall spread out from the wooden box. In that instant, the pressure that the martial sage's aura exerted on Xiao Chan vanished, and his body returned to normal. The Wan clan's martial sage narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Divine weapon!" The might of the divine weapon shook the Tianwu continent. The Wan clan's martial sage no longer dared to delay and immediately made his move. However, it was already too late. Kasie! Kasie! The 4 wooden boards fell, and the divine weapon, the heavenly universe sword, floated quietly in the air. An ancient and strong aura burst forth from it. The divine weapon shattered the momentum of the Wan clan's martial sage's attack, collapsing on its own. The holy seal in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into a clump of golden flame and burned quickly. All sorts of wondrous energies spread throughout his body, giving him the right to use the divine weapon temporarily. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and clenched it. A resonant sword hum tore through the clouds. The divine weapon was drawn. In an instant the sky turned dark. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. The tens of thousands of people in the plaza felt like they were standing in the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chan grasped the divine weapon tightly, and felt an unparalleled energy circulating in his meridians. It felt like he could pluck the stars and grab the moon, twisting the universe omnipotent. "Chop!" Xiao Chan shouted ferociously and chopped with his saber. The world regained its calm. Everyone looked up and saw the unparalleled Wan clan's martial sage flying backward. Space shattered behind the Wan clan's martial sage. After flying for an unknown distance, the Wan clan's martial sage crashed into a mountain outside Wan clan city, turning that tall mountain into dust. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard, and a strong energy flowed out of Shao Qin's body like flowing water. He felt dizzy and extremely weak. Even the Wan clan's old ancestor had been sent flying by Shao Qin. The Wan clan's father and son were frightened out of their wits. They completely lost their courage and fled in a sorry state. Shao Qin calmed himself and walked forward step by step in front of all the heroes of the world. The distance between him and Feng Feishue grew shorter and shorter. Soon he arrived before her. This fellow really walked over. Martial monarchs cannot stop him. The 8 great guardian deities cannot stop him. Now, even a martial sage cannot stop him. Such an incredible scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The shock in the hearts of the many guests could no longer be described with words. In the distance, the Wan clan's martial sage walked out from the collapsed mountain peak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The automatic recovery function of the sage body seemed to have lost its effect. Blood flowed out continuously from the wound. You dog. You actually brought a divine weapon. Let's see how many more times you can use it. The Wan clan's martial sage raged, wanting to soar into the sky. Bang! A strong palm wind tore through the air and knocked back the Wan clan's martial sage. It was the myriad fiend palaces in Zixuan, who had promised to protect Shao Qin. And Zixuan, since when is it your heavenly fiend palaces turn to interfere in the matters of my Wan clan? And Zixuan could not be bothered with the berserk Wan clan's martial sage. I can do whatever I want. Since when is it your turn to care? Just stay here obediently. The Wan clan's martial sage was flustered. However, he was not a match for Zixuan in the first place. Now that he was injured, he was even weaker. On the other side, Shao Qin removed the restriction on Feng Feishue. Then he slowly removed the red cloth covering her head, revealing a beautiful face that could topple nations. Feng Feishue's eyes misted over. She choked as she said, "You really came." Shao Qin smiled faintly and said, "For years ago, outside Mo City, I promised to do something for you. I will definitely come to fulfill my promise to you for the rest of my life." Xiao. Shao Qin tore off the cloth covering his head and summoned out the scarlet throne. Then, he helped the severely injured Feng Tianming onto it. Then he carried Feng Feishue and turned into a red cloud soaring into the sky, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. After a long time, the crowd withdrew their gazes. When they saw the sorry state of the plaza, they could not help but sigh. The vast Wan clan had 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities, and a martial sage. However, Shao Qin single-handedly turned it upside down, inflicting heavy losses. After this day, the Wan clan's reputation in the continent would plummet. It might even lose its position as the top merchant association. A king-grade true dragon genius is indeed extraordinary. The Sky Dome realm really cannot hide him. Chapter 640. Back then, even the Thunder King was not this unbridled, challenging the top merchant association of the world for a promise. It is really hard to imagine that Shao Qin really charged into the Wan clan and even brought the person away for the sake of a promise. The group of people discussed the matter. In this greedy world there were still people who could keep their promises, daring to risk their lives. This was truly rare. This was especially so when Shao Qin still had a bright future ahead of him. Despite knowing that a martial sage was holding down the fort, he still risked his life and rushed over. "Let's go. There is nothing more for us to do here. This wedding is just a farce for the Wan clan." The guests that came all scattered, heading for the gates of the Wan clan's palace. The experts guarding the underground treasure room of the Wan clan's palace all fell to the ground. Their corpses were all dead from one fatal strike. In the treasure room, a group of black-clothed men were excitedly plundering the treasures in every corner of the room. One of the black-clad people was particularly eye-catching. His large body was forced to wear black clothes, which looked extremely awkward. He looked like he might burst at any moment. "Young master, unexpectedly. It is so easy to break through the Wan clan's treasure room. We are rich this time." That fatso chuckled and said, That brother Xiao of mine is too awesome. He injured all the 8 great guardian deities. Otherwise we would not have come so easily. The group of people were like hungry wolves entering a sheep's den. They moved around continuously, and the various treasures in the treasure room disappeared quickly. Normally, there were many people who targeted the Wan clan's headquarters. However, with the 8 great guardian deities guarding it, practically no one succeeded. Today, the 8 great guardian deities were all severely injured. Kim Taeho led the Jin clan's martial monarchs to launch a sneak attack. This was a great bargain. If the Wan treasure tower knew that the treasure room was ransacked, he would probably die from anger. The treasure room contained half of the Wan clan's wealth. Who knew how long it would take for the Wan clan to recover from such a loss? High in the sky above the Wan clan's plaza, Wan Feng's master, the extremely old man, looked down at the mess below expressionlessly. The Haotian sect's elder Feng stood quietly behind him. Old Feng, this time your Haotian sect has really recruited a genius from the lower realm. I reckon that he is not much weaker than the true disciples of your sect. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, Senior Extremine speaks too highly of him. Compared to the geniuses recorded in Bushin Palace, his accumulations as a martial king are still lacking. Furthermore, he has not experienced a truly grand occasion. The extremely old man said, These words are not wrong. Whether it is a true dragon or not, we can only know after the baptism of the Kunlun realm. After a pause, the extremely old man said, You should go. Although this old man's reputation is not good, I still have this much magnanimity. I will not make a move against an insignificant martial monarch. When old Feng heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the old man before him looked amiable, he was infamous in the Kunlun realm. Even the cultivators of the other races feared him. Xiao Chun had defeated his little disciple in front of everyone. Old Feng worried that the old man would not be able to resist making a move. If that happened, even if Xiao Chun had a divine weapon, only death awaited him. Many thanks, Senior. After obtaining a definite answer, Old Feng bowed slightly. Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew back to the Haotian sect. After Old Feng left, the extremely old man's expression suddenly sank. He looked in the direction of Nzixuan and muttered, Unexpectedly, this fellow is related to the experts of the fiend race. Xiao. The extremely old man withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. Then he stopped thinking and casually tore space apart. He appeared on a roof and smiled coldly as he looked at Wan Feng, who was wearing a pair of red floral underwear. When Wan Feng felt the gaze from above, he looked up. His body trembled involuntarily as he said, Master, this disciple has embarrassed you. I only ask for a quick death. The extremely old man smiled coldly and said, Why would I kill you? It was not my tacit approval. Who in the Sky Dome realm can injure you? Wan Feng's expression froze. He exclaimed, Master, you saw everything? The extremely old man nodded without batting an eyelid. He said, In the future you won't be so arrogant anymore, right? Even a lion needs to use its full power to capture a rabbit. You are not a lion yet, so where is your dog's hit pride coming from? What is the use of thinking about all these crooked paths for cultivation? You will not be able to achieve anything great. In the future, break off all ties with the Wan clan and focus all your attention on cultivation. If anyone slaps your face, slap them back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Wan Feng suddenly understood what the extremely old man was trying to do. The other party had clearly seen all of his actions. The extremely old man wanted to use this opportunity to teach himself a lesson. On the other hand, he wanted to temper his mental state. Many thanks for Master's teachings. This disciple will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will not embarrass the extremely sect again. The extremely old man did not say anything more. He casually grabbed Wan Feng and flew off into the distance. As the powerhouses left one by one, the farce of the Wan clan's wedding officially came to an end. At the border of the Great Jin Nation and the Great Qin Nation, Ingyu had been waiting with the Imperial Dragon Legion for a long time already. After handing Wan Feng over to the other party, Xiao Chun flew to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion alone. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as calm as usual. No one knew that Xiao Chen, who had just returned, had done such a shocking thing in the boundless distance. Senior, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I did not lose the divine weapon. When Xiaochan felt the power of the divine weapon, he felt even more grateful to Lung Tianyun for lending him the divine weapon. Lung Tianyun was not in a rush to receive the divine weapon. He looked at Xiaochan's injuries and said, "Don't be in a rush to leave. Let me take a look at your injuries." After a series of battles, especially when he used the strength character formula to execute the blue dragon returns from the sea, Xiaochan's injuries had reached a horrifying level. Lung Tianyun placed his right hand on Xiaochan's meridians and carefully checked them. He exclaimed in shock, "Your physical body is extraordinarily strong. If other martial monarchs acted as recklessly as you did, they would have died long ago. However, your situation is not much better now. There is still half a month before we leave the Sky Dome realm. During this period of time you should stay here and focus on recuperating." Lung Tianyun personally made a move. He used his origin energy and the peak medicinal herbs that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated to help Xiaochan recover quickly. 7 days later, Xiaochan had completely recovered from all his injuries. He was brimming with energy and vigor. The battle at the Wan clan's palace had given Xiaochan many comprehensions. This was especially so when he fought with Wan Feng. Wan Feng's will of ice had given him a lot of inspiration. Before martial monarch, only cultivators with a peak state could be considered geniuses. Only then could they fight above their cultivation realm. However, when one reached martial monarch, states were commonplace. Only by raising their states to a will could they fight above their cultivation realm. Wan Feng could treat martial monarchs like they were nothing. Aside from his accumulated quintessence, which was much higher than that of the Sky Dome realm's martial monarchs, the most important reason was his comprehension of the will of ice. If Wan Feng's will of ice could improve further, even with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the 33-fold increase in combat prowess, victory would still be difficult for Xiaochan. "I have to make good use of my time and comprehend my will of ice," Xiaochan said with a resolute gaze as he clenched his right fist tightly. After making up his mind, Xiaochan immediately went to look for Lung Tianyun. With such a martial sage around, it would be a waste not to seek his guidance. When Lung Tianyun found out why Xiaochan was here, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, "How old are you? Already you want to comprehend a will?" Xiaochan could not understand. He asked, "Could it be that the will has something to do with age?" Lung Tianyun nodded and said, "It does not have anything to do with age. However, some people live for 500 or 600 years and become a martial sage. Even so, they might not be able to comprehend their will. Raising a state to a will depends on talent, breadth of vision, and fortuitous encounters. Talent goes without saying. It is a person's comprehension ability. Since you can create the 4-season saber technique, your comprehension ability is definitely not bad. The so-called breadth of vision is the experience of a cultivator. The great 1,000 realms are boundless. There are all sorts of mysteries, countless. How much do you think you have experienced? Even if you have achieved all that, without the right opportunity, you will never be able to comprehend your own will." Xiaochan entered deep thought. However, he felt a little suspicious. He asked, "That welcoming envoy Wan Feng is only 3 or 4 years older than me. However, he already touched the threshold of a will. Why is that?" Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "That is not a will. If I remember correctly, the Extreme Yin sect has a special cultivation technique that can strengthen the state of ice. It can raise the might of the peak state of ice by 20%. If he really comprehended a will, you would not be a match for him. 10 years ago I advanced to martial sage. Even in the Kunlun realm, my talent is considered outstanding. However, I have not comprehended my own will. To think that a will is so difficult to comprehend." Xiaochan frowned heavily. Unexpectedly, even Lung Tianyun has not comprehended a will of his own. In terms of talent and breadth of vision, the other party should be pretty good. In that case, the time for fortuitous encounters has not arrived. Lung Tianyun stood up and waved his hand. A cool breeze immediately blew in the room. As the cool breeze circulated, it carried a gentle warmth that made one feel relaxed and comfortable. "Xiu!" Suddenly, Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand and tapped. The cool breeze blew gently, but it contained a bone-chilling chill. The strength of the wind did not change, but when it struck the body, it felt even more painful than a knife. Boom! Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand again, and a strong wind blew, buzzing loudly. Even the room trembled intensely. Chi! 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 In that instant, the strong wind stopped and turned into thousands of thin wind arrows, riddling the entire room with holes. Sunlight shone in through the holes. When the thousands of light beams intertwined, they formed mottled shadows on the ground, illuminating the room. When Xiao Chan saw all this, he could not help but feel astonished. The simple wind could produce so many scenes in Lung Tianyun's hands. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he would not be able to do so within 10 years. Xiao Chan could blow out a cool breeze or send out a berserk palm wind that could flip the roof off. However, he could not do it as freely as Lung Tianyun did. Lung Tianyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He muttered, "I have already touched the threshold of the will of wind. All I need is a fortuitous encounter, and I will be able to break through." You cannot imitate the earlier demonstration. Just treat it as broadening your horizons. There is a huge difference between thunder and wind. How you comprehend it depends on yourself. Xiao Chan quickly performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. This demonstration had indeed made him feel enlightened. He discovered that his previous way of thinking was too limited. Chapter 641. In a few days you will be going to the Kunlun realm. I have a request. Xiao Chan said. Senior, please speak your mind. If I can do it, I will do my best to do it. There was a trace of worry in Lung Tianyun's eyes. He muttered, "However, during the Golden Age, there will be a great calamity. However, the 5,000 years of Golden Age will slowly come to an end amidst peace. However, the laws of history will not change. The great calamity this time might be a great calamity that happens once every 10,000 years. In the future, if you really manage to ascend to the Great Tao, I hope that you will take care of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and said, "The Great Tao is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Senior's words are too far-fetched. The so-called great calamity is just overthinking it." Lung Tianyun sighed softly. "I am not overthinking it. 10,000 years ago, there was a vast demonic calamity. The Tianwu dynasty, which had been glorious for tens of thousands of years, vanished like smoke. The 9 dragon veins of the Tianwu continent escaped, and the spiritual energy of the world turned chaotic. Even today it has not recovered." Xiao Chan still felt that Lung Tianyun was exaggerating. However, after thinking for a while, he still agreed. "If one day I really manage to ascend to the Great Tao, I will definitely not sit by and watch the Heavenly Saber Pavilion ignore me." After leaving Lung Tianyun's room, Xiao Chan spent another half a day refining the countenance-halting pill. Then he handed it to Lu Ruyue. His train of thought had expanded significantly. Xiao Chan decided to leave and spend the last moments of his time in the Sky Dome realm at Thunder Emperor Valley. He wanted to see if he could find his own fortuitous encounter in the immortal will that the Thunder King left behind. Tears welled up in Lu Ruyue's eyes as she hugged Xiao Chan, unwilling to let go for a long time. "Xiao Chan, will this be an eternal parting?" Xiao Chan felt a slight sourness in his heart. He wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. "Definitely not. Wait for me to return." This night, the two spent a long time together. As Lu Ruyue slept soundly, Xiao Chan gently kissed her forehead. Then he put on his clothes and left quietly. Before the sky brightened, Xiao Chan took one last look at the beautiful Qingyun Peak. He had too many memories on this peak. After this parting, Xiao Chan did not know when he would be able to return. However, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only hide the bitterness in his heart. "Let's go." Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. From the moment you decided to walk the path to the peak of cultivation, you were destined to be lonely, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Back then, she had witnessed the rise of the Thunder King. Now that a similar situation had occurred once again, she was filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Chan took a deep breath, no longer reluctant to leave this mountain and grass and bid farewell. When Xiao Chan flew over Saber City, he discovered a girl standing at the top of the city wall. When he looked carefully, it was Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing. She had a faint smile on her face as she watched him fly in the air. "Xiao." Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly landed on the city wall, standing across from Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. She said, "The Dragon Phoenix cauldron that you left with me. All the materials that the Feng clan has for refining secret treasures are in there. Finally, there are 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. I hope they will be of help to you." 100,000 superior grade spirit stones was a large sum. Right now, Xiao Chen only had a total of 80,000 superior grade spirit stones on him. Xiao Chen urgently needed superior grade spirit stones. Be it for cultivation or as currency after he went to the Kunlun realm, they would be very useful. Many thanks. Feng Feishue smiled gently and suddenly kissed Xiao Chen on the lips. She said, "Take this kiss as a token of my thanks. Now that I have complete control over the Feng clan, I will help you look after the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen touched his lips and could not help but smile. "I only found out today that this kiss of mine is so valuable. Do you want to kiss me a few more times?" Feng Feishue blushed and giggled. "I would not dare to mess around. That person from your clan would kill me. Let's go, stop being so wishy-washy." As the sun set, Xiao Chen arrived at Thunder Emperor Valley. When the many old men in Thunder Emperor Valley saw Xiao Chen's arrival, they were startled. Several of them were the old men that Xiao Chen had knocked down previously. Without saying anything, these people immediately scattered, leaving one by one. "These fellows are really cowardly. It is as though you will eat them up. With such courage, what fortuitous encounters can they obtain in Thunder Emperor Valley?" Ao Jiao said indifferently. Xiao Chen found a place to sit down cross-legged. He said calmly, "It is good that they left, it is peaceful." Thunder roared in Xiao Chen's ears, and a horrifying might spread out. The will of thunder wandering in the clouds did not show any signs of dissipating even after thousands of years, as though it would exist forever. Suddenly Xiao Chen had an idea. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you think that if I subdue this will, I will comprehend the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao snorted coldly and said, "That is easy for you. Since it is the immortal lightning, how can it be subdued by others? Unless your strength surpasses that of the Thunder King back then." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend. The half-step martial monarchs that Xiao Chen chased away did not go far. They all floated a kilometer away from Thunder Emperor Valley, smiling coldly as they looked at Xiao Chen. "This fellow is really reckless. Thunder Emperor Valley never allows cultivators above martial monarch to remain. Let's wait and see how the lightning strikes him to death. That is the immortal divine lightning. Even a peak martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. When he dies, we will split the treasures on him evenly." Xiao Chen did not open his eyes. However, he sent out his spiritual sense and clearly heard the expressions of these people, as well as what they said. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. As the successor of the Thunder King, he had the lunar shadow saber to back him up. How could the immortal divine lightning attack him for no reason? These people were probably going to be disappointed. In the ancient desolate land, a man carrying a sword on his back walked calmly on the surface of the vast heavenly extermination lake. As this man walked, ripples spread out on the surface of the water. White clouds drifted in the clear sky. However, there was a pitch-black mark in this paper-like sky, looking very out of place. When one got closer, one would discover that the mark was actually a thick patch of black clouds. Below the thick black clouds was an island shrouded in yin qi. When the youth carrying the sword looked at the scene in front, he smiled faintly and said, "The headquarters of the Dark Church is not much different from what I expected." This person was Chu Chaoyun, who had not appeared for a long time after the Five-Nation Youth Competition. For some reason he actually appeared here. Behind Chu Chaoyun stood several strong cultivators with unfathomable auras. Among them were the Sacred Heavenly Church's bishop, the mysterious master of the Devil Savannah's Black Knights, and the Black Dragon Group's chief. At this moment, all the influential major characters stood behind Chu Chaoyun. However, they all appeared strangely respectful. In a secret room of the palace on the island, a man shrouded in black qi sat cross-legged. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this black-clad man's appearance actually resembled Xiao Chen's. Xiao. An image of the black-clad man sitting cross-legged stood up. The image slowly turned solid and soon looked no different from the real person. The black-clad man pushed open the door to the secret room. The guard standing at the side was startled and said, "Churchmaster, you are out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly, go and inform the churchmaster. It is just a clone. There is no need to make a big fuss about it." The black-clad man smiled faintly and walked forward. Soon, the churchmaster rushed over with a group of disciples. When they saw this person, they immediately knelt and said, "Churchmaster, why did you come out of closed-door cultivation?" The black-clad man waved his hand, and a formless energy instantly wrapped around this group of people. He said, "Come with me to meet the guest." Wuxia. The mysterious black-clad man from the dark church waved his hand and led the group of people into the air. In a few breaths they arrived before Chu Chaoyun. The mysterious black-clad man looked at Chu Chaoyun and smiled faintly. "Interesting. Unexpectedly, a group of descendants of the Tianwu dynasty that I destroyed 10,000 years ago came to work with me today." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "As long as our goal is the same, it does not matter who we work with. However, your strength disappoints me." Zizi. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a golden flame suddenly burned in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. A golden heavenly flame poured out and instantly set the black-clad man ablaze. "The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, it is too slow. This insignificant clone of mine can easily dodge it." The mysterious black-clad man reappeared before Chu Chaoyun and smiled. Then, he used his palm as a saber and thrust it at Chu Chaoyun's chest. Bang! A golden light descended from the sky and turned solid. The black-clad man's palm stabbed into Chu Chaoyun's chest, giving off a metallic sound that shook the sky. Kase! Kase! The materialized light shattered inch by inch like a mirror. When it landed on the calm surface of the lake, it erupted into pillars of water that soared into the sky. When the light scattered, the mysterious black-clad man smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Your comprehension of the ancestors' technique is not bad. You too. Back then, the sword strike of the Qing emperor did not cripple you." Chu Chaoyun retorted, not showing any fear of this person. He said, "Cut the nonsense. Open the gates to the demonic world." The mysterious black-clad man said unhurriedly, "There's no rush. We still have to wait for one more person. Without her, even if you go to the demonic world, you will not be able to learn the high-ranked martial techniques of the demon race." Who? Just at this moment, a girl wearing a purple dress and a veil descended from the distant sky. This girl had a purple mark on her forehead. Her spirited eyes were very captivating. With just one glance, one's heart surged with emotions, wanting to sink into it forever. Chu Chaoyun showed a startled expression. He felt a formless danger from this girl. He asked, "Who is she?" "Lung Yu, one of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world," the black-clad man said indifferently. As the sun rose and set, the rumbling thunder in the Thunder Emperor Valley never stopped. It has already been 5 days. Why is this fellow not dead yet? This is illogical. This is really strange. For the past 5 days we have not moved a single step. However, that immortal divine lightning seems to recognize this brat. Nothing happened to it. I feel a little dizzy. My essence is almost depleted. If we continue waiting like this, before this brat dies we will fall into the sea. Let's wait a little longer. This fellow is a true dragon-grade sovereign genius. He must have a lot of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and treasures on him. Indeed, this opportunity is hard to come by. This is a free benefit. The half-step martial monarchs waiting for Shao Chan to be struck by lightning were almost out of essence. However, they still gritted their teeth and waited with intense anticipation. Chapter 642. Up in Thunder Emperor Valley, Shao Chan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with purple electricity. In the past 5 days, Shao Chan's understanding of lightning had improved by another level. Originally, there was no lightning in the world. Lightning was not like wind, fire, or water, which existed for a long time. Only when wind and clouds gathered would lightning appear. Lightning did not exist in isolation. If there was no wind and no clouds, there would be no lightning. It was just like the immortal divine lightning above Thunder Emperor Valley. Without the dark clouds that moved with the wind and lingered for a long time. No matter how powerful the Thunder King was, His will of thunder would not be able to last forever. After comprehending this point, a vague image of the will of thunder appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Although Xiao Chen had not formally grasped the basics, he now had a general direction. He would not be as confused as before. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Today I have to gather at Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Chen muttered as he stood up. Xiao Chen glanced at the half-step martial monarchs waiting for him to be struck by lightning. He could not help but find it funny. Xiao! Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, and a blue dragon image appeared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chen silently arrived behind these people. He smiled and asked, "Old sirs, what are you all waiting for?" "What else can we be waiting for?" "Waiting for that brat to be struck by lightning, of course," an old man said dispiritedly. When these people turned around and saw Xiao Chen behind them, they paled and retreated in fright. "Ha ha! You are not very capable, but your heart is very vicious. In that case, I will let you have a taste of being struck by lightning first." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. Winds and clouds moved in the sky. The clouds clashed, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the person who spoke into the water. Only when the clouds move can there be lightning. However, clouds cannot move without wind. Hence there needs to be wind, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he casually executed the comprehensions he had gained in Thunder Emperor Valley. Instantly lightning flashed. A group of half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiao Chen to be struck by lightning were struck by lightning. They cried out miserably as they fell into the water, charred black. "Let's go to Dragon Sealing City." Seeing that the old men were all struck by the lightning, Xiao Chen did not make things difficult for this group of people. He stood on the blue dragon and headed for Dragon Sealing City. Gulp gulp. Xiao Chen walked far away. On the surface of the sea below, there was a burst of bubbles. One by one, black and swarthy heads popped out of the water like refugees. They still did not understand each other. Feeling confused, they said, "That shouldn't be the case. Why is it that this brat is not struck by lightning but we are?" In the sky above Dragon Sealing City, the Bushin Palace's jade ship was overflowing with light. Celestial music lingered in the surroundings, and colorful clouds drifted. The thick dark clouds that had not melted for 10,000 years were split into two halves. Golden light shone from the center and poured down. Every building in the simple and unadorned Dragon Sealing City seemed to be covered in a layer of golden paint, looking very beautiful. The geniuses of the Sky Dome realm in the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking stood at the bow of the ship. As they looked at the boundless Sky Dome realm, they were all in high spirits and felt very nervous. In the vast Sky Dome realm there were thousands of heroes. However, only the 20 of them could obtain the opportunity to enter the Kunlun realm. What kind of glory was this? However, they also felt very nervous in the depths of their hearts. After suffering at Xiao Chen's hands, they now had a clear understanding of their own strength. Perhaps if they went to the Kunlun realm, the pride that they had for the past 20-odd years would be gone forever, vanishing into the crowd. However, everyone here was a strong and confident person. The anticipation and desire in their hearts far outweighed their nervousness. No one believed that they would lose. As long as they had a chance, even if they went to the Kunlun realm, they could still rise up and obtain the glory that belonged to them. There was no need to worry so much when they were young. As long as there was a dream in their hearts, no matter how cruel this world was, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, Yu Chenxi and Old Feng were looking into the distance. It was clear that they were waiting for someone. Gong Yongyu stood behind the two with a calm expression. His sect was much weaker than the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm. It was only a rank 8 sect. After setting some conditions with his sect, Gong Yongyu decided to go to the Kunlun realm. That was to say, he headed straight for the Haotian sect. If he went to his own sect, the treatment he would receive would be better. In a relatively small and weak sect, it would be easier for him to gain the attention of the upper echelons. If he went to the Haotian sect, where there were more geniuses, the competition he would face was something that the main sect could not compare to. The treatment he received would be worse as well. This was a choice between being the head of a chicken or the tail of a phoenix. In the end, Gong Yongyu chose the latter. Actually, most of the people here chose the latter as well. Those whose sects had not reached rank 9 were prepared to look for a better place. A smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's face as he said, "He is here." Gong Yongyu recovered his wits and quickly looked over. He saw a figure in the distance standing on the image of a blue dragon. As the figure moved up and down, it traveled 1 kilometer. This figure quickly flew towards the jade warship. That person looked very graceful and extraordinary. He did not reveal himself, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling, one that no one could defeat. Naturally, this person was the top ranker of the true dragon ranking. The white-robed bladesman who dominated the younger generation of the Sky Dome realm and defeated Wan Feng, the king-grade true dragon genius, Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan is here. It was not just Yu Chenxi but also the gazes of everyone else focused on Xiao Chan. This white-robed bladesman seemed to always be able to create miracles. Back then, at the Wan clan's plaza, the many outstanding young talents had been humiliated by Wan Feng. Although they were not convinced, they all suffered miserable defeats at his hands, unable to retaliate at all. Only Xiao Chan, after defeating 36 martial monarchs and the 8 great guardian deities, still had the strength to defeat Wan Feng. Xiao Chan managed to gain some glory for the youths of the Sky Dome realm. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Xiao Chan looked around at the situation. He had not expected the others to arrive so early, so he said apologetically to Old Feng. Old Feng smiled gently and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. There are people who came even later than you." Xiao Chan looked carefully and discovered that there were already 19 people in the top 20. Only Chu Chaoyun was nowhere to be seen. Strange, given Chu Chaoyun's talent, it would be too much of a pity if he did not go to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chan thought doubtfully. At the same time, he felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun had not truly determined a victor yet. The battle on the Wind Cloud platform was just the beginning. In the future, when the two of them reached the peak, there would definitely be another battle. If Chu Chaoyun did not go to the Kunlun realm, he would only be left far behind, never able to catch up. "I'm not waiting anymore. He is just a lower realm genius, and he dares to put on airs in front of me. If he does not go, then so be it. Bushin Palace does not lack people like him." The extremely old man's displeased voice came from the ship's hold. "Hu Qi." The instant the extremely old man spoke, the jade warship immediately soared into the air. Then it flew at an extremely fast speed towards the boundless golden light above. The thick dark clouds that had been split in half slowly merged together like 2 pieces of the ceiling. Finally, they merged completely, and a huge shadow covered Dragon Ceiling City once again. Time passed slowly. Only when the Age of Geniuses began would the dark clouds above Dragon Ceiling City open again and send down a golden light. The dense golden light surrounded the jade warship. The many cultivators on the warship, including Xiao Chan, were all very curious as they looked around. However, all they could see was golden light. They could not see anything special about it. How exactly did this warship reach the Kunlun realm? Xiu. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding golden light suddenly dissipated. Boundless stars and a vast heavenly river appeared before everyone's eyes. Normally, no one dared to look at the blazing sun. However, at this moment it was just a small ball of fire in everyone's eyes. It looked very wondrous. From time to time, huge flying rocks with long tails whizzed past everyone's eyes. The scene was quite thrilling. The jade ship was surrounded by a transparent golden membrane, protecting it from being hit by the flying stones. This is the starry heavens? As someone from the modern era, Xiao Chen discovered that the starry heavens here could not be measured by the knowledge of Earth. A jade warship could float in the starry heavens. No matter how much the people of that world imagined it, they would not dare to believe it. When Xiao Chen looked back, he discovered that the original Sky Dome realm was actually just a small stone stele with talisman scripts shining on it. Xiao Chen was sure that the size of that stone stele surpassed that of the jade warship. However, the radiance it emitted enveloped all the stars in it. Such a strange scene left people puzzled even after much thought. After we pass the whirlpool in front, we will reach the Kunlun realm. Old Feng's voice came from behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked to the front. At some point in time, a 7-colored whirlpool had appeared in the boundless starry heavens. At some point in time, a 7-colored whirlpool had appeared. This whirlpool was incredibly huge, comparable to a planet. Old Feng said gravely, "Xiao Chan, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu, now that we are here, I should tell you about the situation of the Kunlun realm. The group quickly listened, not daring to miss out on anything. Aside from humans, there are many other races of various sizes in the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is ridiculously large. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as boundless. The region that our human race controls is the Tianwu domain. For the sake of resources, the various domains frequently erupt in great wars. The Bushin Palace is a faction formed by all the sects of the human race. It is the supreme sect that rules the Tianwu domain. You don't have to know about the other races and the larger domains for now. Just the Tianwu domain is more than enough for you to explore. You might not even be able to finish exploring it in your lifetime. Gong Yongyu asked out of curiosity, how big is the Tianwu domain? Compared to the Tianwu continent, it is slightly bigger. When Gong Yongyu heard this, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, there is no comparison at all. The Tianwu domain has 108 continents. Even the smallest continent is larger than a nation in the Tianwu continent. The slightly larger continents are the size of 2 nations. This is just the places with human habitation. If we include some desolate mountains and ancient remnants, it is even larger. When Xiao Qian and the other 2 heard this, they could not help but be flabbergasted. Just the Tianwu domain of the human race was already so large. In that case, how large was the entire Kunlun realm? I'll say one last thing. You are all geniuses. Otherwise, the Haotian sect would not have called you in. But if you want to do nothing and the Clear Sky School directly spends resources to support you, that is absolutely impossible. It is the same for the other sections. If you want to obtain more resources, you need to bring out your strength to prove yourself and stand out from the other disciples. Chapter 643. Old Feng's last sentence sounded extremely grave. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu exchanged glances. They both felt a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, did not feel much. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether it was the genius disciples of the Haotian sect in the Tianwu domain or the luck geniuses from the other great thousand realms, the Haotian sect would not be able to defeat them. In this great world, there were definitely no mediocre people. The competition would probably be even more intense. In a situation where the resources were equal, the only way was to stand out. He had to show that he was more worthy of nurturing than others in order to get what he wanted. As everyone on the bow of the ship cried out in alarm, the jade ship entered the rainbow vortex with a whoosh. Everyone felt a powerful suction force. In front of that force, their bodies were unable to resist at all, and they were disintegrated into countless particles of various sizes. At this moment, his soul and body were separated. He could still think, but he couldn't control his own body. Such a strange state was extremely frightening, but fortunately, it didn't last for long. The particles of his body, big and small, reassembled like a platter. His body returned to his control, and the world before him suddenly opened up. In the boundless sky, a huge sun hung high in the sky. There were many mountains and cities on the ground. The tall buildings were as small as ants. Looking from above, the Kunlun realm was no different from the Tianwu continent. My cultivation base seems to have increased a little. It has become more condensed. Me too. Earlier, it felt like the veritable essence energy in my body was reorganized. Several of my blocked meridians were cleared. This is the Kunlun realm. The many young Sky Dome realm cultivators on the bow of the warship all spoke excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Xiao Chan circulated his quintessence and discovered that it was indeed so. His cultivation had advanced to early stage inferior grade martial monarch. The circulation of quintessence in his meridians became smoother, saving him half a month of bitter cultivation. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "The rules of the lower realm and the upper realm are different. The first time you enter, everyone's cultivation will receive some benefits. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Properly experience the spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm. Before you go to Bushin Palace, you should get used to it." Even without Old Feng's instructions, the many youths on the bow had already closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged, greedily absorbing the spiritual origin around them. Xiao Chun was not in a hurry to sit down cross-legged. Instead, he circulated the true essence in his body and made a grabbing motion in the air. A water ball formed from spirit chi appeared in his palm. The light blue ball of water was plump and full. It contained a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Xiao Chun muttered. With just a casual grab, there is already so much spiritual energy. It is more than 10 times stronger than the great Jin nation, which is rich in spiritual energy. Pooh! With a flick of his hand, Xiao Chun poured quintessential essence into the ball of water. It spun and shot into the distance before exploding. The water ball turned into droplets of rain and dispersed in all directions. Not even a faint ripple appeared in the space. Strange. In the Sky Dome realm I can tear space with a casual strike. Earlier, I infused a drop of compressed quintessential essence into that ball of water, but there was not even a ripple in space. Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself. The space of this Kunlun realm seemed to be much firmer than that of the Sky Dome realm. The restrictions of the natural laws on cultivators were even greater. Let's try again. This time Xiao Chen got serious. He exhausted 50% of his quintessential essence and 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used his fingers as a saber and sent out a strand of sharp saber qi to the side. The sharp saber qi was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Soon, it vanished before Xiao Chen's eyes, disappearing in a flash. Wherever it passed, faint ripples would appear on both sides. Ripples would appear in the space around it, as if a stone had been dropped onto a calm surface of water. At this point, Xiao Chun was certain that the space of this Kunlun realm was much firmer. If one compared this empty space to a building, then the space of the Sky Dome realm was a wooden building, and the building here was a tall tower made of steel. The two could not be compared at all, the difference was too great. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and said softly, in such a tight and firm space, cultivation progress, flying speed, and the might of martial techniques will all be greatly restricted. No wonder Wan Feng's quintessential essence was so pure. The heavenly Tao's restrictions on cultivators were much stronger than in the lower realms. Given this, the lower realm cultivators were naturally at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses who were already used to the Kunlun realm's laws. If there were any arrogant and unruly people who were not convinced by the local geniuses, they would immediately be taught a severe lesson. In the distance, two girls stood on an azure lawn covered in flames. The girl on the right wore a green dress. She was very pretty and had an otherworldly air. She appeared quiet and cute. This girl was already a rare beauty. However, the girl on the left, wearing a red dress, was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like a blazing flame. As the azure lawn flew quickly, a sharp saber qi with a flourishing aura flew over from the side. The girl on the right reacted very quickly. She flicked her finger, and a resonant phoenix cry rang out. Then, a fiery sword qi shot out from her fingertip. The fiery light was dazzling, and the sword qi was like a rainbow. When it clashed with that saber qi, it quickly melted. After a while, the saber qi turned into mist and scattered. The girl on the left asked in shock, "Who sent out that saber qi?" To think that elder sister Nguyen had to use the vermilion bird holy flame. The girl with the family name Nguyen looked at the jade ship that was already far away. When she saw a blurry white figure, she said softly, "This strand of saber qi contains not only dense quintessential energy but also a 60% comprehended saber intent. If I want to casually destroy it, I have to use the vermilion bird holy flame." At the same time, the girl with the family name Nguyen felt somewhat astonished. She recognized the symbol of that jade ship. It was the escort ship that passed by Bushin Palace. If there were no surprises, this strand of saber qi came from one of the lower realm geniuses on the ship. However, there is no killing qi. It should be a casual probing from someone from the lower realm. That is not a problem. I will bring you to the proud son of heaven ranking. Let's go. As Xiao Chun pondered, the youths on the bow all opened their eyes. Their eyes shone with great confidence, and some of them even laughed out loud. What dense spiritual energy! No wonder that Wan Feng is only an inferior grade martial monarch, but he surpasses us by so much. His accumulations are simply too bountiful. That's right. Give us some time and we will definitely surpass him. It is not that his talent surpasses ours. Rather, he has been in the Kunlun realm longer than us. Sooner or later we will teach him a lesson. After cultivating for a while, the cultivators felt a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Lofty aspirations filled their hearts, sweeping away all the nervousness in their hearts. Their expressions were filled with excitement as if they had come back to life. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and did not say anything. Wan Feng's strength was not that simple. Even in the Tianwu domain, Wan Feng's state of ice, which surpassed the limits, was not something that just anyone could grasp. Furthermore, everyone could obtain spiritual energy. In the Kunlun realm, it was like cabbages. There was no need to be so excited. In the end, they are all use. Their mental states are not mature enough, Old Feng said softly as he shook his head. Boom! Just at this moment, boundless golden light came from the front. A huge palace floating in the air appeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings of the palace were shrouded in mist, causing the mysterious palace to appear somewhat hazy. When the group got closer, they discovered that the signboard above the palace read, Bushin Palace South Gate. We have arrived. All of you quickly go down. The elders of your respective sects will inform you of the arrangements for the remaining matters. The extreme old man's voice came from the warship's hold in an indifferent manner. Old Feng said, Go down first. I'll bring you to Bushin Palace to register yourselves. After that, we will attempt to enter the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt an intense, hateful gaze. He turned his head to look, and the windows of the warship were open. Wan Feng looked at Xiao Chen coldly, a boundless hatred gathering in the depths of his eyes. That hatred surged like a flood, extremely terrifying. It felt like even if Wan Feng ate Xiao Chen alive, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Xiao Chen found it strange. Where does this fellow get so much hatred from? I merely defeated him in front of everyone. If he is not satisfied, he can just challenge me again. There is no need for him to show such a horrifying gaze. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not know that Kim Taeho humiliated Wan Feng. Wan Feng blamed the humiliation of that day on Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen had not severely injured Wan Feng first, how could Wan Feng have been beaten to the point of kneeling and admitting his mistakes by someone like Kim Taeho, whom Wan Feng could easily crush? Xiao Chen, let's go. Yu Qinzi reminded when he saw Xiao Chen in a daze. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled in response. Then he jumped off the warship with Wan Feng. Wan Feng clenched his right fist tightly and said coldly, I'll let you be cocky for now. When I break through to medial grade martial monarch, I will definitely go to the Haotian sect to take revenge. Amid the dense spiritual fog, the majestic palace gave off a faint golden light. It looked like a paradise on earth. From a distance, the floating Bushin Palace looked like the forbidden city of Xiao Chen's previous world, floating in midair. Pavilions, terraces, and halls filled the city. Simple and imposing buildings lined the streets, one after another. One could even vaguely see tall mountains, lakes, and rivers. Rather than a palace, it was more like a miniature continent. Under the lead of their sect elders, the participants on the warship arrived at the south gate of Bushin Palace. 2 rows of golden-armored warriors with deep cultivation stood below the simple and imposing gate. They expressionlessly inspected the cultivators lining up to enter the south gate. Occasionally, people rode on spirit beasts and descended from the sky. There were also all sorts of small birds with overwhelming spiritual energy flying by in flocks. When one looked carefully, one would be shocked to discover that the feathers of these unremarkable birds flickered with dazzling light. The spiritual energy in their eyes indicated that they were actually rank 7 spirit beasts. Some of the bolder birds did not fear the cultivators on the ground. They flew around the crowd and chirped non-stop. When the young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm arrived at Bushin Palace, they all looked around curiously. Chapter 644. Old Feng did not find this strange. He smiled gently and led the 3 past the long queue, going directly to the golden-armored guards. After handing over their identity documents and identity medallions, the guards at the south gate let Xiao Chen and the others through. They did not even have to queue. Purple gold vine. A purple gold vine that is at least 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, it is planted by the roadside, and its fruits are all ripe. There is also the fire dragon tree. It is at least 1,000 years old. White profound flower. After entering, the group could not help but exclaim when they saw the spirit trees and flowers casually planted by the roadside. When they looked around, They saw the spirit trees and spirit herbs that were very valuable in the Sky Dome realm growing everywhere like weeds in the vast Bushin Palace. Xiao Chun was not too astonished. Spirit trees that could be casually planted by the roadside were definitely not rare. Since they were in the Kunlun realm, they could not look at things from the perspective of the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng led the three through a few familiar streets in the Bushin Palace. Soon they arrived at a majestic hall. The plaque above the door read, "Proud Son of Heaven Pavilion." After entering the hall, Old Feng got the three to wait for a while he went to get their identity medallions. The few of them felt bored as they waited. There were also some cultivators around their age who were waiting excitedly. "Are you cultivators from the lower realm?" 3 cultivators, male and female, walked over and asked the three curiously. The one who asked the question was a pretty girl. This girl was about 24 or 25 years old. She was already an inferior grade martial monarch. Her aura was very stable, not chaotic at all. Clearly, she had advanced a long time ago. The three exchanged glances. Then Yu Chenxi made the introductions. "Yes, we are from the Sky Dome realm. I am Yu Chenxi, he is Xiao Chan, and he is Gong Yangyu. I am Bai Shi. These two are my junior brothers, Bai He and Bai Yu. They are from the rank 8 sect of the Jingzhou province, Baiming Palace." The girl's smile did not diminish as she introduced them warmly to the three. When the 2 male disciples behind her heard that Xiao Chan and the others were from the Sky Dome realm, they revealed disdainful gazes. "I thought it was the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms. So, it is the last rank Sky Dome realm. Senior sister Bai, let's go. There is nothing to say to them." The Baiming Palace disciple named Bai Yu said faintly. Bai He also said, "The people of the Sky Dome realm want to enter the Proud Son of Heaven ranking? That is simply impossible. What a waste of an opportunity." White Brook unhappily said, "How can you two speak like that? How rude." "Haha. In that case, senior sister, you can just waste your time here. We'll go make our preparations. Once senior brother brings back the Sage Sky Lantern, we'll attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking." The 2 of them didn't even look at Xiao Chan and the other 2. They just turned around and left. Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao learned a little about the 10 great battle realms as they chatted. Of the 600 great realms that the Bushin Palace controlled, the 10 great battle realms were the top 10 great thousand realms. There were countless experts in the battle realms. Many of them were natural combat geniuses. Every year, the experts of the battle realms would enter the Kunlun realm, making a name for themselves in the competitive Tianwu domain. The battle realms had already become a signboard. The people who came from the battle realms were publicly acknowledged to be extraordinary. Even the people of the Tianwu domain wanted to befriend them. "My apologies. My 2 junior brothers are rather proud and arrogant. However, they are definitely not vicious people," Bai Shi said apologetically. This was not the first time Xiao Chan met such realistic people. Given his mental state, these 2 would not affect him at all. He smiled faintly and did not say anything. Yu Chenxi felt dissatisfied in his heart. However, when he saw Bai Shi's sincere attitude, he did not say anything. He changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this. Elder sister Bai Shi, can you tell us what this Proud Son of Heaven ranking is?" Bai Shi was very enthusiastic. She smiled and said, "Naturally I can. The Proud Son of Heaven ranking is a ranking that measures the strength of the young cultivators in our Tianwu domain. It is the most authoritative ranking. In the Tianwu domain, as long as you are not older than 40, you have a chance to make it onto the ranking every year. After you make it onto the ranking, not only will you become famous in the Tianwu domain, but you will also receive many benefits. The first benefit is that the Bushin Palace will give you spirit gathering pearls and medicinal pills as a monthly reward based on your rank on the ranking. The second benefit is that as long as you make it onto the ranking, you will obtain the will of an ancient sage. The ancient sage was as strong as a martial emperor. This will enter your sea of consciousness and save your life at a critical moment. The third benefit is the one that has the closest relationship with you all. If you can make it onto the ranking, you will receive more attention after you enter the sect." When the group heard Bai Shi's explanation, they could not help but feel anticipation for the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. "Senior brother is here. Come, let's go quickly. After cultivating for 3 years, I must make it onto the ranking." Just at this moment, Bai Yu and Bai He rushed over. Bai Shi smiled and said, "My first senior brother is here. I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen and the others turned their heads to look and saw a young swordsman with an extraordinary air and unfathomable cultivation. 3 lanterns floated in front of him as he slowly walked over. The group also saw Old Feng behind that young swordsman. There were also 3 lanterns floating in front of him. Old Feng walked over and said to the 3, "Come, follow me to the sage's wall to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking." Following Old Feng's footsteps, the 3 arrived before a wall in the middle of the hall. There were many paintings of sages on this wall. An ancient aura came from it, making them feel solemn and heavy. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. There were 1,000 lanterns arranged in a pyramid shape on the wall. When the lanterns lit up, the sages on the wall shone brightly, making the strong auras of the sages even more prominent. As for the wick, it was an eye-opener for the 3 of them. They were actually miniature figures made of flames. Although the flaming figures were small, as long as one focused, the figures in the lanterns would be magnified infinitely. It was like they were real people imprinted in one's mind. The first row had only 1 lantern, the second row had 2 lanterns, and the third row had 4 lanterns. The 1,000 lanterns were arranged according to this pattern. The 3 lanterns at the very top had golden wicks. The light from their flames was the most dazzling, practically overshadowing the light from the other lanterns. Each lantern represented an outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain. With these 3 people occupying such positions and giving off such light, it would be hard not to notice them. Old Feng sighed softly. "You should have heard of the masters of those 3 lanterns. They are the holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy masters. The one at the very top is the divine martial gates Feng Wuji. The 2 below are the phoenix's passion palaces Nuanmuyun and the white emperor cities Xiaohoju." Old Feng continued. "The 3 holy masters are a sovereign sect that is even stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. They are also the only 3 sovereign sects in the Tianwu domain." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. When he thought of his blue dragon martial spirit, he could not help but enter deep thought. The 3 holy masters are probably even stronger in the Tianwu domain. However, most people would not compare themselves to them. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation does not include these 3. Normally, it is very difficult to meet these 3. Old Feng pointed to the 7 lanterns at the bottom row and said, "These 7 people are either from the 9 ranks of the great families or from rank 9 clans. They are all very strong. The weakest is a superior grade martial monarch. The one with the strongest cultivation would be able to withstand many moves from a martial sage and retreat calmly." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but feel startled. It was clear that it was much harder to raise one's cultivation in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. Martial monarchs were also much more valuable. The difficulty of fighting someone of a higher cultivation realm was not something that the Sky Dome realm could compare to. It was almost impossible. With Xiao Chen's current strength, if he met a medial-grade martial monarch of the Kunlun realm, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. If the other party was also a genius cultivator and had a higher cultivation than Xiao Chun, victory would be hard to predict. These 7 people were all superior-grade martial monarchs, and had the backing of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, they were genius cultivators as well. They could easily kill Xiao Chun. Aside from these, there are also some proud sons of heaven whose strength is second only to the 7 giants. They are heroes among men and are terrifyingly strong. In the Sky Dome realm, even a regular martial sage would not be able to do anything to them. As Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu listened to Old Feng's explanation, they felt a strong pressure when facing these 1,000 lanterns. They felt somewhat dispirited. Compared to Gong Yongyu and Gong Yongyu, Xiao Chun also felt immense pressure. However, he did not feel dispirited at all. His expression did not change. When Old Feng saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu's expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink this. The average lifespan of the Kunlun realm's cultivators is 200 years. So, even 40 years old is still considered part of the younger generation. The average age of the 1,000 people on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking is 30 years old. Compared to them, you are still too young. This is your first attempt at the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. Just to let you broaden your horizons. I do not expect you to obtain any results. As Old Feng spoke, the other participants of the Sky Dome realm Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyan, and the others arrived before the wall under the lead of the various sect elders. Everyone had newly obtained identity medallions at their waists. The words Sky Dome Realm were written on the back, so the surrounding people knew their origins. So they all stopped and watched them attempt the proud Son of Heaven ranking together. Beiming Palace's Baiyu smiled and said, "There are quite a few people from the Sky Dome Realm. However, I do not see a single medial grade martial monarch. No wonder they are ranked last." Bai he added, "They are unable to break through to medial grade martial monarch in the lower realm. This means that their aptitude is not very good. Senior sister Bai, you are still chatting so intimately with them. You are lowering your own status." Bai he is right. Given their talent, even if they enter the 9 ranks of the great families, they will only be outer sect disciples. At best, they will be inner sect disciples. Although our Beiming Palace is only a rank 8 sect, you are all true inheritors. There is no need for you to befriend the minor characters of a large sect. The young swordsman behind the 3 said slowly, "Befriend experts of similar strength to you and exchange pointers with them. Only then will you be able to improve together." When Bai he and Lu Xiaoyun heard the young swordsman's words, their smiles widened involuntarily. Seeing their first senior brother lecturing them, Bai Shi lowered her head, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 645. Haha. The people of the Sky Dome realm are here to attempt the proud Son of Heaven ranking as well. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I came quickly and left quickly. I won't have to wait for long. The surrounding cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all stood silently at the side with the intention of watching a joke. Damn it, a bunch of snobs looking down on me. I'll just charge forward and show you. Immediately, 2 people felt extremely dissatisfied. They picked up their lanterns and dripped their blood onto them. The lotus immediately ignited into flames. The appearance formed by the flames was the exact same appearance of the 2, just that they were many times smaller. Go! When the 2 of them felt the suction from the wall, they shouted angrily and hurled their lanterns at the wall. When the 2 lanterns were 200 meters away from the wall with countless human sages painted on it, the shadows of 2 human sages suddenly leaped out of the wall. The images of the 2 predecessors went from large to small. Soon they were the same size as the flames in the lanterns. Then they each leaped into a lantern. The palm-sized space above the lotus flower seemed to have become a world of its own. The figure of the sage and the little flame person started exchanging blows. Bang! In just a breath of time, the 2 lanterns' flaming figures suddenly shattered. The lanterns that had lost their wicks immediately tumbled to the ground. The 2 Sky Dome Realm cultivators who made a move revealed horror in their eyes. They paled and each vomited a large mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, you can't even pass the basic test, yet you still dare to shamelessly say that you want to enter the rankings. The young cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all laughed loudly, their gazes filled with mockery. Bai Yu and Bai he nearly bent over in laughter. They said loudly, "These 2 pieces of trash are making me laugh to death. They can't even block a single move from the sages, yet they still have the nerve to attempt the honor roll. If it were me, I might as well find a piece of tofu and knock myself to death." The 2 people's faces alternated between green and purple. Amidst the laughter of the local martial artists, they were extremely ashamed. Following that, the Sky Dome Realm cultivators who came out to try and break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking felt very motivated, doing their best to prove themselves. However, they all failed. In the foundational test, they were defeated one after another. The one who performed the best could only last for 10 moves. Even so, they were unable to avoid the destruction of the wick, and they fell to the ground pathetically. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu also went up to try it. In the end, the image of the sage broke the wick and defeated them. Next up were Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. They managed to regain some face for the Sky Dome realm. After the 2 of them lasted 20 moves, they finally cleared the foundational test. However, in the process of officially breaking into the ranking of martial emperors, the last lantern in the last row of the pyramid shattered the wick of the 2 lanterns, failing to break into the ranking of martial emperors. The surrounding people all revealed expressions of, as expected. How could the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last, succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking? Make way! Make way! You geniuses of the Sky Dome realm, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Go back and train for a few years before coming back to make a breakthrough. Beaming palaces by Yu and Bai, he held their lanterns and waved their hands to disperse Bai Qi and the others who were blocking their way. You haven't made your move yet. The two of them parted the crowd and saw Xiao Chan, who was preparing to make a move on the ranking board. They asked with a strange expression. Bai Yu and Bai he had waited for a long time. They had seen enough of the joke and did not wish to waste any more time. He said extremely impatiently, "Don't overestimate yourself. Do you think that this is your last rank Sky Dome realm? In this life you will never have a chance to enter the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Scram." As he spoke, he prepared to push Xiao Chan away. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chan, suddenly Xiao Chan turned his head around and unleashed his peak state of massacre. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain countless evil spirits wailing miserably. "I don't like people touching me when I'm trying to break into the rankings." Xiao Chen's tone was extremely calm, and he did not release any of his aura. Only the boundless killing intent penetrated their eyes and entered their minds. The two of them could not help feeling fear. Their bodies involuntarily took a step back. What a terrifying gaze. The two of them exchanged glances, clearly in disbelief. The fellow on the other side clearly had the same cultivation as them. How could he scare the two of them away? Seeing that the two of them had retreated, Xiao Chan immediately withdrew the peak state of massacre. He had just arrived in the Kunlun realm and was not strong enough. He did not want to cause too much trouble and wanted to keep a low profile. Bai Yu felt some lingering fear in his heart, but he did not want to embarrass himself. He said, "I'll let you try. Let's see what tricks you can play. I don't believe that the trash of the Sky Dome realm can successfully break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking on his first try." The surrounding native cultivators of the Tianwu domain did not believe that Xiao Chan could succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. After all, many of the people on the proud Son of Heaven ranking were already in their 30s. In the Kunlun realm, the average age of cultivators was more than 200 years old. Hence, people before 40 were considered part of the younger generation. Right now, Xiao Chan was only 21 years old. Compared to these people who had been cultivating in the Kunlun realm since he was young, the difference in experience was too obvious. Old Feng looked at Xiao Chan, who was preparing to break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. He felt some anticipation in his heart. He had expected the others not to succeed. The Tianwu domain was vast and boundless. There were tens of millions of cultivators in the younger generation. The 1,000 people who could stand out from these tens of millions would definitely not be weak or mediocre. Furthermore, due to age and experience, these people would not be able to accomplish much on their first try. They just needed to broaden their horizons. As for the humiliation they received, the various sect elders had actually done so on purpose to deal a blow to these people. These arrogant youths who had just arrived in the Tianwu domain clearly understood their situation. However, Old Feng believed that Xiao Chan, the white-robed bladesman who always created miracles, would not disappoint him. Xiao Chan looked calmly at the sage wall and the 1,000 lanterns on it. Then he took a deep breath and sliced open the palm of his right hand. Blood flowed along the lines on his palm and slowly fell on the lantern. With a pew sound, the blood instantly burned and turned into a beautiful clump of flame. In a daze, Xiao Chan felt the mental energy in his sea of consciousness flow away as the blood dripped. When the flame on the lantern turned into a human shape, Xiao Chan discovered that he was already on the lantern. The lantern, which was originally only the size of a palm, was now a world of its own. It did not feel out of place at all. Interesting. I wonder who made this lantern? After giving it a try, Xiao Chan discovered that he could still control the lantern. He could end this state with a thought, so there was nothing to fear. When Xiao Chan felt the suction of the sage wall, he stood on the lantern and shouted. Then the lantern carried him up into the air. He overestimates himself. This fellow still wants to attempt the sage ranking? He probably cannot even pass the test of the sage wall. That's right. He is still trying to block our path. He is just wasting time. Seeing Xiao Chen's lantern fly up, Bai Yu and Bai he immediately called out loudly. Earlier, the two of them had been forced back by Xiao Chen's gaze. After being forced back by a minor character, they felt very embarrassed. They wished that Xiao Chen's lantern would be thrown down before he could attempt the sage ranking. That would resolve the hatred in their hearts. Bai Shi, who had kept her head down, looked up and discovered that her first senior brother was watching seriously as well. She could not help but ask out of curiosity, "First senior brother, will that Xiao Chan succeed in breaking into the sage ranking?" The blue-clad youth with an extraordinary air had a cautious look in his eyes. He was no longer as certain as before. Perhaps others had not noticed Bai Yu and Bai He's actions earlier, but he had seen it clearly. This was already the fourth time Bai Yu and Bai He attempted the sage ranking. They had already advanced to inferior grade martial monarch long ago. In terms of cultivation, they would only be higher than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the blue-clad youth was very clear on the temperaments of these two. It was impossible for them to be forced back by just one sentence from Xiao Chan. There was definitely something strange about this. The blue-clad youth said, "It is hard to say. However, they should be able to pass the test of the sage ranking. As for whether they can enter the sage ranking or not, I am not sure." Xiao. The lantern flew up a distance, and an old man with white hair and eyebrows on the sage wall suddenly came to life. In that instant he shrank and landed on the lantern platform. In the world above the lantern platform, Xiao Chan placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He did not dare to be careless when facing this white-haired old man. "I will restrict my cultivation to one cultivation grade lower than yours. If you want to enter the proud son of heaven ranking, you have to receive 20 moves from me first." Right after the white-haired old man spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, leaving behind many afterimages as he chopped at Xiao Chan. The light on the sword was withdrawn. When the old man chopped down, he sent out 7 sword images. Each sword image split into 3 afterimages. In that instant, there were 21 real and fake sword images encasing Xiao Chan. As the wind howled, a fiery light flickered. The boundless sword images looked like a blazing sea of fire. Xiao Chan was astonished. What a profound martial technique. This move not only contained an extremely high level of sword techniques, but it also perfectly merged the state of fire that he comprehended with the sword technique. This allowed the original martial technique to reach a higher level, completely transcending it. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chan. To think that martial techniques could be used in such a manner. Excellent. Senior's move is indescribably excellent. In that case, this junior will display his incompetence. When Xiao Chan saw such an excellent sword technique, he felt very happy. He had already forgotten about the test to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He only wanted to test out the true essence of this sword technique and see what he could learn. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, Xiao Chan could not separate his sword images. He could only rely on speed to obtain victory. Despite moving later, he arrived first, sending out 21 saber strikes. As the saber lights danced, Xiao Chan imitated the old man. He infused his state of thunder into every strand of saber light. The boundless saber images formed a sea of electricity leaping about. However, this was Xiao Chen's first time using it, so this sea of electricity was very crude. There was only a vague outline, far from the spirituality and nature of the sea of fire. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, interesting. However, this sword light sea of fire chop is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, they gave off a continuous metallic sound. The white-haired old man's 21 illusory sword images were all blocked by Xiao Chan. However, that sword technique did not stop there. A blazing sea of fire burst out and easily destroyed Xiao Chen's sea of electricity. The sea of fire surged forward as if it wanted to swallow up Xiao Chan. The more dangerous part was yet to come. Within the blazing sea of fire, there was a sharp sword light hidden by the fire. It stored up power waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 646. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, even if that sword light does not kill me, it will still put me at a disadvantage. Xiao Chan had already forgotten that he only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the stage. He was now fully immersed in the fight, thinking about the drawbacks of the situation. Xiao Chan gathered quintessence in his body and forcefully endured the sea of fire. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly searched for that sword light. Boom! Even with the protection of quintessence, every inch of Xiao Chen's skin felt a burning pain. However, he ignored it and focused on searching for the hidden sword light. Found it! Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He did not give his opponent a chance to make the first move. He released a sharp saber intent, and electricity leaped about in the sea of fire. Then, he clashed with the sword light that had not reached its peak yet. Bang! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud clanging sound. The light scattered and instantly scattered the sea of fire. Countless sparks flew in all directions. The white-haired old man moved back, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He stood upright with his sword in hand, not injured at all. On the other hand, although Xiao Chen managed to knock back the old man, his hair and eyebrows were burnt yellow. He looked somewhat strange. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, are you bullying me because my cultivation is not high? How dare you be so reckless?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. The old man was right. If he had used the same cultivation as Xiao Chen, that sea of fire would have severely injured Xiao Chen. That flaming sea of sword images could severely injure Xiao Chen. There was no chance for him to find the hidden sword light. However, your comprehension ability and eyesight are not bad. Again. The white-haired old man laughed loudly and sent out another sea of fire at Xiao Chen. However, this time he raised his cultivation to the same cultivation as Xiao Chen, breaking the rules. Xiao Chen followed the old man's example, using the lunar shadow saber to execute this sea of lightning saber light, and attacking again. Bang! This time, the sea of lightning created by Xiao Chen's saber light lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was sent flying by the sea of fire. Within the sea of flames, another swift and fierce sword light flashed like a gorgeous rainbow, and when it slashed towards his forehead, it slightly tilted to the side and sliced off a strand of his black hair. Not bad. Again. The white-haired old man appeared to be in high spirits. When he saw that Xiao Chen could last 3 breaths of time in the sea of lightning this time, he was delighted. Laughing heartily, he waited for Xiao Chen to regain his footing before charging forward once more. Xiao Chen knew that the old man had held back when he saw the wisp of hair falling from his forehead. He became even more interested in the sword light fiery shadow. Soon the 20 moves were over. However, Xiao Chen's lantern continued to float in the air, not showing any intention of falling. What's wrong with this fellow? He has already lasted for so long, and there is still no result. The surrounding crowd felt that something was wrong and asked suspiciously. However, Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "What's so strange about that? He must be flying around after getting killed, trying to delay for time." The crowd thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. 20 moves would not take a long time. Unless Xiao Chen knew that he was not a match for the white-haired old man, and used his movement technique to move around, not receiving any attacks. He said disdainfully, "If you are not capable, then so be it. To think that you are purposely delaying for time, not willing to admit defeat. So, the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm are like this." The moment he said this, the many Sky Dome realm cultivators were dissatisfied. However, they were not strong enough. Even though they felt indignant, they did not dare to argue. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel even more cocky. They looked at the Sky Dome realm's people with extreme disdain. Yu Chenxi said through clenched teeth, "Vile people are proud. Isn't it just because you are older than us by a few years?" Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "With your standards, if you train for another 10 years, I will be able to defeat you in 10 moves. I will be waiting for you to challenge me at Baiming Palace. However, I'm afraid that you do not have the guts. Junior brother, you overestimate her. I believe that she will not even be able to receive 1 move from you. She will never have the guts to go to Baiming Palace," Baihe said softly. After Baihe and Baiyu spoke, they both laughed at the same time, making Yu Chenxi furious. "All of you shut up." The blue-clad youth behind Baishi suddenly shouted. His voice was cold and emotionless. When Baiyu and Baihe thought of the blue-clad youth's methods, they were startled and shut their mouths. Bai Jian. He is one of the people on the proud son of heaven ranking, second only to the 7 giants. Unexpectedly, he is the one leading Baiming Palace's people to charge into the ranking. Earlier, The blue-clad youth had stood there with an extraordinary air. However, he had his own methods that prevented everyone from noticing him. Now that the blue-clad youth spoke, everyone discovered that he had been standing there for a long time. The blue-clad youth nodded to old Feng in apology. Then he pulled Bai Yu and Bai He behind him. "Are the two of you idiots?" The old men behind them are inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families. They can squash you to death with one hand. I don't care about you, but don't drag the Baiming Palace into this. When the two heard Bai Jian's reprimand, they lowered their heads, not daring to argue. The lantern was still floating before everyone's eyes, swaying back and forth without any intention of stopping. Soon, some people started to get impatient and started to complain. Bai Yu and Bai He lined up behind Xiao Chun. They were even more impatient, cursing at Xiao Chun's lantern. Sea of Lightning Saber Light. On the lantern, Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and swung the lunar shadow saber 21 times. Each saber strike materialized a dazzling electric light. When combined, it was like a roaring sea of lightning. Compared to the white-haired old man's Sea of Lightning Saber Light, Xiao Chen's Sea of Lightning Saber Light was only slightly lacking in nimbleness. Over time it would be similar. Bang! The Sea of Lightning and the Sea of Fire clashed and exploded into surging shock waves. The instant the Sea of Fire scattered, the hidden sabers and swords disappeared in a flash. The two figures crossed each other in the air. When the sabers and swords clashed, sparks flew out. The sword chi and saber chi turned into ripples, creating boundless ripples in space. Haha! Not bad. You have finally scratched the surface of my flaming shadow chop. When this move is truly executed, you can send out 99,000 sword images. The will of fire will spread for 500 kilometers around. The sword in the fire can even split the sky in half. Today I have exchanged 100 moves with you. I am afraid that for the next 100 years, I will not be able to test the newcomers. However, I have no regrets in passing down this move. In the future, when you are strong enough, remember to leave your will on this sage wall as well. After the white-haired old man spoke, he turned into a beam of light and scattered. Among the many sage wall paintings, the one belonging to the old man slowly dimmed. However, no one noticed this. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen's lantern, as it finally stopped floating and slowly descended. Bai Yu immediately cursed. Damn it! I already said it long ago. If you are not capable, don't drag this out. No matter how long you drag, you will not be able to change the result of failure. It is my turn now. Xiao! However, before Bai Yu could finish speaking, that lantern descended to the bottom row of the proud son of heaven ranking. Then it quickly flew to the last lantern. Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, "That's impossible. How did this fellow pass the test? Wasn't he clearly being chased?" The others were shocked as well. They could not figure out what had happened. However, no matter what, Xiao Chun had passed the test and was preparing to challenge the last rank. This truly happened before everyone's eyes. No one could change it. The eyes of the many young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm could not help but light up, feeling encouraged. Bai He patted Bai Yu's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Even if he passed the test by luck, he will not be able to truly succeed. We have been able to easily clear the sage's test since many years ago." Bai Yu recovered his wits and said, "That's right. This fellow comes from the last rank Sky Dome realm. How could he succeed on his first try?" Xiao Chen's lantern clashed with the last lantern, giving off a melodious sound. That fiery figure gently leaped up and landed on the last lantern. The world above the lantern was a vast desolate land. A black-clad man sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed. A sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When that figure sensed Xiao Chen's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned cold as he glared at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. Kill! That person did not say anything. He held his sword and leaped up, thrusting it at Xiao Chen. The sword light was dazzling and dense. Not a single bit of quintessence leaked out. The fiery figure left in the lantern imitated the main body. It was no different from a cultivator. It had intelligence and could think. It just could not leave the lantern. Earlier, this person had quickly defeated Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, so he did not clash head-on. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet, and a blue dragon image appeared. A dragon roared and his figure flashed, dodging this sword strike. Xiao! 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 As Xiao Chun dodged continuously, the black-clad man's moves became increasingly vicious. He was like a venomous snake biting Xiao Chen, not letting go. After another 100 moves, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. This person was about as strong as Wan Feng. At best he was slightly stronger. Xiao Chun stopped and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He muttered to himself, "In that case, there is no need for me to continue playing." Seeing that Xiao Chun stopped dodging, the black-clad man revealed a cruel smile. He thought that Xiao Chun had exhausted his stamina and was waiting for him to kill him. Sea of Lightning Saber Light. However, to the black-clad man's surprise, Xiao Chun suddenly made a move. Saber lights danced around. Xiao Chun swung his saber 7 times. Then each saber light split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. Child's play. The black-clad man smiled coldly. His sword light flickered, and he caught all 21 saber images. Boom! However, just at this moment, the electricity on the 21 saber images merged and formed a sea of lightning. Then it erupted and surged with the might of thunder. Caught off guard, the black-clad man was blasted by this sea of lightning. He went flying back, his body riddled with wounds. Before the black-clad man could stabilize himself and check his injuries, he saw a flash of light in the sea of lightning. A strand of saber light came out of nowhere. The saber light was as fast as a meteor. Blood spurted out of the black-clad man's neck, and his head separated from his body. With a ka sound, the lantern below shattered into pieces. Only a fiery figure was left standing quietly in the air. Xiao Chen's lantern flew up. Xiao Chen's lantern ascended to the last position of the proud son of heaven ranking. When the flame died down, the lantern gave off a faint glow. The flame lingered for a long time. Chapter 647. Bai He and Bai Yu exchanged glances. The Sky Dome Realm's Xiao Chun, whom they had always looked down on, actually succeeded in his challenge. Bai Yu said hatefully, "It must be luck. It must be that the last place is too weak." Bai He said, "It is definitely luck. If he really had the guts, he would have continued challenging." The Tianwu domain cultivators, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Chun, were mildly astonished. Xiao Chun succeeded on his first attempt. Furthermore, he was only 21 years old. This Xiao Chun's talent and comprehension ability could barely be considered an expert in the Tianwu domain. However, they were not overly shocked. This was because Xiao Chun had not truly ascended the ranking yet. He had to remain on the ranking for a month before he could truly obtain the reward of the Bushin Palace, the protection of the will of the predecessors. Xiao Chun was just the last place. The people in this position changed frequently. Every day, cultivators from all over would challenge him. There was no guarantee that he would be pushed down in the next moment. Unless Xiao Chun was strong enough to continue challenging and advance 100 ranks, he could be considered to have firmly ascended the ranking. Inside the lantern, Xiao Chun carefully felt that sea of lightning saber light earlier. He said softly, "A sword move is a sword move after all. It will take some time to change it into my own saber technique." Xiao Chun had sent out 21 saber images in succession. However, the other party had broken it too easily. The saber images that Xiao Chun sent out were not as natural and smooth as the white-haired old man's sword images. If Xiao Chun met with a powerful expert, the other party could attack very quickly and break the saber technique before the sea of lightning gathered. This was a rather obvious flaw. When I have time in the future, I have to think about it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun looked forward. After thinking for a while, he gave up on the idea of continuing to challenge. Given Xiao Chen's strength, advancing another 200 ranks should not be a problem. However, advancing any further would be somewhat difficult. To Xiao Chun, the last place and the last 200 were both at the bottom. There was no difference, there was nothing to be proud of. After all, Xiao Chun could challenge it once a year. When he was strong enough, he could charge into the top 100. With a thought, Xiao Chun severed his connection with the flame images in the lantern. Then he returned his focus to his body and said to Old Feng, "Senior, let's go." Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was sufficient to prove himself. Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was enough to prove himself. The haze on Baihe's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of, as I expected. He smiled and said, "What did I say? I knew that you managed to get onto the list by luck. How about it? You no longer dare to continue challenging me, right? Watch as I personally chase you off. The people of the Sky Dome realm are not fit to remain on this proud son of heaven ranking." When Chun heard this, Xiao Fein Chun and said, "Up with him." Long Xiao Chun said, "Chun to Chun and down on at it," said. He led Xiao Chun, Yu Chenxi, and Gong Yongyu out of the palace and headed for the Haotian sect's main sect. Damn it! For the sake of breaking into the proud son of heaven ranking, I prepared for 5 years. Now I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I cannot compare to a trash from the Sky Dome realm like you. Damn it! For the sake of breaking into the ranking of martial monarchs, I prepared for 5 years. Now I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I am not as good as trash from the Sky Dome realm. He only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the first stage of the sage's test. He had already cleared it many years ago. Soon he cleared this stage. Then, he quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chun placed on it. Soon he passed this test and quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chun had placed above. He laughed maniacally on the lantern. Then his flame image leaped up and landed on Xiao Chun's lantern. On the lantern, he laughed maniacally. Then the flaming figure leaped up and landed on Xiao Chun's lantern. Gotcha! He just jumped up, and in less than the time of 3 breaths, his lantern shattered inch by inch, and his wisp of flame was smashed into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. They left quickly, but they failed even faster. They did not even have time to react and did not know what had happened. Baiyu asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" "I lost." Baihe was not willing to say much. The shock in his eyes had yet to fade completely. He walked behind Bai Jian in a daze. Outside the proud son of heaven hall, Xiao Chun sensed that someone was fighting with his flame shadow clone in the lotus lantern. However, after leaving the hall, there was no strong mental connection, so he could not see the battle. "Forget it, I'll come back next year. At that time I'll directly enter the top 100. Xiao Chun shook his head. He could not be bothered to worry about this matter anymore. He sped up to catch up with Elder Feng. Kacha. The next person to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking was Baiyu. He did not fare much better than Baihe. Like Baihe, he only lasted for a few breaths of time before being chased off. The surrounding cultivators preparing to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking all laughed to themselves. These 2 fellows had been shouting so loudly earlier. They did not care about the other party at all, swearing to chase Xiao Chun off. However, in the end they did not even last 10 moves before being defeated. Haha! It looks like the people of Baiming Palace only know how to talk. They are useless when it comes to a real fight. A stout man from the rank 8 Frost Mist Pavilion laughed loudly. This made Baiyu and Baihe feel too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads in silence. Ka. However, the result was only slightly better. After lasting for a while, his lantern shattered, and the wisp of flame vanished. He failed to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He is clearly just a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm. How can he be so strong? The stout man revealed a horrified expression, his face filled with disbelief. Following that, the other new disciples of the various sects prepared to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking. However, without exception, all of them were blocked at the final stage. The rules of the proud son of heaven ranking stated that one could not challenge someone above one's rank. One had to move up 1 rank at a time. Otherwise, how could a newcomer challenge someone in the top 10 right after making his way onto the proud son of heaven ranking? As for Xiao Chun, he stood at the very end. He was like a gatekeeper, blocking the ambitious disciples of the various sects, who were preparing to make a name for themselves, from entering the proud son of heaven ranking. Under normal circumstances, the disciples who could definitely make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking were all forced to stop. Only at this moment did everyone's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Unexpectedly, a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm had such strength. The blue-clad youth by Jian revealed a meaningful smile. He said indifferently, "Let's go back to Baiming Palace then. Senior brother, I have not made my way onto the proud son of heaven ranking yet," Bai Shi said as she held her lantern. "There is no need. Let's come back next year. That fellow might not understand the rules of the proud son of heaven ranking. He probably does not know what kind of commotion he caused." Bai Jian made it very clear. If Xiao Chan did not leave, Bai Shi would not have a chance to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Since Bai Shi knew that he would fail, there was no need to seek humiliation. When Bai Yu and Bai He heard Bai Jian's words, they lowered their heads even more. They wished that they could find a hole to hide in. Today, the two of them had utterly embarrassed themselves. At the start, they had declared that Xiao Chan would definitely not make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. However, not only did Xiao Chan successfully make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking, but he even stood at the very end, blocking all the people who came to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Outside the proud son of heaven hall, a fiery red azure luan slowly descended from the sky. Two delicate girls descended nimbly. When the cultivators outside the proud son of heaven hall saw the pretty girl in a red dress on the right, they all stopped and looked over. Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nuan Muyun. It really is the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nuan Muyun. She is probably here to bring a new disciple to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. The inheritors of the three holy lands occupied the top of the proud son of heaven ranking. For many years, no one had been able to shake their position. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu continent did not include these 3 people at all. This was because these 3 people were much stronger than the 7 giants. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Nuan Muyun appeared, her radiance attracted everyone's attention. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Xiao. Just at this moment, a boat floated high in the sky, and 2 men slowly descended. One of them had an ordinary appearance, dark skin, short black hair, and a saber on his back. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely ordinary. Only his eyes shone with a pitch-black light. They were filled with a ferocious wildness as if they possessed a boundless explosive power. The tyrant saber Wang Meng. Unexpectedly, one of the 7 giants, Wang Meng, is here as well. What a coincidence! Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng is the best at fighting and the most arrogant. Since the 2 of them brought their disciples to make a breakthrough, there will definitely be a fight. Given Wang Meng's character, he will definitely compete with Nuan Muyun to see whose disciple can make it higher. When the silent crowd saw Wang Meng's arrival, they immediately started discussing him. They seemed to be in high spirits. Nuan Muyun stopped and turned around. Wang Meng. There were not many people in the Tianwu domain who could make her stop. However, this tyrant saber Wang Meng was definitely one of them. Wang Meng smiled and said, "Nuan Muyun, are you bringing your disciples to make a breakthrough?" Nuan Muyun nodded gently. She already expected what the other party would say next. However, she did not fear it. The people she brought all had excellent aptitudes and comprehension abilities. Furthermore, after coming to the Kunlun realm from the Sky Dome realm and cultivating for 2 years, their cultivations were no weaker than the experts of the Kunlun realm. Wang Meng smiled and said, "I heard that the Phoenix's Passion Palace picked up a treasure from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How about it? Nuan Muyun, do you have the guts to compete with the junior brother I brought?" Nuan Muyun smiled faintly and said to the girl in green beside her, "Liu Su, do you dare to compete?" It turned out that this girl in green was the daughter of the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Long Liusu. For Nuan Muyun to personally bring her to make a breakthrough, the Phoenix's Passion Palace definitely valued her highly. "I will do as elder sister Nuan says." Lung Liusu's tone was calm, but there was no fear in her eyes. Nuan Muyun smiled faintly and took out a brocade box with the flip of her hand. She said, "Since you want to compete, then I will accompany you to the end. However, since it is a competition, there should be some stakes. There is a monarch bloodgrass in this brocade box. It can refine a cultivator's blood qi and obtain a trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline to strengthen one's physique." Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Then he laughed loudly and said, It looks like the monarch bloodgrass that you obtained with much difficulty in the savage battlefield will have a new owner today. Although my junior brother is only an inferior grade martial monarch, he has a rare fire spiritual body. Chapter 648. Enough nonsense. Wang Meng, take out your stake, Nguyen Muyun said in a deep voice, not afraid at all. Wang Meng also took out a jade bottle and said, there is half a drop of dragon marrow in here. It can also improve one's physique. It is no weaker than your monarch bloodgrass. If you win, it is yours. The stakes that the two took out were all rare treasures worth cities. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the excitement all had fiery gazes, feeling incredibly envious. Let's go and see who will win. A group of people followed behind Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng as they headed for the proud son of Heaven Hall. Before the sage wall, the cultivators of the various sects of the Qianwu domain all looked at the last of the 1,000 lanterns. They all felt very depressed. As long as one was on the proud son of heaven ranking, one would be able to obtain benefits. It might be difficult for people like them to reach the top 800 or 900 in one go. However, there was a high chance of making it to the last 100. This was especially so for those who had prepared for many years and only wanted to show their faces on the proud son of heaven ranking. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the rankings. He just wanted to stand there and feel a little satisfaction in his heart. But now, this little bit of hope was mercilessly blocked by the last lantern, making him sad and dejected. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from afar. When they gathered together, it was very noisy. From the sound, one could tell that at least 1,000 people had arrived. That's strange. Since when did so many people come to challenge the ranking? If one failed, the challenger would suffer serious mental and internal injuries. Under normal circumstances, no one would attempt the rankings unless they were absolutely sure of success. Those who wanted to challenge the roll of honor would have to think thrice before acting, and they would be extremely cautious. Those who came to challenge the roll of honor would definitely not swarm together. Everyone looked back curiously. When they saw the two people leading the group, they could not help but be startled. A moment later, their faces were filled with ecstasy. That's great. Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng have brought people over to challenge the rankings. The people they brought with them are definitely not weak. It's even possible for them to reach the top 50. Nonsense. Not to mention the 9 ranks of the great families behind Wang Meng. Just the disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace alone would not be brought out unless they could get into the top 100. Ha ha ha, no matter what, I will definitely be able to push this Xiaoqin down. Fortunately, I had foresight and did not rush to make a move earlier. The group of people hurriedly moved aside, making way for Wang Meng and Nguyen Muyun. Especially those who were not in a hurry to make a move, their faces were filled with excitement. Such a scene astonished the many cultivators that had followed Nguyen Muyun and Chu Feng. After asking around, Zhang Xian understood what had happened. When he looked at the final lantern, he was shocked. When Leng Liusu heard Xiao Chen's name, her body trembled. At first, she thought it was someone with the same name. However, when she looked at the lantern, she noticed that it was a lantern. The flame figure in the lantern quickly grew larger in her eyes. Finally, the white-robed Xiao Chan and Xiao Chan holding the lunar shadow saber appeared before her eyes. Only then did Leng Liusu confirm it. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. Unexpectedly, that young bladesman from back then also came to the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he caused such a commotion in the proud son of Heaven Hall. Nguyen Muyun frowned slightly and asked, Liusu, do you know this person? Leng Liusu's eyes flickered. She had once heard rumors of Xiao Chan defeating several disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace in the outer sect. Afraid that Nguyen Muyun would bring trouble for Xiao Chan if she found out, Leng Liusu hid the truth. He seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion Xiao Chan. I have some impression of him. Leng Liusu could not help but find it strange that an insignificant person like Xiao Chan could attract senior sister Nguyen's attention. Nguyen Muyun smiled gently and said, I heard junior brother Mu mention him before. His younger brother was ruthlessly defeated by this person in the Sky Dome realm. If I am not wrong, that strand of saber chi from earlier should be from him. After Wang Meng understood what happened, he laughed loudly and said, Interesting. Unexpectedly, there is such a person in the Sky Dome realm. Very good. I like challenges that are difficult. Nguyen, are you going to chase that brat off first or should I? A crafty look flashed in Nguyen's bright eyes. She smiled faintly and said, in that case, I'll let you go first. Wang Ming chuckled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes soared. He said loudly, in that case it would be impolite to refuse. Ninth junior brother, chase that brat from the Sky Dome realm off. If he is not even as good as a lower realm disciple, he will be embarrassing the sect. Wang Ming's tone was filled with confidence. Wang Wei thought very highly of this ninth junior brother. At the very least, this ninth junior brother could charge up 100 ranks in one go. Taking down Xiao Chun would not be a problem. Wang Ming's ninth junior brother smiled proudly, and a faint flame appeared on his fist. He said, I swear I will not disappoint you. Fire spirit body. It looks like he has a fire spirit body that is at least 60% comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. With this, Xiao Chun will definitely be chased off. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Several people saw hope and could not help rejoicing. Hu Qi. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the ninth junior brother's lantern easily cleared the sage's test before everyone's expectant gazes. The ninth junior brother's lantern knocked down Xiao Chen's lantern with a bang. Then, he gently leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Time passed much slower than everyone expected. The ninth junior brother, who originally thought that he could suppress Xiao Chun, was still unable to end the battle even after 15 minutes. The cultivators who originally had fervent gazes filled with anticipation slowly showed conflicted expressions. After the time it took for half an incense to burn, the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Even the calm Wang Ming could not help but frown. Kase. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out in the silent plaza. Wang Ming relaxed his frown and smiled. The victor is decided. However, when Wang Ming looked carefully, he discovered that the shattered lantern actually belonged to his ninth junior brother. He had not expected such an ending, so he could not help but be flabbergasted. How can it be like this? The people who were filled with anticipation all sighed. Then they focused their gazes on Lung Liusu. Unexpectedly, Nguyen placed her right hand on Lung Liusu's shoulder, preventing her from making a breakthrough. There's no need. Liusu, come back next year. Nguyen's words shocked everyone. A person brought by a holy land to make a breakthrough actually gave up because of a lower realm genius. Wang Ming smiled coldly and said, Nguyen, what do you mean by this? Nguyen faced the many paintings of sages on the wall and said, take a look for yourself. Wang Ming looked in the direction of Nguyen's finger, and saw that one of the paintings had dimmed significantly. If Nguyen had not pointed it out, it would not have attracted anyone's attention. This is. A sage is personally guiding Xiao Chun in his martial technique. Wang Ming cried out hoarsely, startled. Normally, only cultivators with high comprehension ability would attract the attention of sages, causing them to exhaust their will to guide them. There would not be more than 20 such people in the entire proud son of heaven ranking. Now there was one more Xiao Chun. No wonder Xiao Chun spent so much time in the sage's test. So that is why. We were really stupid at that time. We actually believed what Bai He and Bai Yu said, that Xiao Chun was being chased by a sage and was running around to buy time. *CK, those two guys are idiots. They made us idiots for once. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally understood everything. They could not help but curse themselves for being too stupid. Then they cursed Bai He and Bai Yu. In the distance, White Feather and White River, who were rushing back, sneezed continuously. They looked at each other and felt that this was very strange. Ah, damn it. This is really strange. Why are there so many sneezes today? Bai Yu said depressedly. After he said that, he sneezed again. Bai He said in a low voice, it can't be. Hundreds of people are scolding us for being stupid, right? We will be fools. What a joke. Then no one in the world would be smart. Wang Ming looked at Nguyen unhappily. She probably saw the dimmed sage portrait long ago, and purposely let Wang Ming take the bait. Let's go. We will come back next year. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. Nguyen called out to the two. Wait a moment. Wang Meng felt depressed in his heart. He asked unhappily, Nguyen Muyun, is there anything else? Haha. It's fine. If you admit your defeat, you will not go back on your word, right? Hand over that half-drop of dragon marrow, Nguyen Muyun said rudely as she stretched out her hand. What a joke. I did not lose to you. Why should I give it to you? Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and said, both of us lost. According to the bet, we have to put up a good wager. Hand over the dragon marrow. I will get someone to send it to Shao Chun, along with the monarch bloodgrass. Nguyen Muyun's tone was calm, but the look in her eyes deterred anyone from doubting her determination. Wang Meng was extremely upset. However, although he was arrogant, he had his own targets. When he faced the other giants, he would have left long ago, ignoring them. However, when he faced the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nguyen Muyun, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to go against her decision. Wang Meng could only hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow to Nguyen Muyun and leave, filled with rage. Today he had embarrassed himself and lost money. It was all that brat Shao Chen's doing. Wang Meng thought to himself, I have to get back at him for this. Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng were the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, and the most arrogant tyrant saber of the 7 giants. In the Tianwu domain, they were the focus of attention, the dazzling peak geniuses. This was especially so for Nguyen Muyun. Her lantern had already been in the second row of the pyramid for a long time. Unexpectedly, the disciple that these two brought actually lost to Shao Chen, a Sky Dome realm cultivator that the outside world did not think highly of, when he tried to break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Before this, there was the luck bearer of the 10 great battle realms. On his first attempt, he swept through more than 200 people. Now there is this Shao Chun. The Tianwu domain is probably going to undergo a complete transformation. The age of cultivators is not limited to the great 1,000 realms controlled by the Bushin Palace. In the past few years, our Tianwu domain has seen many new young experts as well. The top 100 of the proud Son of Heaven ranking has not changed much for a long time already. I guess that in less than a year, with the growth of these lower realm geniuses, there will definitely be a big change in the rankings. Chapter 649. After Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng left, the crowd slowly became more talkative. They no longer held back when they spoke. As for the main character of this matter, Shao Chun, he was on a warship. However, he did not know anything about this. He could only vaguely sense that his lantern had been challenged by many cultivators. However, none of them succeeded. Shao Chun was still on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. At this moment, Shao Chun no longer cared about this matter. He focused all his attention on the Haotian sect, which he was about to reach. He wanted to see what the Haotian sect was like. White clouds flew by in front of Shao Chun. A gentle breeze blew, and the faint mist in the sky carried traces of spiritual energy. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they felt refreshed and comfortable. With such dense spiritual energy, it would be hard for the cultivators of the Kunlun realm not to be stronger than the people of the lower realms. In front is the Haotian province, where the Haotian sect is. Old Feng, who was at the bow of the warship, pointed to the front as they crossed a wide river. The Haotian province was one of the few large provinces of the Tianwu domain. It was much larger than the great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were countless cities in the province, and they were all under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. Not only that, but the Haotian sect's influence extended beyond the Haotian province. The surrounding smaller provinces would pay tribute to the Haotian sect every year. As for the Haotian sect, they provided them with military protection to prevent these provinces from being harassed by strong demonic beasts, loose cultivators, or high-ranked demons coming out of cracks in the demonic world. At first, when Shao Chun and the others heard Old Feng's explanation, they felt it was strange. They had not expected the Tianwu domain, which was like a fairyland, to be so dangerous. After hearing Old Feng's explanation, they felt relieved. Some strong demonic beasts were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. The provinces without high-rank sects would find it hard to defend against these spirit beasts, even if they sent out all their forces. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would pass through the Tianwu domain, resulting in the entire province being slaughtered. On the other hand, rogue cultivators were even more dangerous. These rogue cultivators were unrestrained and only thought about how to strengthen themselves. They did things without any scruples. Their minds were already twisted. The things they did were even crueler than demonic beasts, worse than beasts. As for rifts to the devil world, they rarely appeared. However, when they did, they were a rare disaster. Even the prefectures presided over by rank 8 sects would be destroyed. The warship moved very fast. After passing many cities, it arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. The mountains rose and fell, towering into the clouds. The green shadows of the mountains were lush and verdant. Clouds and mist curled around the peaks of the mountains, and the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth assaulted one's face. The fatigue in their eyes was swept away, and they felt refreshed. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins in this mountain. There are countless rank 2 spirit veins and rank 1 spirit veins. There are also a few supreme spirit veins. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins, countless rank 2 spirit veins, and countless rank 1 spirit veins. There seems to be a few peak spirit veins as well. Xiao Chun had heard Ao Jiao explain spirit veins in detail before. Rank 1 spirit veins could not produce spirit stones. Rank 2 spirit veins could only produce inferior grade spirit stones, and rank 3 spirit veins could only produce medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun took a cursory glance at the undulating mountains and could feel many spirit veins running through them. As the spirit veins intertwined, the spiritual energy of the world surged endlessly. It felt like one was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy. The warship continued forward. Suddenly, a vast and majestic city appeared in the mountains. The mountain peaks in front were like towering gates opening one by one. Then that city suddenly appeared, giving off a breathtaking feeling of the fog scattering and flowers blooming. The city was very large. Logically speaking, there should not be such a large empty space in such a densely packed mountain range. It was as if an almighty being was playing with a sandbox, gently pinching the mountains that were supposed to be there, and placing them somewhere else with a flick of his fingers. When Old Feng saw that vast city, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ever since he went to the Sky Dome realm, he had not returned to this place for 100 years already. Later, someone will bring you to meet up with the people of the other branch sections. After settling your matters, I will have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng's mood was somewhat heavy. As he looked at Yu Chenxi, it was especially so. Chenxi, there are some things that Martial Uncle has to tell you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, you and Gong Yongyu will not be placed in the inner sect. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu nodded slightly. Actually, they had already guessed this along the way. Now that they had arrived in the Tianwu domain, their past glory had already lost much of its luster. Yu Chenxi said seriously, "Martial Uncle, don't worry. Even if we are placed in the outer sect, Chenxi will persevere and not embarrass Martial Uncle." Old Feng nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and said, "Xiao Chan, you will definitely be placed in the inner sect. Those people look down on the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm. However, I believe that in less than 3 years, you will definitely be able to obtain the position of a true inheritor. However, you are too sharp. It is best for you to keep a low profile for the next 3 years. Although a man does not take revenge, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. He had never thought of purposely causing trouble. Furthermore, he had never considered himself a gentleman. A gentleman was determined by others. However, Xiao Chun only respected his own principles. What did the opinions of unrelated people have to do with him? However, after Old Feng left, they would probably not be able to see each other again. Xiao Chun would not refute him, so he nodded to indicate that he understood. Xiao. 2 young men flew over from the city gates. They wore the alternating blue and white robes of the Haotian sect. They appeared extremely proud. Although they were young, their cultivations were extremely deep. Even Xiao Chun found them somewhat unfathomable, feeling some fear in his heart. When Old Feng landed on the bow of the warship, he asked the 4. "Are the few of you from the Sky Dome realm?" After Old Feng stepped forward and stated his identity, he left with one of them, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The one who remained introduced himself. "My family name is Chan Xiao. You can just call me Senior Brother Chan. This time, I am responsible for receiving all the newcomers. I will bring you to your lodgings first." After this person spoke, he turned his back to the two and took the lead. Yu Chenxi projected his voice and whispered to Xiao Chan. There are 3 golden threads embroidered on his chest. That is the mark of a true inheritor. No wonder his cultivation is so deep. It turns out that he is a true inheritor, Xiao Chan thought to himself. After entering the city, the 3 could feel the majesty of this city. It was even vaster than the Tianwu continent's dragon ceiling city. The strangest thing was that there was a small city in the sky above the city. 18 inverted mountain peaks circled the city in the sky. Chan Xiao introduced from the front. The city in the middle is the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples can go there once a month. The 18 mountain peaks outside are the residences of the true inheritors. Each mountain peak has a rank 3 spirit vein's origin. The true inheritors have absolute control over that rank 3 spirit vein. The moment Chan Xiao said that, Xiao Chan and the other 2 could not help but feel shocked. In the lower realm, even a large sect could not control a rank 3 spirit vein. Unexpectedly, a true inheritor could do so here. Thinking about it, if one could use a rank 3 spirit vein's origin to cultivate, how fast would one's cultivation speed be? The 3's expressions were within Chan Zhao's expectations. He revealed some pride in his eyes as he smiled faintly. Right now, half of the 18 mountain peaks are empty. All of you have a chance. Gong Yongyu immediately asked doubtfully, why is it half empty? Such a good resource is just sitting there and not being used. Chan Xiao replied indifferently, it is better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. If it does not meet the standard, it is better to leave it empty. What standard is it? Why is it so strict? Gong Yongyu muttered. However, Chan Xiao did not say anything more. He led the 3 around the city, giving them a simple introduction of the medicine refining hall, the business district, the auction house, and the like. The western part of the city is the area for outer sect disciples. The eastern part is the area for inner sect disciples. If outer sect disciples have nothing to do, it is best not to go there. Gong Yongyu asked curiously. Why? Chan Xiao replied calmly. That place is a mix of good and bad people. There are many factions there. In the past few years, for the sake of meeting the standard of a true inheritor, the few peak people have been competing intensely. Several shady methods have appeared. If you really go there, be careful or they might rob you of all your treasures. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. From Chan Zhao's words, it was clear that the standard of a true inheritor was very strict. They had already used all sorts of methods, but half of the 18 mountain peaks were still empty. If the Haotian sect lacked talents, it was clear that the number of cultivators in the Haotian province was not the reason. After familiarizing themselves with the city's environment, Chan Xiao led the 3 to a large courtyard. He said, go in, there are still some people from the branch sects who have not arrived yet. When everyone is here, we will assign you to the inner sect or the outer sect. Xiao Chun took the lead and entered. When he looked around, he discovered that there were already many people in the courtyard. There were at least 100 men and women in total. Even the weakest among them was much stronger than Gong Yongyu. There were also a few strong auras that made Xiao Chan wary, not daring to be careless. There were no chairs in the courtyard, only some bare stone stools. Xiao Chun casually found one and sat down. As they sized up the others, several people in the courtyard opened their eyes and started to size up Xiao Chen's group as well. When they saw the words Sky Dome on their identity medallions, they withdrew their gazes. They revealed disdainful expressions and no longer paid any attention to the 3. Suddenly, Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes and looked at a skinny, effeminate man. In that instant earlier, that person seemed to have sent out some hidden energy. This person's technique was very ingenious, not causing any fluctuations in space. However, the hidden energy was not directed at Xiao Chan, so he did not bother with it. Bang! Just at this moment there was a shattering sound. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and saw that Gong Yongyu had just leaped up, preparing to sit on the stone stool in front of him. In the end, the moment Gong Yongyu touched it, the hard stone stool shattered. Caught off guard, Gong Yongyu fell to the ground with a plop. Ha ha ha! The Sky Dome realm truly lives up to its reputation as a last-ranked sect. The people who come do not even know how to sit. When the skinny man saw the situation, he laughed loudly. Chapter 650. The other young cultivators, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes. They all revealed faint mockery on their faces. Everyone here would become competitors sooner or later. Thus, no one said anything to stop the situation from developing. Instead, they just waited and watched. Gong Yongyu's complexion alternated between green and red. He was clearly embarrassed. Rage burned in his heart as he stood up and swung his staff at the skinny man. "Why are you so angry? We have been waiting here for a few days. It is already too boring. We are just having some fun." The skinny man did not panic at all. He just sat there cross-legged. He gently blocked the descending staff with his hand and used a skillful technique to deflect Gong Yongyu's force. Gong Yongyu's momentum was ferocious. However, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was easily knocked back dozens of meters. Gong Yongyu shouted and executed everlasting heaven and earth. He took 7 steps and the 7 afterimages merged together. Immediately, the wind howled and the staff moved like a mountain. The skinny man smiled coldly and suddenly stood up. All the quintessence in his body surged as he quickly sent out 3 palm strikes. As the skinny man moved his hands, he moved his feet, slowly dissipating the force of the staff. Then he sent out a 3rd palm strike. Bang! Gong Yongyu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The skinny man's technique for dissipating the force was very exquisite, flabbergasting everyone. Unexpectedly, the stone stool under his feet did not shatter. The force of the staff spread to the ground, creating many tiny cracks that densely covered the ground. The skinny man mocked. "It is just a game. Why take it so seriously? You are asking for trouble. To think that you actually dare to attack me." The skinny man's gaze turned cold. Unexpectedly, he did not intend to let Gong Yongyu off. He leaped into the air and kicked at Gong Yongyu. Shio! Just at this moment, a dazzling saber light flashed. A sharp killing intent accompanied by a strand of purple saber chi flew at the skinny man. Everywhere the saber chi passed, the surrounding space rippled like waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed strong winds howling endlessly. The skinny man panicked for some reason. He quickly withdrew his leg and retreated, dodging that strand of saber chi. Kasie! After knocking back the skinny man with 1 saber strike, Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and did not make another move. Gong Yongyu stood up and walked over to Xiao Chan with a pale complexion. Then he thanked him softly. That skinny man stared at Xiao Chan for a long time. In the end, he still found Xiao Chan somewhat unfathomable, so he gave up on making a move. Xiao Chen's saber strike conformed to the norm. There was nothing too shocking about it, but there were also no major flaws. Aside from the skinny man who was in the same situation, no one else could feel how powerful it was. At this moment, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu had extremely unsightly expressions. They had not expected to run into such a situation the moment they arrived at the Supreme Sky Sect. In the future, with his identity in the Sky Dome realm, no matter where he went, people would make things difficult for him. Shao and would not. And would. And comma Shao. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't doing anything at all, he still exerted immense pressure on everyone. This was especially so for a tall and sturdy man in front. His battle spirit was as ferocious as a raging fire. He was like a wild beast on fire. They are people from the battle realms. These people are definitely from the battle realms. Unexpectedly, there are people from the battle realms coming to our Haotian sect. The 10 great battle realms were famous. The geniuses from the battle realms were definitely not mediocre. The hearts of everyone present sank. In the future, they would probably have several more competitors. The 4 geniuses from the battle realms could not be bothered to take more than a few steps. The tall and sturdy man in front shouted at the person sitting on the nearest stone bench. "Scram! The 4 of you, quickly get up and give up your seats." The 4 people were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to be scolded by these 4 people in front of everyone. They could not help but be put in a difficult position. "You are seeking death." During this moment of hesitation, the 4 cultivators from the battle realm shouted ferociously and attacked at the same time. Vast palm energy surged out like a surging river. The palm energy surged out like a surging river. The 4 hurriedly got up to face the attack. In the end, they were no match for 1 palm strike. This was especially so for the man who got struck by the tall and sturdy man. That man was knocked out of the courtyard like a cannonball and landed on the streets of the city. What a fellow! The moment they disagree with each other, they start fighting. This is indeed in line with the character of the people from the battle realms. The others were startled, but they did not dare to say anything. The few truly strong people did not want to get involved with these four either. Everyone knew that the people of the battle realms were famous for being battle maniacs. When they started fighting, there would be no end to it. They had to determine a victor. Furthermore, these people all had the bloodline of the ancient giants flowing in their bodies. Their strength remained the same, and they did not hold back when they attacked. Even if these people were slightly stronger than the people from the battle realms, they would not be willing to fight with them. Haha, this little girl is rather pretty. Come and sit with me. At some point in time, the tall and sturdy man had fixed his gaze on Wuxia. The tall and sturdy man laughed loudly and spread open the fingers of his huge right hand. A strong suction force immediately pulled Wuxia into the air. The surging force was like an invisible black hole. When the tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked, Wuxia cried out and left the ground. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He leaped up and gently landed a palm strike on Wuxia's shoulder with his right hand. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and sent out a fist wind. Rumble! The two forces clashed in the air, giving off heavy buzzing sounds. Sonic booms resounded and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, making everyone's hair flutter. Xiao Qian placed his right hand on Wuxia's shoulder and pulled him behind him without anyone noticing. Then he said softly, "Stand behind me." When the tall and sturdy man saw Xiao Qian make a move, he did not show much displeasure in his eyes. Instead, a fervent, almost cruel light flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of the battle realms had two hobbies. One was women and the other was fighting. Compared to women, fighting to one's heart's content was more interesting. This fellow is in trouble. That tall and sturdy man seems to be the number 2 genius of the 9th battle realm, Situ Gang. He is extremely strong. Once the cultivators of the battle realms target you, it will be very hard to shake them off. You either get killed by them or beat them to death. However, they beat most people to death. They are a bunch of madmen. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man targeted Xiao Qian, several people immediately revealed gloating expressions. This was especially so for that skinny man. A cold and cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Situ Gang stood up and smiled coldly. Since you have the guts to block me, you should be prepared to die. Bang! Suddenly, a sonic boom resounded in the air. Situ Gang's figure flashed in the air and arrived before Xiao Qian. He did not use any fancy movement techniques, only extreme speed. Xiao Qian's expression remained calm as he sank his feet down. He circulated his vital qi quickly, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he clashed with that punch. Bang! 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 Situ Gang pressed forward. After the first punch, he followed up with a second and a third. Every time he punched, an impassioned shout resounded in the surroundings. The shouts seemed to come from the distant ancient era. They sounded desolate and ancient, spreading a heavy aura. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they felt astonished. If they received these 3 punches head-on, given their physical bodies, they would definitely suffer. The best way was to avoid the sharpness of the attack and use speed and skill-based martial techniques to deal with it. Someone sighed and said, "This fellow is really seeking death." Instead of dodging, he actually dares to clash head-on with a battle realm cultivator. When the skinny man heard this, he said in disdain, "He is probably too slow. How capable can the people from the Sky Dome realm be?" However, the surprising thing was that after Xiao Qian received 10 punches from Situ Gang, the entire courtyard trembled continuously before this huge force. However, Xiao Qian's footsteps did not move at all. He was like an old tree rooted to the ground, as firm as a rock as he dealt with the attacks calmly. After the 10 punches, Situ Gang saw that Xiao Qian was not in a sorry state as he expected. His expression turned serious as he pushed off the ground and landed back on the stone stool. Before that huge force, Xiao Qian's meridians, blood, and bones trembled continuously. However, that was all. Xiao Qian's body had first been tempered by the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After cultivating the firmament body tempering art, his meridians, blood, and bones were tempered once more. His physical body was much stronger than that of regular cultivators. After circulating his energy, Xiao Chun digested the quintessence in his body. His gaze turned extremely cautious, not relaxing at all. Xiao Chun estimated that this Situ gang had only used 30% of his strength at most. This was because the other party did not seem to be panting or needing to adjust his breathing after sending out 10 punches. Indeed, the people of the battle realms could not be underestimated. The expressions of the other branch sect disciples changed slightly. They looked at Xiao Chun, keeping an eye out for him. Initially, no one paid attention to Xiao Chun. Now, he attracted some attention, gaining a sense of his existence. Chapter 651. Situ Gang, this fellow is a body-tempering cultivator. Use your true abilities. Otherwise, others will think that the people of the battle realms are only capable of this much. A battle realm cultivator behind Situ Gang shouted with blazing eyes. 10,000 meters in the air. The two true inheritors who had brought in Xiao Chun and the others earlier watched the situation below with interest. Chan Xiao smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Wang Cheng, these people from the lower realms are more interesting than we thought." The youth called Wang Cheng said sullenly, "I nearly misjudged this Xiao Chun. His cultivation is not high, but he also cultivates a body-tempering technique. His strength is not that simple." Chan Xiao looked around and said, "Senior brother Wang, what do you think of these geniuses from the lower realms? Do you think any of them can become true inheritors?" Wang Cheng entered deep thought and said, "I noticed that at least 10 people have pretty good talent. This is especially so for that battle realm Situ Gang. His cultivation is so vast that no one here can compare to him. If he enters a berserk state, he will be even more horrifying. However, it is hard to say whether they can become true inheritors or not. Let's see if they can handle the competition between the inner sect's 5 big factions first." A disciple flew down from the floating inner city and landed beside the two. After bowing respectfully, he handed over a document and said, "Senior brothers, the distribution of the inner and outer sect disciples that the elders discussed is already out." Chan Xiao received the document and said, "Unexpectedly, they discussed for so long. However, it is finally out. If we had waited any longer, we would have run out of patience." Wang Cheng smiled gently and said, "That's normal. The treatment of the inner sect disciples and the outer sect disciples is very different. It is already beyond my expectations that they can come out so quickly." The two casually flipped through the document and slowly flew down to the courtyard, preparing to announce the contents of the document. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was extremely heavy. The fanaticism in Situ Gang's eyes turned into a blazing flame. His strong aura slowly soared. When everyone sensed it, they felt their hearts palpitate. They unknowingly took 2 steps back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. There were rumors of the destructive power of the people of the battle realms unleashing their true strength. No one was willing to suffer such a calamity. However, on the other side, Xiao Chun did not show any intention of backing down. He gathered his aura. Even when facing a strong battle realm expert, he was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining a calm expression. Hu Qi. However, just as the intense battle was about to erupt, 2 vast auras suddenly appeared in the courtyard that tore through the clouds. It was as if an invisible ocean had suddenly crashed down, silently covering everything. Although Situ Gang's valiant and frightening aura was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in this vast ocean. Very quickly, it was submerged and disappeared without a trace. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Chan Xiao and Wang Cheng were already standing on top of the wall. "It's a true disciple." Someone immediately recognized who they were. Their gazes were filled with yearning. They were shocked by the strength they had displayed. Just by relying on their auras, they easily resolved the situation. Even someone as irascible as Situ Gang did not dare to lose his temper. "Very good. At least you know your limits. Now, I will announce which of you can enter the inner sect and which will be assigned to the outer sect." When Chan Xiao saw that no one said anything, he nodded and spoke in a calm tone. When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears. Outer sect and inner sect. There was only a difference of 1 word, but the treatment they received was as different as heaven and earth. Everyone hoped that they would be assigned to the inner sect. Everyone showed expressions of anticipation as they waited quietly. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, held the official document and said, "I will only read out the names of the people assigned to the inner sect. Those whose names are not read out are naturally outer sect disciples." As the names were read out one by one, several people revealed joyful smiles. As for those whose names were not read out, they waited anxiously. Xiao Chan did not have to wait for long before he heard his name called. He relaxed slightly. As for Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, they did not hear their names read out. Although they had expected this, they could not help but feel disappointed. "I am not convinced. Why is he only an early-stage inferior grade martial monarch? Furthermore, he is a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm. He is directly sent to the inner sect. I am a peak inferior grade martial monarch, yet I still have to struggle in the outer sect." A long-faced cultivator whose name was not read out shouted as he pointed at Xiao Chan. The moment this cultivator said this, the people whose names were not read out felt dissatisfied and echoed his sentiments. There were always some people who felt that others were only SOSO, that they could not compare to them. Xiao Chan did not find this strange. He could not be bothered with them, waiting to see how the two true inheritors would deal with this. Chan Xiao and Wang Cheng did not seem surprised. Their gazes casually landed on the person who caused trouble first. "This is not fair, absolutely not fair. I want to fight with him. I can prove that I am qualified to enter the inner sect." That long-faced cultivator jabbered on endlessly to Chan Xiao and Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng frowned slightly and pointed with his finger. A deep blue sword qi shot out from his fingertip. The sword qi was incredibly sharp. It ignored the long-faced cultivator's protective quintessence and directly tore a small hole in his chest. Without any warning, Wang Cheng attacked directly, mercilessly teaching this person a lesson. When the other people who agreed with the long-faced cultivator saw this scene, they immediately shut up. "Why did you injure me? I did not do anything wrong. Are you all that great just because you are true inheritors?" The long-faced cultivator asked as he held his chest in intense pain. Wang Cheng did not say anything. Chan Xiao formed hand seals with both hands and formed a cage-like hand seal. Then, he sent it at the long-faced cultivator. A light flickered, and the cage-like hand seal entered the long-faced cultivator's body. His aura vanished, and he became like an ordinary person. "What's going on? Why can't I circulate my quintessence?" The long-faced cultivator exclaimed in horror when he felt the situation in his body. Chan Xiao said expressionlessly, "As true inheritors, we have the authority to enforce the rules. We can kill those who look down on the decisions of the Elders' Assembly. Since this is your first time in the Haotian sect, I will only punish you a little. I will seal your dantian for 1 month." Wang Cheng said, "Outer sect disciples can take the test every once in a while. If you are strong enough, it would not be difficult for you to become an inner sect disciple." Seeing the two's strength, no one dared to say anything else. They all kept quiet. The two leaped off the wall and Chan Xiao said, "Inner sect disciples, follow me to the east of the city. Senior brother Wang will lead the outer sect disciples." The 100 or 200 people who came split into 2 groups and headed out of the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, Yu Chenxi said sincerely, "Senior brother Xiao Chan, thank you for your help." Xiao Chan had risked defending a battle realm genius to shield her. Yu Chenxi's gratitude to Xiao Chan was indescribable. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "You are my friend. If you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? I believe that you will definitely help me if I am in trouble. Work hard. I will look out for you in the inner sect. Given your talent, you will definitely regain your former pride." Yu Chenxi nodded heavily and said, "I definitely will." The two waved goodbye. Gong Yangyu, who was at the side, said some words of thanks before leaving silently. Under Chan Zhao's lead, the group quickly headed to the east of the city. The east of the city was very large, but there was only one entrance. There were people guarding the entrance. When the disciples guarding the entrance saw Chan Xiao, they immediately bowed respectfully. "Every month, you will receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Every 7 days, an old senior of the sect will give you a lecture. However, you are not allowed to ask questions. If you ask in private, you will have to pay spirit stones." Chan Xiao first brought the group to register. After they received their intersect identity medallions, He explained the treatment and sect rules that inner sect disciples enjoyed. 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Everyone could not help but reveal expressions of joy. None of the sects in the lower realms were able to enjoy such treatment. Furthermore, spirit gathering pearls were even rarer. They required a large number of martial sages to refine them by exhausting their cultivation. The teachings of an old senior would also enlighten them. Most true experts would not be so kind as to share their cultivation experiences with others. This is where you will be staying. Every 10 rooms will share a rank 1 spirit vein's origin. Every month, you will need to spend 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Chen Xiao pointed at a row of simple residential areas and said slowly. When everyone heard the first half of what Xiao Chen said, they all revealed excited expressions. In the lower realm, a rank 1 spirit vein's origin could support a large sect with tens of thousands of people. Here, 10 inner sect disciples could share one. However, when they heard the second half of what Xiao Chen said, their faces immediately sank. They would only receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a month. Just the cost of their accommodation would be used up. If they wanted to cultivate, obtain medicinal pills, or go out exploring, they would not have any spirit stones left. You need spirit stones? That is too expensive. Chen Xiao ignored everyone's complaints. He continued, if you want to stay in a better place, you can pay an additional spirit stone and enjoy a spirit vein's origin to yourself. Furthermore, everyone will have to take on a mission from the sect at least once a month. However, you new disciples will have 1 month to familiarize yourselves. After that, Chen Xiao answered a few simple questions from the crowd. Then he took his leave. Before everyone's envious gazes, he flew to the floating mountain peak that belonged to him. The houses in the residential area were all adjacent to each other. Compared to the independent courtyard that Xiao Chen lived in, the environment was much simpler. After tidying up the house, Xiao Chen sat at the head of the bed and started to think about his cultivation goals. Chapter 652. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, Xiao Chen's first goal was to refine his quintessence. There was no need to rush to break through to the next cultivation realm. He needed to be steady and steady, slowly closing the gap between him and the native cultivators of the Tianwu domain in terms of the purity of his quintessence. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chen wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation as well. However, he could not rush this. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was even more mysterious than a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. The latter layers of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation became increasingly difficult to advance. Xiao Chen's second goal was to continue tempering his physical body, to cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, making his physical body even stronger. Not only was it excruciating to cultivate a body tempering cultivation technique, but it also required more and more heavenly treasures to support it with each level. Now that the firmament body tempering art had reached the 6th layer, the natural treasures that he could use would be worth cities. Given his current status, it would be difficult to buy them. Xiao Chen's third goal was to comprehend the second move of the heaven-ranked dragon subduing / soaring dragon. With this, he would have a strong physical body and a refined cultivation. Naturally, he needed a martial technique that could bring out the greatest might of his accumulations. After sorting through these goals, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a headache coming on. None of the 3 goals were easy to accomplish. Not only did they require a large number of spirit stones, but they also required a lot of time and a very high comprehension ability. The latter 2 were easy to accomplish, but the former was difficult. Everything in the inner sect required spirit stones. Although Xiao Chen had some wealth now, he could not afford to spend them for a long time. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed gently. Never mind, I should refine my quintessence first. This does not require spirit stones, I just need time. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to a prayer mat on the floor of the room. Complicated formations were carved on the prayer mat, connecting it to a spirit origin deep underground. Sitting cross-legged on it, Xiao Chen immediately sensed a rank 1 spirit origin the size of a human head in his sea of consciousness. It split into 10 strands and scattered outwards. Even though the vast and pure spirit origin was split into 10 strands, each strand was like a gushing river. Who knew how much spiritual energy it contained? He could feel that the other 9 people were absorbing the spiritual qi from the spiritual origin with great excitement to improve their cultivation. Xiao Chun was not that excited or rash. Every time he absorbed some spiritual energy, he would immediately circulate the purple thunder divine incantation, continuously compressing it. When it was completely compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore, it was then inserted into the meridians. Above his dantian of the 99 transparent true essence water droplets, one of them slowly turned purple. First it was a pale purple, then it turned deep purple. In the end, the purple water droplets became as smooth as pearls, as if they were solid. Given this, even after spending a lot of time, Xiao Chen's cultivation did not increase. It looked like he was still an inferior grade martial monarch. Half a month later, out of the 99 drops of true essence liquid in Xiao Chen's body, 30 of them had become as smooth as pearls, with a bright and beautiful luster. Dong dong dong. On this day, after he had rested as usual, just as he was about to refine his true essence, there was a series of knocks on the door. Xiao Chan stood up from the prayer mat and casually waved his hand, sending out a clump of energy. The door opened with a gong dang sound. A yellow-clad man stood at the door. He was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. However, his cultivation was pretty good, late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, it was not very dense. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it seemed somewhat exaggerated. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiao Chan. He should be like Xiao Chun from a lower realms Haotian sect branch. Xiao Chun had met him once in that courtyard. "This friend, do you have business with me?" Xiao Chun asked as he stepped forward and invited this person in. Then he brewed a pot of tea. The yellow-clad man smiled and said, "I am Zhuo Yushi from the Cloud Sea realm. I live next door to you. It is nothing major, so I just came to drop by. I wonder if I have interrupted your cultivation?" Of the 3,000 great realms controlled by the Bushin Palace, the Cloud Sea realm was one of the lower-ranked realms. It was not much better than the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chun recalled the information on the Cloud Sea realm. Then he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Smiling, he said, "It's fine. Coincidentally, I have been cultivating for half a month. It is good to find someone to chat with. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Chun from the Sky Dome realm." When Zhuo Yushi heard Xiao Chen's words, shock appeared in his eyes. He said, You said that you have been cultivating bitterly in this room for the past half-month?" Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhuo Yushi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao is really different. In the past few days, none of us have been able to endure the loneliness. In the past half-month, everyone has familiarized themselves with the eastern part of the city. Earth-ranked martial techniques, which are considered precious treasures in the lower realms, are everywhere here. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy them. Furthermore, there are all sorts of medicinal pills for cultivation. There is a dazzling array of them, so many that one's eyes would be dazzled. The auction house in the inner city even auctions heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques, as well as all sorts of superior-grade secret treasures. However, the amount of superior-grade spirit stones required is astronomical." Zhuo Yushi was very talkative. Whenever Xiao Chan spoke, Zhuo Yushi would go on and on. This reminded Xiao Chan of his old friend Bai Lishi. The two of them were both chatterboxes. Although Zhuo Yushi spoke a lot of nonsense, there were some things that Xiao Chan was interested in Zhuo Yushi's words. Xiao Chen had not gone out for the past half-month. Zhuo Yushi's arrival came at a good time, so Xiao Chan did not feel frustrated. "That's right, Brother Zhuo, let me say something. Your cultivation has grown rather fast. Have you never thought about the problem of the density of quintessence? The people chosen from the lower realms were the cream of the crop of the great thousand realms. If Xiao Chan could think of the problem of the density of quintessence, Zhuo Yushi would definitely be able to." Zhuo Yushi laughed loudly and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. However, there is no need to worry. When I reach the peak of the late stage, I will go to the medicinal hall in the inner city to buy a quintessence gathering pill." "Quintessence gathering pill? What is that?" Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Zhuo Yushi knew that Xiao Chun had not gone out yet, so he explained the origins and uses of the quintessence gathering pill in detail. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was too dense. Cultivators cultivated very quickly. For the sake of preventing unstable quintessence, alchemists created medicinal pills to compress spiritual energy. There was a corresponding medicinal pill for every rank of cultivator. The quintessence gathering pill was meant for martial monarchs. After consuming it once, quintessence would automatically condense. If one cultivated after that, their cultivation speed would be much slower. This was also why the cultivators of the Kunlun realm advanced at a slower pace. Consuming a medicinal pill was equivalent to cultivating twice in the same cultivation realm. Naturally, their quintessence would be much denser than that of lower realm cultivators. Suddenly, Shui Yushir thought of something. He said, "Brother Xiao, could it be that you have been refining quintessence on your own for the past half-month? That would have been a waste of time." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. What did it mean to build a cart behind closed doors? This was the result of building a cart behind closed doors. If he had gone out, he would not have ended up like this. How many times can I consume the quintessence gathering pill within a cultivation realm? Xiao Chun asked casually. Shui Yushir replied, "It can only be used once. After that, I can consume it again when I advance to medial grade martial monarch." In that case, it did not matter. If I refined it once and used the quintessence gathering pill again, my quintessence would definitely be stronger than others. However, that way my cultivation would grow even slower. Under such circumstances, it would be a test of a cultivator's mental state. One would have to spend more time and endure the unbearable loneliness of the world. One would have to not be blinded by the prosperity and vanity before them. It was hard for the younger generation to avoid being proud and arrogant. They liked to fight for fame and profit. It was already very rare for them to not be eager for quick success. It would be very difficult for them to spend more time to solidify their foundations. Xiao Chun's heart was focused on the great Tao. His goal of reaching the peak of the martial Tao had never wavered. He clearly knew that the peak of the martial Tao was what he pursued. On the path to the peak, the fame and prosperity before him were just fleeting clouds. Sooner or later they would vanish like smoke. Xiao Chun continued to ask, "Do you know the price of this quintessence gathering pill?" When Xiao Chun mentioned the price, Shui Yushir immediately withdrew his smile. He sighed and said, "An inferior grade quintessence gathering pill costs 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. A medial grade quintessence gathering pill costs 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. A superior grade quintessence gathering pill costs 150,000 superior grade spirit stones." Damn it! Xiao Chun could not help cursing in his heart. The price was really extraordinarily high. Right now, Xiao Chun only had 200,000 superior grade spirit stones on him. If he bought a slightly better quintessence gathering pill, he would be penniless. Shui Yushir smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get angry. This is still the preferential price for inner sect disciples. If you went elsewhere, it would be even more expensive. However, you don't have to worry too much. As inner sect disciples, we can take on missions with higher rewards. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are not as difficult to earn as you think." After chatting for a while, Shui Yushir stood up and took his leave. He wanted to say something but hesitated. "Brother Xiao Chun, in the future we should move around more. Cultivation is not just about cultivating bitterly. From what I've heard, the internal strife within the inner sect is extremely intense. Now, there is a group of lower realm cultivators like us. Without an increase in resources, the fights in the inner sect will only be even more intense." Xiao Chun stood up to send Shui Yushir off. Shui Yushir's final words made him enter deep thought. Sometimes, there were a lot of things that people wouldn't give you peace just because you wanted it. Only when one is strong can one feel at ease. Only when one is at ease can one feel at peace. Determination appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. Then, he sat back down on the prayer mat and continued to refine his quintessence. As the sun rose and set, the world outside the house was filled with flowers and bustling with noise. There were newly advanced disciples who found strong backers and obtained the peak earth-ranked martial techniques that they dreamed of. Their combat prowess increased rapidly. There were even new disciples who bought quintessence gathering pills. The purity of their quintessence soared, immediately surpassing those of the same generation. There were also newly advanced disciples who went out on experiential training and obtained news of fortuitous encounters, making others even more envious. Situ Gang worked with 4 people from the battle realms and forcefully formed a large faction in the intense competition in the inner sect. Then they started to compete with the other 5 factions. That skinny man also gathered the remaining lower realm geniuses and formed a faction of his own, looking very awe-inspiring. There were also several peak lower realm geniuses who originally kept a low profile. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, they revealed their ferocity and beat up some of the older inner sect disciples to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Their fame soared. Zhui Yushi passed the news to Xiao Chun. The world outside was extraordinarily bustling. Every time Zhui Yushi spoke of this news, his eyes filled with envy, and his bloodline surged restlessly. Chapter 653. Xiao Chun smiled faintly at this and ignored them. He focused on refining his quintessence. More and more pearl-like purple liquid appeared in the 99 drops of transparent quintessence. Xiao Chun's quintessence was much denser than before. After another 20 days, Xiao Chun decided to go out. This time he had to. This was the first time the new disciples were collecting their stipends. It would be a waste not to take the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Zhui Yushi had been waiting outside the door for a long time. In the past month, whenever Zhui Yushi had nothing to do, he would look for Xiao Chun to chat for a long time. They had become much more familiar with each other. Let's go. Brother Xiao, I already asked around and found out where we can collect our stipends. Zhui Yushi appeared very excited. Although the spirit stones were going to be used for rent, the 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. However, those 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. If they were exchanged for superior grade spirit stones, 1 inferior grade spirit gathering pearl would be worth 5,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, as long as one was not in a rush to use spirit stones, no one would be foolish enough to use spirit gathering pearls to exchange. After leaving the residential area, Zhui Yushi led the way with great familiarity. They passed through a few bustling streets and corridors before arriving at a palace gate. There were many inner sect disciples here to collect their stipends. There was a long line. Xiao Chun finally saw a few of them. These inner sect disciples were mostly late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. However, they were different from Zhui Yushi. These inner sect disciples had very withdrawn auras and extremely dense quintessence. They were all late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. If Zhui Yushi fought with them, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. If Xiao Chun guessed right, these people should have consumed a quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Aside from this, Xiao Chun also discovered something else. Some people received more stipends, while others received less stipends. The inner sect disciple who collected the most received 100,000 superior grade spirit stones and 50 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls in one go. Xiao Chun asked Zhui Yushi, who was behind him, "What's going on with those people?" Zhui Yushi explained, "Those are the inner disciples who are ranked higher on this month's contribution ranking. They completed many missions for the sect and received additional rewards. By the way, speaking of this, we have to accept a mission this month. If we don't accept it, we'll be expelled from the inner sect." The Haotian province was vast, and there were countless cities within the province. There were many merchant guilds, clans, and city lord residences. When they encountered problems that they couldn't resolve, they would request for help from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was also happy to accept the mission. Firstly, it could maintain the stability of the prefecture, and secondly, it could train the disciples of the sect. There were also some missions that were issued by the direct disciples, elders, and deacons of the sect. They encountered some matters that they couldn't find the time to resolve. They would also issue it as a mission and hand it over to the disciples of the sect to complete it. They only needed to pay a small amount of compensation. Zhui Yushi said, "Not only can you obtain mission rewards by completing missions, but you can also obtain contribution points and additional rewards when you receive your stipend. It can be considered the greatest source of wealth for inner sect disciples. However, the rewards and contribution points of missions are linked to the risks involved. There are often rumors of disciples never returning after they accepted a mission." As they spoke, it was soon the turn of the two to receive their stipend. The process was very simple. They just needed to hand over their inner sect disciple identity medallions and let the other party verify it. Yusher did not have a rich family background. When he received the 10 spirit gathering pearls, he had an excited expression on his face. He held up the spirit gathering pearls and said, "This is great. I finally have the money to buy the quintessence gathering pill." Xiaochun felt it was strange. He asked, "Why are you exchanging for spirit gathering pearls for no reason?" Inner sect disciples could use a tenth of their rank 1 spirit origin to cultivate. Under such conditions, the effects of superior grade spirit stones on cultivation were much weaker. They could only be used when one went out. Normally, they could only be used as currency. They were not as valuable as they were in the lower realm. However, spirit gathering pearls were different. Not only could they help in breaking through, but they were also faster than using spirit origin to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient spirit gathering pearls. Yusher smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to either. However, I should be able to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch before the end of the month. I will need to use the quintessence gathering pill." Xiaochun felt relieved. He had obtained 200,000 superior grade spirit stones by killing several veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm. Not everyone was like Xiaochun, daring to look down on those veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm after advancing to martial monarch. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go by the quintessence gathering pill. I will be entering closed-door cultivation after this," Yusher said. The floating city in the sky was the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples had a chance to go there once a month. Rumor had it that there was a peak rank 4 spirit origin in the inner city. Not only did it cause the inner city to be covered in a spiritual fog all year round, but it also produced a large number of superior grade spirit stones every year. Even if one did not use the spirit origin to cultivate in the city, the effects would be much better than the rooms of the inner sect disciples. After the two passed through the dense fog made of spiritual energy, they registered themselves at the city gates and successfully entered the inner city. Compared to the bustling Haotian city below, the atmosphere in the inner city was much calmer. The people on the streets rarely spoke loudly. Occasionally, one would see many strong disciples with unfathomable cultivations. No one dared to underestimate them. Yusher had been to the inner city once last month. He was familiar with the places that sold medicinal pills in the city. Soon he led Xiaochun to a herb store. When the store owner saw that there was business, he immediately greeted them warmly. He smiled and asked, "Two little brothers, what medicinal pills would you like to buy?" Yusher said impatiently, "Give me an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. I will use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. Is that possible?" Yes, of course." A smile bloomed on the store owner's face. This was already a big deal in the first place. Furthermore, he could use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. "Wait a moment." Xiaochun stopped the store owner. "I will pay for his quintessence gathering pill. Also, give me a superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Yusher exclaimed in shock. "Brother Xiaochun, don't look at me like that. I lent you the spirit stones first. You have to return them," Xiaochun said with a faint smile. Yusher felt very excited. A spirit gathering pearl was much more valuable than a superior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, it was a very precious item. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. If not for the fact that Xiaochun needed a quintessence gathering pill to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch, he would not exchange for a spirit gathering pearl. "Thank you, Xiaochun. I will not say anything else. You are my friend for sure." Xiaochuan patted Xiaochun's shoulder heavily. After handing over the spirit stones, Xiaochun compared the two quintessence gathering pills. He discovered that there was no difference between the two except that the superior grade quintessence gathering pill had a deeper luster. The store owner smiled and explained, "Ha, little brother, there is not much difference between a superior grade quintessence gathering pill and an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. However, if you cultivate an earth grade cultivation technique, the effects of an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill will be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, a medial grade quintessence gathering pill is sufficient for most people. If you want to exchange now, you can." Xiaochun carefully put away the superior grade quintessence gathering pill and said, "There's no need. I just want the superior grade quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave the store. He asked about natural treasures and medicinal pills that could assist in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. This is the blood refinement pill. It is worth 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. It can be used to refine a cultivator's blood. It has excellent effects when used to supplement a body tempering cultivation technique. This is the spirit freezing pill. It can reduce the pain when cultivating a body tempering cultivation technique. It is worth 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. This is the yellow spirit flower. It is a rare natural treasure that can penetrate deep into the marrow. It is worth 500,000 superior grade spirit stones. The cultivation of a body tempering cultivator required a large number of natural treasures. When the store owner saw Xiao Chun asking about these medicinal pills, he immediately introduced them with a fervent expression. It seemed like countless spirit stones moved in his eyes. There were many good things. Xiao Chun felt envious. However, he was too shy and could only watch. Under the disappointed gaze of the store owner, the two left the store and rushed back. 1 hour later, the two finished paying the rent for the month. Just as they were about to return to their rooms and enter closed-door cultivation, a group of uninvited guests blocked their way. Hee, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time. You are finally back. The skinny man in front who had injured Gong Yongyu led a group of people and blocked the two. Zhuo Yusher's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "That person is Gue Wu, one of the leaders of the two new factions in the inner sect. He is probably not here with good intentions." It turned out that this person's name was Gue Wu. After not seeing him for a month, this person's cultivation had not changed. However, his quintessence was several times denser than before. Compared to the experienced inner sect disciples that Xiao Chun had seen, Gue Wu was no weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. Xiao Chun looked at the other party and said calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't block the way." Gue Wu smiled coldly and said, "In that case, I'll say it. Each of you, hand over 5 spirit gathering pearls." Right after Gue Wu spoke, the 6 people around him immediately released their auras and locked down on the two. Although these people's cultivations were not as high as Gue Wu's, their quintessence was still very dense. They had probably consumed the quintessence gathering pill before. Their strength could not be underestimated. Xiao Chun remained silent. He only quickly evaluated the strength of both sides in his heart. Gue Wu had consumed the quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Of the 99 drops of liquid quintessence, Xiao Chun had refined only 66 of them. He had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. In terms of quintessence purity, Gue Wu was currently stronger than Xiao Chun. As for martial techniques and combat techniques, Xiao Chun did not fear Gue Wu. If they fought Gue Wu now, Xiao Chun should have at least a 50% chance of victory. This was not a high chance. Furthermore, the other party clearly came prepared. Adding in the group of people around Gue Wu, if they attacked together, Xiao Chun and Zhuo Yusher would not have much of a chance. Perhaps Xiao Chun and Zhuo Yusher could retreat easily. However, they would not be able to avoid the harassment of these people, which would affect their cultivation. Zhuo Yusher felt furious in his heart. However, when he saw the other party's strength, he felt helpless. If Gue Wu did not hand over the spirit gathering pearls, it would be hard to avoid physical pain. In the future, Gue Wu would continue to seek trouble. Gue Wu laughed loudly and received the 5 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls from Zhuo Yusher. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "What about you?" Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and the 5 spirit gathering pearls flew in an arc towards Gue Wu. Gue Wu stretched out his hand and easily caught the 5 spirit gathering pearls. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chun to agree so easily. Chapter 654. Back then, when Gue Wu saw Xiao Chun make a move in the courtyard, he had thought that Xiao Chun would be the toughest bone to chew, so he had made a lot of preparations. After handing over the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Chun walked forward expressionlessly, not saying a word. The person beside Gue Wu smiled and said, "Big brother, this brat is not as mysterious as you say. How can someone from the Sky Dome realm be that powerful?" Wu weighed the spirit-gathering pearls in his hand and said in a cold voice, "At least he is sensible. I happen to lack one person for me to make an example out of." After that, he turned his head and asked, "How many inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls did we collect?" Someone immediately calculated and said excitedly, "There are 100 people in this residential area that we control. That's a total of 500 spirit-gathering pearls." When Wu heard this, he shook his head and said, "That is still too little. The original 5 big factions controlled at least 300 or 400 people in this residential area. That group of blockheads from the battle realm controlled more than 200 people. Of the 7 big factions, we are the weakest. We have to be more ruthless next month. Everyone has to hand over 7 spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, we will be pushed out sooner or later." In the wooden hut that Xiao-Chan was in, Zhuyu said with some joy, "Xiao-Chan, it is fortunate that you did not make a move on them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." "What do you mean?" Xiao-Chan asked. Zhuyu took a sip of tea and said, "Collecting spirit-gathering pearls from inner sect disciples has always existed. Previously, our residential area was under the control of the 5th-ranked inner sect disciple Lan Feichen. Half a month ago, Wu led a group of people to fight with him. No one knows the result. However, after that, Lan Feichen assigned our residential area to Wu." Xiao-Chan frowned slightly and said, "Lan Feichen would not give him a portion for no reason. It looks like this Wu is not simple." Zhuyu said, "He has a strong backer. He is the grandson of the Spirit Sea Realm's Haotian sect master. I heard rumors that he brought millions of superior-grade spirit stones. After consuming the quintessence-gathering pill and consuming many natural treasures, he returned to peak inferior-grade martial monarch." After chatting for a while, Zhuyu took his leave. Only then did Xiao-Chan reveal a murderous intent. "My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy to obtain. My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy," Xiao-Chan muttered to himself softly. With the earlier experience, Xiao-Chen's speed of refining veritable essence energy became much faster. After that experience, Xiao-Chan his quintessence in Chan had Chen Wu Xiao-Chan a Xiao-Chan, Xiao-Chen and Kamachan gathering Chen Kamachokama Xiao-Chan. Of Chen of Jin of a Chin. Xiao-Chan of Yu Chen of Tian of Chan of the Chan was by Yu. The saber chi was like lightning disappearing in a flash. It silently pierced through a vase on the wooden table and the wall, heading out of the room. Xiao-Chan stretched out his hand, and the vase landed in his grasp. The vase was made of porcelain. With just a gentle touch it would shatter. If it were in the past, with Xiao-Chen's strong quintessence, he would have crushed the vase into powder with just a strong wind. However, the saber chi of Xiao-Chen's quintessence was not weakened at all. However, it only managed to create a flawless hole in the vase. If others were here and did not see Xiao-Chen make a move, they would definitely think that there was a hole in the vase in the first place. Xiao-Chen played with the vase for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and returned the vase to its original position. "The purity of my quintessence is probably no weaker than Wu's after he consumed the quintessence-gathering pill." When he ran into Wu, Xiao-Chen already had a 60% chance of victory. However, Wu was not alone. He had 6 or 7 lower realm geniuses who were slightly weaker than him. Xiao-Chan had to consume the quintessence-gathering pill and refine his already extremely dense quintessence. Only then would he not fear being surrounded. Martial techniques had never been Xiao-Chen's weakness. Be it the 4-season saber technique that he comprehended or the blue dragon returns to the sea, which he could already bring out 80% of. Xiao-Chan was confident that he could defeat his opponents in martial techniques. All Xiao-Chan lacked was accumulations of quintessence. Once he completely refined his quintessence, no one in inferior-grade martial monarch would be a match for him. At that time he could seek trouble for those people. Xiao-Chan was not someone who would suffer losses. Since they took his spirit-gathering pearls, they had to pay the price. Right now, Xiao-Chan was still a middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Using the quintessence-gathering pill would be a waste. However, Xiao-Chan still had more than 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As long as he was willing to part with them, he would be able to use them to advance to peak inferior-grade martial monarch in a week. I have to cultivate slowly for now. There are still 5 more days to the end of the month. I should go and accept a sect mission first. Xiao Chun had to accept a sect mission. Otherwise, he would not be able to remain in the inner sect. This was a hard and fast rule of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chun did not dare to disobey it. When Xiao Chun passed by Zhui Yusher's house, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. The house was empty. Zhui Yusher was not there. Xiao Chun did not mind. He found someone and asked politely. Then, he found out how to get to the mission hall. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun arrived at the mission hall. As the end of the month approached, there were many people in the mission hall. The place was very noisy. After waiting for a while, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the front desk. He received a mission list and started to look through it carefully. The missions were not separated into ranks. The missions with high rewards were all linked to high risk. Normally, no one would overestimate themselves and take on a mission that they could not complete. If one failed a mission, they would be punished accordingly. The higher the reward, the greater the punishment. With such a rule, it prevented people from taking on missions blindly. This is an escort mission. The city lord's residence of Haining City has to escort a batch of resources to pay tribute. It is not very dangerous. However, it takes a long time and the reward is low. There is also a mission to collect spirit beast materials. It was issued by an alchemist of our sect. The reward is very high. However, the rules are too strict. Not only do they have to ensure the completeness of the materials, but they also have to ensure the freshness of the materials. Who can do that? Xiao Chun carefully searched for missions that were suitable for him. However, he discovered that he was not satisfied with any of them. Either the reward was low, or the conditions were too harsh. Hey, hunting loose cultivators? Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he pulled out a mission list. It described a city at the border of the Haotian province. Recently, a group of loose cultivators had arrived. They were all inferior grade martial monarchs. They came and went like the wind. This group of loose cultivators had wiped out half of the 4 clans in the city. Not only did they sweep away all the accumulated wealth of the clans, but they also cut open their stomachs and killed everyone, regardless of age or gender. This caused everyone in the city to panic. The objective of the mission was to kill this group of loose cultivators and obtain 1,000 contribution points and 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and held the mission list in his hand. He said, "It shall be you." Not only could Xiao Chun test the results of his cultivation, but he could also obtain rewards. This mission was tailor-made for him. The Haotian province was vast and boundless. Just this province was larger than the entire Great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were 9 large cities in the province, hundreds of medium-sized cities, and no less than 1,000 small cities. Dingshui City, which Xiao Chun wanted to go to, was one of these small cities. Dingshui City sat at the border of the Haotian province and the White Feather province. The White Feather province was very large as well. The rank 8 sect, the Rising Heaven Pavilion, guarded this province. If this were any other place, given the Rising Heaven Pavilion's strength, it would not be an overlord. However, Dingshui City was too close to the Haotian sect. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Only one overlord could exist in one place. The Haotian sect suppressed the Rising Heaven Pavilion for many years, overshadowing it. Haotian City was very far from Dingshui City, several million kilometers away. Due to the restrictions of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun's speed was reduced by at least 20%. If Xiao Chun wanted to fly over by himself, even if he did not eat or drink and rush day and night, he would still need a month. Clearly it was not worth it. Fortunately, there were very few long-distance transportation formations in the Sky Dome realm. They were not rare in the Kunlun realm. This was a secret passed down from the Immortal epoch. After several seniors of the Kunlun realm studied it for thousands of years, they finally made some headway. These transportation formations could be replicated. After all, they were just replicas. They could not achieve a perfect effect. Furthermore, the cost was very high. Even with the wealth of the Haotian sect, it could only set up a total of 10 transportation formations in the 9 cities of the Haotian province and its main sect. Even so, it made it much more convenient for cultivators to travel. Xiao Chun only needed to go to Sky Mount City and ride a flying spirit beast to reach Dingshui City in 5 days. After Xiao Chen accepted this mission, he did not waste any more time. He headed for the transportation plaza in the city. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him, "Brother Xiao, are you here to accept a mission as well?" In the crowded mission hall, Zhui Yushi had a joyful expression on his face, as he quickly headed for Xiao Chen with a group of people. Xiao Chen turned his head back and discovered that Zhui Yushi's quintessence, which had been floating around, had withdrawn into his body. His cultivation had fallen from late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, Zhui Yushi's aura was much sharper than before. The current Zhui Yushi was completely different from the Zhui Yushi of half a month ago. Clearly, Zhui Yushi was very satisfied with his current cultivation. As he walked, he could feel an indistinct self-confidence. However, when Zhui Yushi saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen's cultivation was now completely withdrawn, like a pool of limpid autumn water unfathomable. Xiao Chen was clearly a middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch, but the purity of his quintessence was much stronger than Zhui Yushi's. That is impossible. If he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, his cultivation would fall back to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. How could his cultivation be so much higher than mine? Could this be the effect of the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill? No matter how Zhui Yushi thought about it, this was the only possibility. Xiao Chen, you already consumed the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill? Zhui Yushi asked. Zhui Yushi had exposed the fact that he had a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill in front of everyone. Xiao Chen was slightly upset. However, Xiao Chen understood Zhui Yushi's character. He knew that Zhui Yushi had not done it on purpose, so he could not get angry. He nodded and said, "I guess so." When the group of people behind Zhui Yushi heard that Xiao Chen had consumed a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Chapter 655. Now, these lower-realm genius cultivators could be said to be poor. Several of them could not bear to part with spirit gathering pearls, and could not even afford inferior-grade quintessence gathering pills. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could buy superior-grade spirit gathering pearls. He must have brought more spirit stones from the lower realm than them. A few people looked around, sizing up Xiao Chen. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhui Yushi invited warmly. "That's right, Xiao Chen, we just accepted an escort mission. It will take us half a month to complete. It is very safe. Do you want to come with us?" "There's no need. I accepted a mission to kill loose cultivators. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again." Half a month was too long, and the reward would not be high. Xiao Chen did not want to accept such a mission. So, he waved his hand and rejected the other party's invitation. When Zhui Yushi and the others heard this, they all revealed astonished expressions. "Why did you accept a mission to kill loose cultivators? Although the reward is high, it is very dangerous. Most experienced disciples would not dare to accept it," Zhui Yushi said. Loose cultivators were normally vicious and merciless. They had killed countless people and lived everywhere. Loose cultivators had rich combat experience and liked to do things as they pleased. They lived in blood and fire for a long time and were all people who did not fear death. The competition in the sect was fierce, but it was rare for someone to die. Sect disciples compared to rogue cultivators. There was a clear difference in aura between sect disciples and loose cultivators. Missions to kill loose cultivators were usually completed by experienced inner sect disciples working in groups of 2 or 3. Zhui Yushi said a lot, hoping that Xiao Chen would change his mind and join them on the escort mission. "I have made up my mind. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Chen was very clear on his own strength. He did not want to say anything more, so he took his leave. "Brother Zhui, don't try to persuade him. If he wants to die, why stop him? We have just arrived in the Kunlun realm. How can we risk our lives so quickly? We have to accumulate our strength first. This fellow overestimates himself. If he were really powerful, he would be like Gue Wu and Sita Gang forming a new faction. He would not need to hand over the spirit gathering pearls to Gue Wu." As they discussed the matter, they all revealed disdainful expressions as they watched Xiao Chen leave. They all felt that he was seeking his own death. Zhui Yushi also looked somewhat displeased. He had tried to persuade Xiao Chen nicely, But this Xiao Chen did not appreciate it at all. Since ancient times, sages had always been lonely. The biggest reason was probably that no one could understand them. Xiao Chen listened to everyone's words, but he didn't even have the thought of refuting them. After arriving at Sky Mound City through the teleportation formation, Xiao Chen spent some spirit stones to obtain the information and whereabouts of that group of loose cultivators from an organization that sold information. That group of loose cultivators had a total of 7 people. They were all middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. The leader was a peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He had even consumed the priceless quintessence gathering pill on the black market. These 7 people frequently committed crimes in the nearby provinces. They were wanted by several provinces, earning themselves the nickname of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Their infamy spread far and wide in the nearby provinces. Loose cultivators were extremely crafty. The 7 Black Wind Killers were even more so. Several times, the true inheritors of the large sects or elders went to capture them. These people would scatter when they heard the news, fleeing in all directions, not wanting to fight. Even when they sent inner sect disciples, none of them returned. This gave the various large sects a headache. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had not expected this group of loose cultivators to have such a reputation. The danger of this trip was probably much higher than he had imagined. The waning moon disappeared, and the stars disappeared. The night was dark. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. The Feng clan, one of the 4 great clans of Dingshui City, was brightly lit. The entire residence was under martial law. Guards patrolled the large residence as though it was about to face a great enemy. Half a month ago, the other 2 great clans of the city, the Tang clan and the Lu clan, were completely slaughtered by that group of loose cultivators. Women, old and young, all died miserably. Furthermore, the 7 Black Wind Killers announced that they would return in half a month. This made the entire Feng clan very uneasy. They feared that they would suffer the same fate as the previous 2 clans. All the elites of the Feng clan gathered in the Great Hall, including the Feng clan's clan head. There were a total of 5 inferior-grade martial monarchs, 20-odd martial kings, and several hundred martial saints. However, no one felt safe. Everyone knew that if the 7 Black Wind Killers really came, they would not be able to do anything with their strength. The Feng clan's clan head was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a worried expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if the Haotian sect has received our mission request?" However, after thinking about it, the Feng clan's clan head felt that the chances were slim. The true inheritors would definitely not come. The reward that the Feng clan's clan head offered would not attract many veteran disciples. Even if 1 or 2 came, they would not be of much use. No matter how the Feng clan's clan head thought about it, it was a hopeless situation. Ha ha ha. Who is the Feng clan's clan head? Hand over all your women and spirit stones, and we, the 7 Black Wind Killers, will give you a quick death. As the Feng clan's clan head pondered, arrogant laughter came from the distance. The voice was coarse and contained a killing chi that made everyone uncomfortable. They are here. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Panic flashed in their eyes. The hands holding their weapons even trembled slightly. The 7 Black Wind Killers were infamous. Their methods were cruel. Before the battle even started, they already put a lot of pressure on everyone's hearts. 5 minutes passed. However, after the 7 Black Wind Killers laughed, they still did not appear. This made everyone feel suspicious. Based on the earlier voice, the 7 Black Wind Killers were already less than 5 kilometers away. How could they not be here yet? The Feng clan's clan head thought of a possibility. He grasped his sword tightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look." The group left the great hall and looked up. They saw a tall building in front. A young bladesman dressed in white stood calmly on the roof of the building. His appearance could not be seen clearly. In front of him were 7 black-clothed men radiating ferocious auras and surging killing chi. They stood on the roof of a building opposite. The 7 black-clothed men exuded a heavy stench of blood. That was a bone-deep killing chi that could not be washed away no matter what. The person in the lead had only one left eye. The other was a grayish-white right eye. There was also a scarlet scar around the eye socket. At a glance it looked like a bloody hole. This was extremely horrifying. If one were a timid person, They would not even be able to look them in the eye. Fear before the battle even started would cause one to lose their composure. Where did this brat come from? How dare he block our way? Beside the one-eyed man, a man who was as skinny as a monkey and had a wretched look in his eyes shouted. These words contained a baleful aura. As the sound waves drifted over, they tried to enter Xiao Qin's mind. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like waves as he said coldly, "So what if I block your way?" His voice was also imbued with his powerful mind power, and the sound waves rumbled. As the sound waves surged, they clashed with the skinny man's voice and easily broke the killing chi in his words. The sound waves did not stop and continued forward. The skinny man grunted and took a step back, suffering a small disadvantage at Xiao Qin's hands. When the leader, the one-eyed man, saw this scene, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You are quite capable. Brat, which sect are you from? After you die, I will send your head back." "I am the Haotian sect inner sect disciple Xiao Chun. My name is Xiao Chun and my name is Chun." Xiao Chun said unhurriedly, "However, I'm afraid you will not be able to obtain my head. You'd better lend me your head." Xiao Qin's unhurried speech gave off a feeling of laziness at first, causing others to lower their guard. However, Xiao Chun said the last word cleanly and without any hesitation. By the time they reacted and Xiao Chun finished speaking, Xiao Chun had already left. "Oh no!" The one-eyed man's expression changed as he shouted, "Old Seven, be careful." In the quiet night there was no moon or stars. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the sound of punches came from the wind. It was Xiao Chun who executed the Azure Dragon Tail Whip. He moved in an intense arc in the air, heading for the weakest of the seven. Then, he charged at lightning speed at the weakest person of the seven. When that person sensed Xiao Qin's sudden attack, although he was astonished, he did not panic. This showed his rich combat experience. That person's right ear twitched slightly as he listened carefully to the sound of the wind. Then he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he turned his body and punched at Xiao Chun. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an explosion of surging shock waves. A strong wind blew everywhere, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. That person did not move at all. He watched as Xiao Qin's figure slowly disappeared into the strong wind. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. Our 7 black wind killers have killed countless inner sect disciples like you." "Is that so?" A voice came from above him. He felt flustered for no reason. When he looked up, he discovered that there was actually another Xiao Chun above him. Without giving that person any time to react, Xiao Chun circulated all the vital qi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist's breaking armor fist, forming a sharp shockwave. Xiao Chun broke through that person's protective quintessence and struck the Tianmen acupoint on his head. This was one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Blood leaked out of that person's mouth as he died on the spot. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In just a few breaths, the weakest person was killed by Xiao Chun. When the others looked carefully, they discovered that the figure hidden in the wind was just a clone. "You are seeking death." The 7 black wind killers moved unhindered everywhere, living a free and unfettered life. What kind of storm had they not seen before? Even the true inheritors, elders, and administrators of the sect could not do anything to them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to take down one of them in just one exchange. Furthermore, that person was just an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man shouted and released his killing chi. He drew a cavalry saber and sent out a dazzling saber light as he hacked down. The other 5 reacted quickly as well. As they moved, they blocked off all of Xiao Qin's paths of retreat. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Xiao Chun inside. These people blocked off Xiao Qin's paths of retreat. They wanted to force him to clash head-on with the one-eyed man, not allowing him to escape. However, did Xiao Chun need to retreat? Xiao Chun smiled gently and flipped his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, and a light came out of the scabbard. Xiao! 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 With every step Xiao Chun took in the air, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a different saber strike. Chapter 656. By the time Xiao Chan clashed with the one-eyed man's saber light, he had already left behind 6 afterimages. The afterimages instantly merged together, and a dazzling saber light shot out from his saber. His aura sword. The 2 sabers clashed. As the one-eyed man expected, the scene of Xiao Chan flying back in a sorry state did not happen. Instead, the one-eyed man got blasted back by this saber strike. A gap immediately appeared in the tight encirclement. Xiao Chan did not get greedy. For this one-eyed man to have lived for so long, he definitely had some ability. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and he escaped the encirclement of the 6 people. Then he landed on the roof behind him. When the Feng clan's clan head, who was in the brightly lit residence below, saw this scene, he was extremely astonished. An inner sect disciple actually managed to escape from the 7 Black Wind Killers. Not only was he safe and sound, but he even managed to subdue one of them. Such strength was simply unimaginable. The Feng clan's clan head muttered, "Strange, I know all the leaders of the inner sect's 5 big factions. How come I have never heard of a white-robed bladesman? When did this person appear?" "Clan head, we are probably saved this time," someone at the side said joyfully. The Feng clan's clan head shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. The 7 Black Wind Killers are not that easy to deal with. The reason that person died at his hands was probably due to carelessness. This white-robed bladesman is still too careless. It would be great if he could recruit a few more companions. If the situation turns bad, we will immediately make a move to help. Kill." The one-eyed man calmed the surging quintessence in his body. His expression turned cold, and he revealed a sinister smile. Then he led the 5 people over again. 5 surging berserk killing chi merged together, forming an undulating scarlet sea before everyone's eyes. As the waves splashed, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits charged out of the water, wailing loudly. Xiao Chun felt slightly dizzy. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "I wonder how many people these fellows have killed to form so much baleful chi. If a regular cultivator did not have strong mental energy, they might even crumble before this overwhelming baleful chi. No wonder people said loose cultivators were hard to deal with." The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness circulated, expelling the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Xiao Chun held his saber with one hand. His heart was calm as he dealt with the 6 people charging at him with a calm expression. In the pitch-black night, saber lights and sword shadows flew everywhere. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one as a group of people fought intensely. The dense quintessence on Xiao Chen's saber light made the 7 Black Wind Killers feel extremely uncomfortable, aside from the one-eyed man. Every time he exchanged a move with Xiao Chen, the quintessence on his weapon would be broken by Xiao Chen's saber light, turning into hidden energy that entered his body through his weapon. The longer they fought, the more intense this feeling became. The 2 with the weaker physical bodies could not help but leak blood from the corners of their mouths. On the other hand, although Xiao Chun was attacked repeatedly by the 6 people, he fought steadily and surely. His powerful and condensed quintessential essence swept away most of the attacking chi. As for the remaining half, Xiao Chun relied on his horrifying physical body to block them without any pressure. Only the one-eyed man's attacks could cause him some trouble. "Big brother, this is troublesome. Did we fall for a trap? This fellow might be a peak character in the inner sect." The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers could live for so long was not because they were unrivaled. Instead, it was because they could judge the situation. If they encountered a true disciple, sect elder, or a famous young expert, they would immediately avoid the battle and flee far away. At this moment, one of them could no longer hold on. He thought of retreating, so he sent a voice projection to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man replied coldly, "If you dare to run, I will chop you in half. I recognize the portraits of the inner sect's 5 great experts. This brat is definitely holding on. If we kill him, the spirit gathering pearls on him will help me advance to medial grade martial monarch." Feeling helpless, the 6 continued to clench their teeth and hold on, waiting for Xiao Chan to crumble. The calm and composed Xiao Chan continued to block the attacks of the 6 in an unflustered manner. As he watched the black-clothed men vomit blood from the hidden energy, he silently calculated the time to make a move. Xiao Chan moved swiftly and decisively. When he truly made a move, he instantly turned the situation around. Pu Ci. After another 100 moves, 3 of the 7 black wind killers vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. The accumulated damage from the hidden energy exploded forth with a considerable might. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. When he saw a strange light flash in the 3's eyes, he smiled coldly to himself. However, he still did not rush to make a move. Big brother, this brat did not fall for it. What should we do? It looks like he is not that inexperienced. He is very experienced. The 3 felt bitter in their hearts. They sent voice projections to the one-eyed man, complaining. The one-eyed man's entire left eye was already scarlet, looking very scary. His damaged right eye was even more horrifying. The wounds around it had already split open. The scar burst open and scarlet blood seeped out continuously. The one-eyed man's originally ugly face now looked like an evil spirit from hell. I don't believe it. Burn your quintessence and destroy him in one breath. The one-eyed man sent a voice projection. The hearts of the others could not help but thump heavily. Burning their quintessence was truly cutting off all means of retreat. If they still could not defeat Xiao Qian, they would exhaust all their quintessence and would not even have a chance to flee. Xiu! Just as they hesitated, Xiao Qian, who had been fighting steadily and passively defending, suddenly made his move. He did not hold back his 60% comprehended saber intent. With the support of his saber intent, the slender saber gave off a beautiful flower-like light in the dark night. The saber trembled, and a resonant and pleasing hum resounded cheerfully. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City in the dark night were startled by this. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City, be they sleeping or cultivating, startled awake at this moment. They leaped out of their houses and looked into the distance. Kill! Xiao Qin's eyes turned scarlet. Since he intended to make a move, he needed to be swift and decisive. He also silently unleashed his peak state of massacre. The 7 black wind killers who frequently killed and drank blood actually felt fear in their hearts when they saw Xiao Qian, who was as sharp as a saber. Electricity leaped about, and thunder roared in the dark night. Xiao Qian, who suddenly attacked, knocked the one-eyed man back with one saber strike. After that, Xiao Qian ignored the one-eyed man and charged at the person with the most severe internal injuries. Saber lights danced around, and Xiao Qian sent out 7 saber lights in the dark night. Each saber light split into 3 beams of light, charging over in an unending stream. Every saber light leaped about with purple electricity. As the saber lights flickered, that person seemed to see a sea of electricity surging at him. Dang! 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 At the critical moment, the one-eyed man performed better than usual, sending out 21 sword strikes and blocking all the saber lights. However, his quintessence was not as dense as Xiao Qian's. Every time the one-eyed man blocked a saber strike, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. After blocking 21 saber strikes, his complexion turned terrifyingly pale. However, Xiao Qian's saber light sea of fire was not just that. The sea of electricity that the one-eyed man saw was real. When the sea of electricity arrived, it directly blasted the one-eyed man to death. The remaining 4 exchanged glances. They had not expected Xiao Qian's attack to be so sharp and his timing to be so precise. Xiao Qian ignored the openings that they revealed earlier, waiting for the moment they hesitated to make a move. This was not a sect disciple who had just come out of seclusion. His combat experience was even richer than theirs. Scram out here! When the one-eyed man saw Xiao Qian kill another person, he became flustered and exasperated. He grasped his saber with both hands, and the dense quintessence gave off an unparalleled sharpness as he sent it at the sea of electricity. The one-eyed man's saber was very fast. However, Xiao Qian, who was hidden in the sea of electricity, was even faster. Just as the sharp saber light was about to strike the sea of electricity, an even sharper and more resplendent saber light leaped out. The saber light was like a shadow, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. It was very fast. 3 lines of blood shot out. Saber wounds about 1 centimeter deep appeared on the necks of the other 3 7 black wind killers, and they died instantly. The saber that leaped out of the sea of electricity was very beautiful. Even the beautiful meteor paled in comparison to it. Those 3 people did not even know how they died, not to mention where the saber came from. The dead did not know. Even the one-eyed man who was still alive did not know. The one-eyed man only saw the sea of electricity suddenly part, and a white figure flashed by. Then, 3 of his capable subordinates died. The one-eyed man's gaze chased after Xiaoqin's figure. He looked around and discovered a white figure 200 meters in front of him with his back facing him. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. The remnant saber intent in the air behind the figure had yet to scatter, buzzing loudly. Fear spread in the one-eyed man's heart. He did not think of anything else. He sheathed his saber and turned to flee. The one-eyed man flew forward with all his might, wanting to get as far away from that figure as possible. As a loose cultivator, the one-eyed man was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to end up like those 3, dying without even knowing how the other party had attacked. Xiaoqin slowly turned around and watched the one-eyed man flee. His lips curled up in a smile. Under the night sky, that delicate face revealed an extremely cold smile. Roar! 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 3 dragon roars resounded from Xiaoqin's chest. 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiaoqin's feet, carrying him into the air. In just 3 breaths, he caught up to the one-eyed man. I said before, I want to borrow your head. Xiaoqin hacked down with his saber, knocking the one-eyed man, who had turned around in a hurry, into the ground. The tall building behind him collapsed. 4-season saber technique, fated person in autumn waters. Not giving this person any chance to flee, Xiaoqin sent out a gentle saber light. It was like the gentle smile of a fated person, filled with endless sorrow, warmth, and gentleness. The one-eyed man, who had just stood up, felt an autumn wind blow his face. It was like a young girl gently caressing his chest. Then a bloody bowl-sized hole appeared in his heart. You are definitely not an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man looked at the wound on his chest and pointed at Xiaoqin, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Now the 7 black wind killers, who had been causing trouble everywhere and living freely, were all dead. The entire Feng clan residents fell silent. As they looked at the white-robed bladesman slowly descending from the sky, unspeakable shock appeared in their eyes. Who is this person? To think that he managed to kill the 7 black wind killers alone. The 7 black wind killers swept through the 18 southern provinces, coming and going like the wind. They burned, killed, and plundered for a long time. Unexpectedly, they all died at the hands of a youth today.